safe around water. Light up the summer with 2 great shows. August 13th, Grammy winner Kev Mo brings that smooth southern soul with special guest Sean Colvin. Then feel the fire with the fierce and fearless Samantha Fish September 13th. 2 unforgettable nights, 1 legendary stage, the Celebrity Theater. Tickets on sale now at celebritytheater.com. Feel the blues. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got walked off by the Blue Jays last night in Toronto as Shelby Miller gave up back-to-back home runs to Bo Bichette and Addison Barger and lost 5-4 as their now 14 blown saves leads the National League, and they fall back to exactly 500 on the season. And here's manager Tory Lovullo on the pitching performance as a whole.
There's definitely a plan against them, and I thought, Brandon went out there and did a really nice job, and we just kept handing it off in the bullpen, and it was looking really good. And we had our closer in the game. He's a very trusted closer, and he'll get the ball again tomorrow, and he'll probably have a really good day of execution. Today was just one of those days.
The D-backs will look to bounce back in Toronto. First pitch will be at 4:07 here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Florida Panthers are your NHL Stanley Cup winners for the second straight year. They beat the Edmonton Oilers 5-1 in Game 6 last night, and the Stanleys' stay in South Florida will be getting extended. The Phoenix Suns are still trying to find a landing spot for star Kevin Durant. Will it be Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota, or somewhere else? For more on Durant and the Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta,
Vinny.
Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. We got a lot going on. We've even got a Stanley Cup champion this morning, Vinny.
It's not going anywhere.
No.
Man, the Stanley
That's
Cup
right.
has spent a lot of time in the state of Florida over the past 5 years or so.
Yeah,
huh?
2 in a row for the Florida Panthers.
Tampa Bay won 2 in a row a few years back.
That's crazy.
We need less baseball teams in Florida and more hockey teams.
And more hockey teams. Isn't that crazy? The Florida Panthers.
We need the Jacksonville Panhandlers in the NHL.
Well, and they'd probably have success.
Probably.
That has to drive Canada insane.
Mm-hmm.
I was just going to say, it's actually hilarious that the sunny state of Florida has more Stanley Cups in the last however many years than where it started or its biggest in Canada.
Well,
it's
yeah.
crazy.
32 years without it going north of the border.
Oh,
Vinny gets agitated whenever some other NBA franchise wins a title before the Suns.
Yeah, but we're just checking them off one by one.
Where are they? We are doing that. Can you imagine being in an entire country watching hockey programs from Florida win?
Some of the teams or fan bases in Canada will hate watch the other Canadian teams.
True.
They'll be like, I can't root for them. Genuinely, their hatred runs so deep for whether it's the Senators, the Oilers, the Maple Leafs, and they just don't care for them to win.
But I think they would still prefer deep down to have the cup in the possession of their country. Even though, I mean,
there's that.
Come on, I mean, it's a global sport.
Mm-hmm.
All these rosters are global now.
Yeah.
Territorialism in sports, when you really think about it,
it's kind of stupid.
It's silly.
But it's
you root for laundry.
But again, if
these people.
But if this sport is the country's passion and they can't win a championship in it, that goes to a different level. That's like when the U.S. loses in basketball. All hell breaks out when Team USA loses at the Olympics. Hasn't happened often, but when it does, it feels like the world is out of, here's the word, alignment.
All right, let's flip it now. As an American sports fan, did you hate it in the mid-'90s when the Blue Jays won the World Series a couple times?
Yeah, I did.
Did you hate it when the Raptors won the NBA title?
No, because I hated the Warriors team.
I think I was more bothered by the Blue Jays suddenly becoming a dynasty than I was about the one-off from the Raptors.
Yeah, and let's
Put
not
it that
forget, I mean, that was disrupted a bit, too, by 94 not having a World Series.
Yeah, that's right.
I still maintain that would have been my guy, Don Mattingly's shining moment. The Yankees were the best team in baseball when they shut it down. He never made it to the World Series.
I also maintain that if the NFL wanted to make $15 billion, they could put the Stanley Cup up for sale. It's the only one. It's one of a kind. It's one of one.
I was watching the aftermath of them winning it, and the post game is unlike anything I've ever seen before.
It's great.
I mean, basically, the NBA Finals wrap up, and it's, let's get to the post-game show. They show every person in the organization basically making love to that cup, and it's awesome.
And it's 100% sincere.
I think the post-game show might still be going. They might still be skating around the rink.
And it's not performative. Those hockey players actually feel that reverence.
Yes.
All right, we got to start the show. Get it going, Bailey.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him all coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The D-backs 9-game road trip started out with a thud, a 5-4 walk-off win for the Blue Jays, powered by solo home runs by Bo Bichette and Addison Barger off Shelby Miller. In the bottom of the 9th inning, D-backs manufactured 4 runs between the 3rd and 7th innings that turned a 2-0 deficit into a 4-2 lead. Toronto got one in the bottom of the 7th on Vlad Guerrero's RBI single that scored Bichette, setting the stage for the Jays' 9th inning heroics. That series continues tonight, Rogers Center. Battle of lefties, Eduardo Rodriguez on the bump for the Snakes against Eric Lauer for the Blue Jays' first pitch. 4:07, you can hear it here on your home for the Diamondbacks, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 3:30. Another gut punch.
Yeah, just when you thought we were done with the sucker punches, here comes another one out of nowhere.
Yeah. That's where those sucker punches come from,
That's
too.
exactly where they come from.
D-backs reliever A.J. Puck, who has not pitched in a game since April 17th and was removed from his throwing program last week, according to Tory Lovullo, meeting with renowned surgeon Neil Elatrash in Los Angeles tomorrow. That was announced pregame. D-backs also reportedly signing lefty reliever Anthony Gose to a contract, according to John Heyman of MLB Network and the New York Post. The 34-year-old was pitching at AAA Syracuse in the Mets organization this season, a 4.30 ERA and 23 innings out of the pen. New York released him on Monday. He was previously an outfielder, 372 games with the Blue Jays and Tigers from 2012 to 2016, and then became a pitcher. And here 9 years later, still trying to crack through. Still nothing final on Kevin Durant trade watch 2025. We need a sound effect for that.
Surprised we don't already have one.
We have a lot of imaging for the Kevin Durant watch. Shams Charania of ESPN said Tuesday on the Pat McAfee show that the Minnesota Timberwolves are still studying the possibility of acquiring the 15-time All-Star, although it might be through a 3-team or 4-team deal. He also said the Spurs are not as motivated as other teams in the KD pursuit, and that the Rockets and Heat, 2 teams on Durant's preferred list of landing spots, are the most realistic possibilities right now. We'll get into a lot of Kevin Durant talk again today. There was a trade in the NBA on Tuesday. The Pacers sent their first-round selection in next week's NBA draft, 23rd overall, to the New Orleans Pelicans, and they got back their own first-round pick in 2026. So it is possible to get your picks back. Give me back my picks! For the second straight season, the Stanley Cup is in the Florida Panthers' possession. Florida routed Edmonton 5-1 in Game 6. They win the series 4-2. Sam Reinhart scored 4 goals for the Panthers. Carter Verhaeghe had 3 assists. Sergei Bobrovsky stopped 28 of 29 Edmonton shots on goal. Reinhart becomes the first player to score 4 goals in a single final game since Maurice Rocket Richard had 4 for the Canadiens in Game 1 of the 57 Cup final against the Bruins. He's only the 4th player ever to do it. joining Richard, Ted Lindsay of Detroit in 1955, and our guy, Newsy Lalonde in 1919.
Our guy.
That's 2 Newsy Lalonde references this week. Florida now the 3rd repeat champion in the NHL since 2017. That's when the Penguins won their second. Tampa Bay did it in 2020 and 2021.
That might be the best hockey name I've ever heard.
Newsy Lalonde.
Next to Jeff Bookaboom.
There's been a lot of good.
Yeah, there's some great hockey names.
Mercury in action tonight. They are in Connecticut taking on the Sun in a game that tips off at 4 o'clock on Arizona's Family Sports. I wonder if there will be fisticuffs in this Connecticut Sun game. There certainly were last night. Chippy. And we're actually going to talk about that a little bit later on. There you go. There's your splash for this Wednesday, June 18th. I promised it. It's coming up next. Kevin Durant Watch continues here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and there's a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, and there was my stark reminder last summer, spiking utility bills like when I received a $666 monthly bill one time last summer. Proof my windows were shot, which is why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that literally treats customers like friendships. They're Arizona's premier window replacement company, co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. Sports fans might remember him. And they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And they can do that because there's no middleman. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, right now they're running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, you get a $2,500 discount. So do what I'm doing. Call today. Beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family.
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community.
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Happy birthday, America. And my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, we're talking 25% off everything in store and online now through June 26th. So here's the move, Basin Orleans. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Arizona sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
It's a real stare down. Desmond Bane got traded for 4 first-round picks, and I see people saying, "Oh my God, if Desmond Bane gets traded for 4 first-round picks, Kevin Durant's got to get 6 first-round picks." No, you're not going to get that great of a package because the team paying for it isn't sure what Durant's going to do necessarily. And the teams that Durant wants to go to, Houston and San Antonio, for example, they're leery of paying a huge amount for a 37-year-old. Their whole teams are in their early to mid-20s.
Right.
So you don't have alignment in making everybody getting on the same page. What Durant wants, what the Suns need, what the teams want to pay with the contract. I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
It's Brian Windhorst appearing on ESPN Cleveland yesterday. Of all the things that I read and listened to yesterday, that was the one that made me make pretty much that noise. And apologies to Sammy, who during, I believe it was social studies yesterday.
Oh, we dismissed him out of hand.
Dismissed it. It was like,
dismissed him out of hand.
Happen. Maybe not, Sammy.
We were like, come on, young buck, quit being so naive.
Sammy, who are your sources?
Hey, what can I say?
And I know Gambo yesterday, who's all over this story, used the phrase, prepare to be underwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, if that's indeed a possibility, the Suns holding on to Kevin Durant. And there was a lot of reaction to Gambo using that phrase, too. Oh, it's kind of the motto for an Arizona sports fan, prepare to be underwhelmed. Could anything that they get back in return potentially be more underwhelming than what Kevin Durant delivered in Phoenix?
No. Listen,
the whole experience has been underwhelming.
Okay. Let's open Pandora's box and see what we find here. Couple things right off the top. Middle of the afternoon yesterday, I was looking at the proposed trade package from Minnesota, and I talked myself into it. Dante DiVincenzo, good player. Rudy Gobert certainly would solve the center issue, raise the level of defense on the basketball team. Who else was in there?
Rob Dillingham.
And Teddy Dillingham was a fantastic radio interview. Dilly.
But he might be, there's a lot of people that like Rob Dillingham.
Okay.
He's a slightly built guard, but he might be the answer at the point guard position moving forward.
So I look at that and I say, I like that deal.
And maybe a draft pick?
Yeah, I would do that deal. And it's a damn good deal. It's a line from Glorious Bastards. And so when I look at this, and then I say to myself, but hold on a second here. This is what Kellen Olson was talking about yesterday. What are you doing if you're trying to rebuild on the fly when you're bringing in guys that probably, where is the future? Don't some boxes have to be checked to build this thing out in the future?
Yes.
And how many of those boxes do you need? So even though I look at the Minnesota trade and go, okay, based on what I've seen, that looks okay. That's not a total fleecing. But where does that get you in the grand scheme?
I don't know. And then people always point to Durant's list and how much cooperation needs to happen. And you had your blast on it. You had your column on it. Everybody's like, you don't owe Kevin Durant anything. And I do tend to agree with that. But if you're holding out hope for the best deal possible, you have to get Durant's blessing.
Well,
because if it gets to the point where, we only like the Minnesota deal, Kevin, sorry you're going. Minnesota knows if KD doesn't sign off on it and say, yes, I want to play there, oh, you know what? Dillingham's not in the deal anymore. Or you know what? We're not throwing in a draft pick. Or you know what? We're not throwing in Dante DiVincenzo.
Oh, you know what? We'll talk to you when he does want to come back here. Yes, I will admit that it might be a little more nuanced than the rage I showed the other day, only because I didn't think Kevin Durant was going to be obstructionist about this.
And, I mean, other than this reported 3-team list, I don't think it's crossed over into difficult territory. Now, could it?
Good
that
question.
is the question. George Sedano from ESPN, who was on the sidelines during the NBA Finals for ABC during this series, he joined Burns and Gambo yesterday, and that was the subject. Is KD and his camp willing to make this messy?
Here's the thing. Is Kevin going to be willing to make this messy? And I don't know this to be the case, but if he does, then things can get testy. You know, there's been reporting certainly done from his time in Brooklyn where, you know, Joe Tsai and his wife met with Kevin. It felt like he was about to make that thing messy. And they promised him, hey, if you just play and play hard, we'll get you traded where you want to go. And remember, back then it was Phoenix or Miami were the two destinations, and you guys ended up with him. So if for some reason he doesn't get dealt in this offseason, I don't know if Matt Ishbia is going to have that kind of equity with him based on what transpired at the trade deadline. So, like, Joe Tsai had equity with him because he had never felt like he had crossed him in any way. Like, it's pretty obvious that KD and his camp weren't thrilled about what transpired back in February.
I have the overwhelming feeling right now in this moment, with nothing clear cut, that the Suns messed up at the deadline. Again, they should have just dealt him.
Yeah.
They should have just said, you know what? It's not our problem anymore.
Yeah.
Sorry you got blindsided. We had to do this. Because now they've given power to Kevin Durant.
But where would they have dealt him at the trade deadline? Because Golden State didn't want him once they found out KD didn't want to be there. But I hear what you're saying. But that wasn't an issue to Minnesota at the deadline.
No.
It was only an issue with Golden State. So you could have traded him somewhere. I agree with you. Yeah, it's kind of a mess because the idea, like Sammy brought up yesterday, and like some Suns fans on social media, well, why don't we just run it back with KD? Isn't that better than getting some spare parts to throw in the trunk? That's a real complicated issue, and we do not know Kevin Durant's level of annoyance or sense of betrayal or how he's processed what went down at the trade deadline. But we know he wasn't happy.
That would be the basketball equivalent of a couple staying together for the kids.
How does that work out?
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But I don't think this one would work out.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Kevin Durant wants to be here anymore.
I agree with that.
And I think the Suns necessitated that feeling with their movements in the shadows at the trade deadline.
So if you can talk KD into taking the Minnesota trade, I'm cool with that. The Toronto trade as put out there, I like Emmanuel Quickley better than I like RJ Barrett, but that's a doable trade to me in a pinch. The thing with Houston is, there's a theory that I've always kind of governed by in life. When you're talking with somebody and you want something from them, when it's a really hard no. Then there comes, okay, you know what? If you give me this, we'll do it. The minute they open the door tells you there's a deal to be made, that they want what you're selling. And that's where the Suns are with Houston, in my opinion. And Houston is just banking on the fact that the Suns are going to have no options.
I do think
Seems that way.
I do think Houston is the most ideal spot for the Suns, not only for if they want to compete next year, but have a future. Because if you're able to get your 10th pick back and Jabari Smith, who's far from a finished product, and maybe the moving point right now is Reed Shepherd. Of you have Jalen Green, Jabari in the 10th pick, and the Suns want one more young piece. Of if that piece is Reed Shepherd, then you can talk yourself into, as a Suns fan, all right, there's the future. Your 10th pick, Reed, who didn't get a lot of playing time. You have Jalen Green. We don't know what he is for us. Maybe we move him. He's still a decent player for this year, but you're focused on that. On the flip side of the Minnesota and Toronto, those are two teams that if you can get Durant to say, okay, I could go to one of those, then maybe Houston leans up in its chair a minute.
Yeah.
And like, oh, okay, we know a trade's on the table with those two teams. let's spice our offer up just a little bit.
But then you have to ask yourself, does KD want to do the Suns a solid in that regard? Because he's going to Houston. And the more assets that are there when he gets there, the better it is for him.
Mm-hmm.
You're onto a real good point here. If you could somehow get Houston's attention, but it almost feels like they're testing the Suns. They're testing this front office.
And it's kind of nice that they haven't budged. I mean, sure, we don't know what's going on beneath like the tea leaves of what those offers really are, but to Brian Gregory's, I guess, credit right now, he didn't cave at the first offer, is what it sounds like.
If we're preparing to be underwhelmed, you can't be underwhelmed by an early deal in the offseason.
Right. Absolutely.
This has got to drag a little bit for everybody to be underwhelmed.
But listen, again, this and the way this is playing out on the Suns fan base, man, it has been a time for Suns fans.
You ain't kidding.
It has been a time.
And again, this first test for a new front office, and I mean new front office. This is about as complicated as it can get. And here we are.
Yeah. I really do wonder if you could acquire Jalen Green and what you could spin him off for. He had a real rough playoff series.
You're being kind.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was awful.
Yeah, he was awful.
But
he was really bad.
He's a good player. And he's explosive and athletic, and he can score. But, man, something happened to him in that playoff series. He just was not right.
No.
We'll have a lot more on the KD watch as the Wednesday show continues. Coming up next, another collection to the gut punch column for the Arizona Diamondbacks in Toronto. Tough loss to start the trip. We'll tell you about it in D-Backs Daily. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Suns must do what's best for them because this is the kind of deal where you do it right and you give yourself a chance to make this not so painful. If you do this wrong, and it is going to hurt. This is going to hurt for years. It might hurt for years no matter what. They might not have a choice on how bad this is going to hurt. But if you do this right, you can shorten the hurt. I think the Suns, for now, have to worry about this is the biggest franchise-altering trade they're going to make in a long time.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you are looking for hot deals on Ford vehicles, they are being offered right now at the best place in the valley to get into a new Ford, and that's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and it is true. Earnhardt Ford's general manager, John Nissen, and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford vehicle now below employee price through Independence Day. Like they're built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. You can also add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, you can buy with confidence with Earnhardt, get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. See dealer for full details, and these offers run through July 6th. 2025. So hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the deals you've been looking for. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
NASCAR Prime is gearing up for the Tricky Triangle at Pocono.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for.
After 5 decades of racing tradition, it's clear that strategy is king at Pocono.
Finally, some separation between first, second, and third.
3 legendary turns, 3 unique approaches.
Wow, that's close.
Who will tame the triangle this year? Don't miss the Cup Series at Pocono, streaming Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438442.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got walked off by the Blue Jays last night in Toronto as Shelby Miller gave up back-to-back home runs to Bo Bichette and Addison Barger and lost 5-4 as their now 14 blown saves are tied for the National League lead, and they fall right back to exactly 500 on the season. However, they'll look to bounce back tonight in Toronto. First pitch will be at 4:07 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Florida Panthers are your NHL Stanley Cup winners for the second straight year. They beat the Edmonton Oilers 5-1 in Game 6 last night, and the Stanley stay in South Florida will be getting an extension. The Phoenix Suns are trying to find a landing spot for star Kevin Durant. Will it be Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota, Miami, or somewhere else? For more on Durant and the Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Diamondbacks starting a pivotal 9-game trek in Toronto against the Blue Jays at Rogers Center on Tuesday, and doing it with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound against Chris Bassett. D-backs would go down in order in the first. The Blue Jays would not. With one out, Addison Barger doubled to right field, and that brought up Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
1 ball and 2 strikes. A look at second, now the pitch. That one barreled deep towards the left field corner. That is a fair ball. It's off the wall. It's going to bring home Barger. And back-to-back doubles here by the Jays gives Toronto an early 1-0 lead.
Yeah, Chris Garagiola on the call. 14 pitches into the game, a 1-0 lead for Toronto. Pfaadt would limit the Blue Jays to 1 run in the inning, however. D-backs had trouble mounting anything against Bassett early. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. had a 2-out double in the second. He stayed right there as Bassett struck out Pavin Smith to end the inning. Corbin Carroll had a 2-out 2-bagger in the third, but Ketel Marte followed with a ground out. Toronto, though, would add to its lead in the bottom of the third. 2 outs, bases empty. Once again, Guerrero the hitter.
As the first pitch swung on and crushed. High, deep drive, left field. He is going to savor all of that one. And now makes his way to first after slamming it into the second deck for his 9th homer of the season.
Yeah, he matched a first pitch four-seamer 448 feet over the wall in left center to double Toronto's lead at 2-0. D-backs would finally get to Bassett in the fourth. With one out, Josh Naylor singled to right. Then Bassett plunked Eugenio Suarez with a pitch. Gurriel would strike out swinging, but with 2 outs, Pavin Smith delivered.
And the pitch. Pavin swings, hits a fly ball, shallow right center field. Racing in is Clase, can't reach it. That is down, takes a high bounce. Naylor will round third and score. Suarez to third, and a big-time 2-out single by Pavin gets the Diamondbacks on the board. It's now 2-1.
Wasn't exactly a scorcher, only 70.8 miles per hour off the bat. That wouldn't even get you a speeding ticket. But it was enough to put the D-backs on the board. Alec Thomas would ground out to second to end the inning. Fott pitched out of a major jam in the fourth. With 1 out, he hit Andres Jimenez. With 2 outs, he walked Will Robertson and then plucked Jonathan Clase to load the bases. But he answered by getting Bo Bichette to fly out to left to end the inning. D-backs then would pounce. They grabbed the lead in the fifth. Carroll drew a 1-out walk. That brought up Ketel Marte.
And now the 1-0 pitch. Swings, lines that into right field, a base hit. Carroll rounding second, going to test the arm of Barger. The throw all the way through, and it gets away. Carroll takes out the third baseman on the slide, Clement. The ball goes out of play, and Carroll's going to score. That ties us at 2 aside.
That was a run directly tied to Corbin Carroll's speed.
No doubt about it. Speed kills, Vinny.
And it was a very strong throw, not exactly on line. I don't think Clement made the greatest effort to get the ball, but he did get taken out. So it's 2-2 at that point. Geraldo Perdomo would ground out for number 2, but then stepped in Canada's own Josh Naylor.
2 outs, the 1-0. Swung on and drilled. Deep center. Straw racing back to the track. He can't make the catch. It ricochets off the base of the center field wall. Straw is down in a heap, and Naylor into second with an RBI double.
I saw something on that play I don't think I've ever seen watching baseball before.
What's that?
Josh Naylor, his reaction after.
Yeah, going
Miles Straw, his former teammate in Cleveland, they're really good friends, but a runner on base calling timeout and going all the way out to the warning track to check on his former teammate.
Yeah.
A very classy move by Josh
it was.
Naylor.
He's getting very, very good reviews in Canada this morning, eh?
I'm sure he said he was sorry.
It was also a very, very weird route on that ball that he took. He never had a gauge on where that thing was going.
When he got up and started jogging on it after seeing how he turned that ankle at the base of the wall, I thought he was going to stay in the game, but he didn't. D-backs had the lead 3-2. Couldn't add to it. Gurriel grounded out to end the inning. Fott got the Jays in order in the fifth. He'd start the sixth, but left after a George Springer leadoff single, meaning Tory Lovullo calling on the bullpen to get 12 outs. Kyle Backus relieved Fott. He got the next 3 Toronto hitters without incident. The D-backs would pad their lead in the seventh. Carroll drew a leadoff walk. Perdomo then coaxed a free pass with 1 out. With 2 outs, Suarez would face reliever Braden Fisher.
And here comes Fisher's 1-2 pitch. Suarez swings, lines it into center field, a base hit. Marte rounding third. He's going to come home to score. And Suarez comes through in the clutch to give the Diamondbacks a 4-2 lead.
Yep, 2-run lead at that point. Jays would answer in the bottom of the seventh. Jalen Beeks on in relief. Bichette had a 1-out double, took third on a Barger ground out. With the red-hot Guerrero up next, Lovullo summoned right-hander Ryan Thompson from the bullpen. And you know who didn't care? Vlad didn't care.
And the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded to third, in the 6th hole and through. In between Suarez and Perdomo. A 2-out RBI single. And the Jays are back to within 1.
Yeah, 4-3 at that point. I think we can say with confidence that this series Diamondbacks killer is Vlad Guerrero Jr. 4-3 at that point, as you heard Chris say. Thompson then got catcher Alejandro Kirk to line out to end the inning. Both teams failed to score in the 8th. D-backs didn't score in the 9th despite a leadoff walk to Perdomo, but then he got picked off first base. Shelby Miller on to protect the 1-run lead. He struck out leadoff hitter Davis Schneider looking. Would not have the same success again. Bo Bichette, the hitter with 1 out.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That's a deep drive to left. And Bo Bichette has tied the game at 4. Just hammered it out over the left field wall for his Mason, and just a killer for the Diamondbacks as we are knotted up at 4 aside.
Yeah, but only for 5 more pitches, as Addison Barger would send the Toronto crowd home happy.
Barger 1 for 4 with a double. The 2-2 pitch swung on. That's a high deep drive to right field, and that's your ball game. 2 batters, 2 homers. The Blue Jays erase a 1-run deficit, and they walk it off in the series opener. Your final score is 5-4.
Yeah, 4th blown save for Miller, 14th for the Diamondbacks this season. Miller had given up 1 home run in his first 29 appearances and then gives up 2 in the ninth.
Yeah, a very, very disappointing way for that game to end, Vinny. I really thought that the bullpen, Brandon Pfaadt pitched well enough. He wasn't great. He was a little shaky in that inning where he was plunking a couple of batters. But the bullpen, Kyle Backus, it went Backus, Beeks, Thompson. Juan Murillo was fantastic. He struck out the side. They lined it up beautifully for Shelby Miller, and Shelby Miller got. And you can say, okay, look, maybe he was due for that kind of outing. He's been really, really good. But man, oh man, this thing, if Shelby Miller could have, would have, should have, if they could have just closed that out, it would have been a great way to continue momentum and begin this road trip. And now it's that kind of feeling like, uh-oh, here we go again. It's been crazy, the extremes of this baseball season.
Yep, here was Tory Lovullo, the manager, on the blown save.
That's how unforgiving this game is, and it can turn in a second. Shelby just made a couple of bad pitches, and they took advantage of it, and that's what they're capable of doing. They slug and take advantage of those moments. But yeah, you're right. It was we were 2 outs away from winning a baseball game. I thought we played a really good baseball game. We just couldn't close the deal. And also on Shelby Miller bouncing back. I was walking right in front of him coming up here into the clubhouse, and I could tell he was really unhappy. And I like that. I like that when guys flush it. I know they're unhappy. He's going to evaluate it, and he'll get the ball again tomorrow. I'm not worried about Shelby. So we'll see what happens on that. But it was a little bit concerning because there were things statistically that jumped out from that blown save. I'd mentioned 2 home runs. Shelby Miller's kept the ball in the ballpark. Had only given up 1 prior, then gives up 2 home runs in a 6-pitch span. The splits Miller against left-handed hitters, nobody was hitting him, and Barger murdered that ball.
We're going to have a discussion later on about tipping pitches and what it might mean to the Diamondbacks season, because you couldn't avoid that last night. Those 2 hitters, those back-to-back homers. He struck out Schneider on a beautiful called third strike.
He was, and tied him up completely.
Tied him up. And the following 2 hitters just seemed to be sitting on that pitch, and it was like, are you kidding me?
He admitted it afterwards that that's what they were looking for, and that's what they got, and that's what they did with it. Really tough loss.
Yep.
So we talked about the importance of these Toronto games because of the ease of the rest of the road trip.
Yeah.
Comparatively speaking, got to bounce back today with
and now
Eduardo
we're back
Rodriguez.
to being a 500 team.
And again, which Eduardo Rodriguez will show up next? 4:07 first pitch in Game 2 of that series today here on Arizona Sports. Coming up next, is it good or bad for a league when the face of the league gets roughed up and protected? That's what they're talking about in the WNBA. That's what we'll talk about next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to become much more aggressive. When that ball is in the air, no. I'm not going to wait for it to come to me. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to stab him out there and stab the pig out of the air and go get it and pull it down. That ball is mine.
It would be great to see, and I know I'm comparing him to an all-time great here again, which is all that seems to have ever happened in his career, but it'd be great to see him go out and just take balls away from defenders like Randy Moss in his prime.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Ogden Nation.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YREFI34. That's 888-YREFI34. Or go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Luke. When will we actually get some clarity on what's next for Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns? We'll be reacting to the latest KD news at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I mean, is that displacement? I think it is.
Oh, and Marina Mabry's going to get ejected. If the officials saw that, Marina Mabry is going to get ejected.
Well, they're going to go and look at it. Look at Mabry. She's got a scar on one side, a scratch on one side of her face, a scratch on the other side. It's not from the game today. I asked her about it.
That was part of the scene last night in Indianapolis. Caitlyn Clark, the face of the WNBA, make no mistake about it.
Yep.
Gets raked across the face by Marina Mabry. And you watch the replay. If you watch it in real time, it was like, okay, it was basketball. That stuff happens.
Uh-huh.
Caitlyn Clark's reaction said otherwise. Like, what are you doing?
Uh-huh.
Immediately turned around, got into the face of the defender, which caused 3 players from Connecticut to approach her. She gets pushed down. It's a mess. They got to go to the videotape. There's, fouls assessed. Late in the game, in the closing minute of the game, there's a Connecticut player going up for a layup against Sophie Cunningham, former Phoenix Mercury player. And Sophie Cunningham flat out tackles her and creates a melee on the baseline. Everybody's talking about this. Everybody's just, eviscerating the quality of WNBA officiating.
Yeah.
What is clear to me, and it's been clear since the moment she stepped on a WNBA court, the biggest problem the WNBA has is not the officiating. It's players' attitudes toward Caitlyn Clark.
No doubt.
There is such a baked-in jealousy.
That's it. That's the word. That is exactly the word. I've gone back and forth with this because when I saw this play happen last night, I thought, what is the matter with this league? Why do these players, why can't they see past their rage, past their jealousy, past their competitiveness to the way that this one player, Caitlyn Clark, is changing the entire economic model of the entire sport.
Yes.
This is Tiger Woods all over again. I've drawn the analogy and the comparison before when Tiger Woods came on the tour as a black man in a predominantly white sport, as a prodigy who was just everybody's favorite golfer. There was jealousy, and there were people whispering behind his back, and it was really, really stupid. And then finally golfers like, oh, wow, look at how much money we're making. And eventually they kind of saw the light when it came to Tiger. This feels exactly the same. Now, part of me wants to look at this as nothing more than really high-stakes competitive basketball. There's a narrative out here that what happened last night is just proof that the WNBA is now full of dogs, the good kind, great athletes, and is now functioning at a level that this is the Heat on the court in a game. This is the Pistons, the bad boy Pistons against MJ. This is nothing more than hardcore, hard foul basketball, except we know better. We know better from last year, from some of the comments, from a lot of the comments, actually. And it really, and now this is a white girl in a predominantly black sport. So it's the Tiger thing inverted. So there's a racial component. There's a sexuality component. There's all these intersections that are creating what we're watching right now. And at the core of it, you can't get away from the jealousy angle.
No, that's what I always come back to. And if you go back to last year in Caitlyn Clark's rookie season, she did get rough treatment. The jealousy was evident pretty early on. The difference was all the criticism went to her Indiana Fever teammates for not stepping up, not protecting in almost hockey style the investment that they have. I mean, she's the golden goose of the league right now. So Sophie Cunningham's being lauded by a lot of people, and I think rightfully so, for having her teammates back.
Yeah.
And there were a couple things that were, if you watch the replays over and over, the incident where Clark gets poked in the eye at first, and her reaction spurred the counter reaction from the Connecticut players.
Yes.
Especially from Tina Charles, another former Mercury player, who started wagging her finger right in Caitlyn Clark's face. And then when the other teammate came by and pushed Clark down, she kind of backed off and went, oh, wait. What's happening here?
Yeah. And it looked like she got jumped.
In terms of the officiating, the second incident, the Cunningham foul on the breakaway, if you watch the replay and there's a baseline angle where everybody starts to converge and you see an official come in from the left side of the screen and you can... It's starting to get physical. There's personnel running in from both teams, like security personnel running in from both teams. Because Sophie Cunningham had bad intentions. You could tell.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
She went right for the face on 2 occasions. But this official comes in and you see a look of surrender. Like her face changed and she actually moonwalked out of the camera shot. That is a problem.
Wow.
If you can't have an official come in and de-escalate the situation, it's just going to back off. That was telling.
And the takeaway after the game, the post-game press conference was classic because the Fever coach went on a passion diatribe about how you could see this bubbling from the minute the game began. Mm-hmm. They were hounding and being real physical with Caitlyn. And she basically said this league has advanced to the point where the officials we hire can't keep up. They cannot control a basketball game. And that incident you brought up is an example of that. You can't let things get to the level they were last night. So this is, it's amazing to me. And now there's people making the argument that, hey, this is great for the WNBA. Let them fight. Let them throw down.
There's people that feel that way, but in the grand scheme of things, it's things like this that cross over into the mainstream.
Yeah.
This crosses over now into, it's not a niche sport. It's what everybody's talking about because this is the face of this would be like LeBron James getting manhandled as a rookie. That didn't happen. There was a respect involved. There's such a lack of respect
That's what it is.
For Caitlyn Clark right now.
And it's jealousy. And it's jealousy because every athlete that has previously been in the W, they've been on the grind, they've been on the struggle, they've been trying to lift the league, and all they've heard for their entire careers was this has just been funded by the NBA, and without the NBA, this thing would have been sunk years and years and years ago. And then here comes this girl from Iowa, and she signs a $20 million Nike deal before she even plays a game in the W, and the jealousy is thick. It's insane. And yet they're completely ignorant to the fact that Caitlyn Clark may be the face of basketball, not women's basketball, basketball.
Yeah, she's raising the whole profile of the league.
There's nobody in the NBA who's playing home games and so popular that they have to move them to domes.
Yeah.
Caitlyn Clark's doing that. Now, granted, we've seen LeBron for 20 plus years. It's not a novelty. We've seen Steph for 20 plus, or almost whatever is this length of his career. It's not a novelty. But the fact remains, you can make an argument that Caitlyn Clark is the face of basketball for what she's doing to that league. They're now flying private because of her.
Well, that and the Brittany Griner situation.
Well, that too.
Well, and credit to Caitlyn, and we've kind of seen this before, where she is like the ultimate competitor. She's a dog. Last night, after she got fouled and there was the scuffle, she only elevated her game.
Yeah.
And the Fever are one of the better teams in the WNBA now, and it's obviously in large part due to Caitlyn. But man, when it seems like when blank hits the fan, she's a lot better.
Yeah, she's tough. She's got a toughness to her.
Yeah, 100%.
And she's definitely one of them.
Yeah, and it's so elemental. Caitlyn Clark's popularity isn't because she's white, isn't because she's from Iowa, the cornfields of Iowa. All of that has its role in her popularity, but the reason for her popularity is she is the female Steph Curry. Her game is like Steph Curry's.
Yeah.
And it's very, very, very appealing to watch.
Steph Curry, you can't argue the fact that Steph Curry completely changed the way the NBA game is played.
Yep.
Yeah, there was others before him, including the 7 seconds or less Suns had an influence on it, but he changed the way. And Caitlyn Clark is taking that and running with it in the women's game.
And so even if this is really just nothing more than hyper-competitive athletes going at it, it's a real bad look for the WNBA. Because it happened her first season and people, that's just her rookie initiation.
Yeah. But, I mean, the thought was the WNBA has been ill-prepared to, this superstar falls into their lap as a league, exactly what they needed when they needed it, and they've had no idea how to deal with it from a league-wide standpoint.
There's no doubt about that.
Coming up next, Kevin Durant still a Phoenix Sun for how much longer, and what could some of these deals look like in return for the Suns? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and for years, professional athletes would always travel to Europe to benefit from groundbreaking regenerative treatments. Peyton Manning did it, the late great Kobe Bryant did it, a lot of athletes did it, and I remember in real time wondering, why are the athletes going there? Well, that's because regenerative treatments were available in Europe. They weren't available in America, but times have changed. Those treatments are now here. They're in our backyard, and you can find them at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in this exciting exciting new field of non-surgical regeneration. They can deliver you a life free of that joint pain that is bothering you. In fact, if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain in your knees, in your hips, in your shoulders, in your elbows, these treatments come with rave reviews. The patient satisfaction reports are through the roof. Emmett Smith raves about what QC Kinetics has done to help him deal with his joint pain. So if that's you and you're looking for relief, schedule a free consultation. See what these cutting-edge treatments can do for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can get that free consult by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like? Cynthia.
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Light up the summer with two great shows. August 13th, Grammy winner Kev Moe brings that smooth southern soul with special guest Sean Colvin. Then feel the fire with the fierce and fearless Samantha Fish September 13th. 2 unforgettable nights, 1 legendary stage, the Celebrity Theater. Tickets on sale now at celebritytheater.com. Feel the blues. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey. That's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolko with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got walked off by the Blue Jays last night in Toronto as Shelby Miller gave up back-to-back home runs to Bo Bichette and Addison Barger and lost 5-4 as their now 14 blown saves are tied for the National League lead, and they fall right back to 36-36 on the season. The D-backs will look to bounce back in Toronto tonight. First pitch will be at 4:07 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Florida Panthers are still your NHL Stanley Cup winners for the second straight year. They beat the Edmonton Oilers 5-1 in a Game 6 last night, and the Stanley Cup will remain in South Florida. The Phoenix Suns are still navigating a landing spot for star Kevin Durant. Will it be Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota, Miami, or elsewhere? For more on Durant and the Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
The most warming moment in basketball in the last year and a half or so was the Olympics, in which the three old guys, Durant and Curry and LeBron, were great. They were simply great. They beat the world. They got the gold medals. It was a lovely, lovely moment. Two of those guys seem content with their lives, Curry and LeBron. I mean, maybe not content, but they're not looking to move. Kevin Durant is so miserable. He's been miserable for years. He's miserable again. Now he's trying to orchestrate where he ends up for however many years he has left.
That's Tony Kornheiser on his podcast talking about the Kevin Durant situation. He also asked, Tim Legler was the guest at that point, asked Legs if KD is still worth it. And Legler said yes, in the right spot. I want to start with what Tony Kornheiser said there. It's kind of a basis. Look, we're all waiting for this trade to go down, right?
Okay.
I am fully on board with the Kevin Durant era ending in Phoenix.
Me
I
too.
think he needs to move on.
Me too.
I think the Suns need to move on. I don't think that's an accurate depiction of what is really happening with Kevin Durant.
No, not right now.
Now, if you wanted to call Kevin Durant miserable earlier, as Charles Barkley did famously on this show a few years ago when he was still a member of the Brooklyn Nets, that might be a little bit more fair. I don't think Kevin Durant has been miserable or any more miserable than he could have been described in the past.
Yeah.
And he's reacting to what the Phoenix Suns did at the trade deadline. They made it clear they didn't want him at that point.
Right.
And he wasn't ready to move at the drop of a hat. So yeah, now as a respected veteran in this league, why shouldn't he be able to orchestrate where he lands? There should be some level of cooperation. We've talked about it a lot. I love Tony Kornheiser. I just didn't think that was necessarily the most fair setup.
No, listen,
there.
I don't think that's at all what's been happening so far. I think up till now, Kevin Durant's been really, really good at staying out of the fray, at not making a mess the way that Jimmy Butler did. I like Kevin O'Connor's word better. He used the word mopey, and I think that better nails what KD can be than miserable does, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's like, I remember this, like, I draw this comparison with my kids all the time. There was a time when my youngest hated going anywhere. So if we needed to go somewhere as a family, we thought we'd have a great time out, he'd always be in the back seat, mopey.
Like Kevin Durant of the family.
Pull down the culture, pull down the fun. The KD of the family, right? So, and I bring this up because in this particular instance with Kevin Durant, I think that a lot of people who are now just kind of coming into this story are going, oh, look, KD wants out again. It's far more nuanced than that.
Yes.
This isn't KD just going, I'm done here, get me out of here.
Look, last year at this time, the Suns disappointed, underachieved. They got swept in the playoffs. The talk as late as November from the owner of the franchise was, oh, he's getting a contract extension.
Yeah.
We're keeping him here.
Yeah.
That changed.
Yeah.
So I don't pin the mopiness or miserableness. I mean, miserable guys don't get lauded by the NBA for their cooperation with the media. Kevin Durant won that award this year.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
All right. So
but the bigger issue now is what is the end game here? How can you affect the desired end you want? Because we know from Sam Amick's reporting that KD's number one choice is San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
But the Spurs are laughing when the Suns call because the Suns are saying, let's start with Stephon Castle or the number 2 pick.
Here was Kirk Goldsberry on Zach Lowe's podcast.
So I know our friends in San Antonio think the price is too high. And in the original discussions, including the number 2 pick and or Stephon Castle, are not going very well on the Spurs end of the telephone. I can tell you that.
Nor should they. That's got to be your starting point if you're the Suns. You ask for the moon, you settle for less.
Yep.
That's the way these negotiations work. But these other deals that are out there, including the Toronto deal, which Toronto's not on Kevin Durant's list, they might be the most aggressive team. Them and Minnesota might be the most aggressive teams in all of this. But here was Burns and Gambo reacting to the rumored Toronto deal.
I hate the Toronto deal. The only thing you like is the 9th pick. So I talked to an NBA executive on another team today. He said it's a 2-player draft. It's Flagg and Harper. Then it's 2 to 8. Your next round is 2 to 8. After 8, 9 and 17 are the same similar players. They're similar players. What you would get at 9, what you would get at 14, what you would get at 17 is a similar player. The Toronto deal is one I don't like at all. If they make the Toronto deal, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't like the deal. I think it's a terrible deal.
Pirtle, Barrett, quickly in a draft pick?
Now, hold on. You can't do that. That doesn't line up. You can't get Barrett and Quickly.
It would be Quickly or Barrett.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So
I would prefer Quickly.
Yeah,
same here.
Yeah. I would like it. I mean, Emmanuel Quickly is still a young point guard. Jakob Poeltl, although not a superstar center, has been very manageable for the last 4 to 5 years.
He's solid defensively. He shoots a high percentage. You don't get any floor stretching with Jakob Poeltl. He doesn't shoot threes, but
I don't mind that Toronto deal. With due respect to Gamble, I don't see what's to hate there.
Mm-hmm.
And to say the 9th pick is like it's a 2-player draft, sure, those 2 players are the best players in the draft. But if we're talking about Derek Queen at number 9, sign me up.
I would love to know who that executive Gambo was talking to us. It says this is a 2-player draft. Is that just an executive putting his feet up on the table and saying, we're done? We don't have a top 2 pick. You can find players. I hate that thinking. Oh, it's a terrible draft. Go through every draft and you find these diamonds in the rough that teams identify. And several of them are playing in the NBA Finals right now. Lou Dort wasn't drafted.
Right. That's overly simplistic. I agree with you wholeheartedly. So, and the Minnesota deal, it doesn't look bad to me either. Although I do have the words of Kellen Olson in my head. It's you've got to have a youthful component to this. So if the soft rebuild doesn't work, you've got some assets to pivot to the long rebuild.
Yeah. And I think what else is going to hinder this and maybe drag this out longer than it probably needs to be dragged out is this timeline thinking for young teams. The timeline of the Houston Rockets, the timeline of the San Antonio Spurs. Think, Kevin Durant doesn't fit our championship timeline. Are you kidding me?
That's nonsense. That's nonsense.
Are you going for it or are you not? And the only example recently, if Oklahoma City wins tomorrow night, that's an example of a team that was on the same timeline coming together and gelling. Young teams like this don't win championships. This is an outlier. Every team. I mean, the Boston Celtics won last year. You think Al Horford coming back to Boston fit their timeline with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum and Drew Holiday? No, they're all different ages.
And then you also got to wonder, what's KD's mindset? We talk about, all right, is there a need for the Suns to have to work with KD? Well, it's true on the other end as well. And the idea that KD doesn't want to go to Minnesota, what's that all about?
Mm-hmm.
Is that because he doesn't want to make things easy for the Suns, or that he just thinks I should be able to go where I want to go?
I would tend to think at this point of the process, it's the latter. They tried to trade me. They pulled me back. They said we were going to work together. Let's work together. That's the way it strikes me now. Of course, no inside knowledge there. Coming up next, a key question has to be asked about the Arizona Diamondbacks pitching staff. And we'll ask it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're hurt in an accident, it's important that you get medical treatment right away and then call the attorneys at Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. So often people get hurt and their busy lives prevent them from getting checked out even though they're in pain. It's critical you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with your medical care, your car, and getting the most money for your injuries. Don't pay until they win your case. Sweet James, 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Or online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Happy birthday, America! And my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. We're talking 25% off everything in-store and online now through June 26th. So here's the move, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to assetpreservationwealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can Eduardo Rodriguez keep his string of great starts going tonight? We'll preview Game 2 of D-backs Blue Jays starting at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That's a deep drive to left. And Bo Bichette has tied the game at 4. Just hammered it out over the left field wall for his 9th home run of the season. And just a killer for the Diamondbacks as we are knotted up at 4 aside. Archer 1 for 4 with a double. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on. That's a high, deep drive to right field, and that's your ball game. 2 batters, 2 homers. The Blue Jays erase a 1-run deficit, and they walk it off in the series opener. Your final score is 5-4.
Here we go again. Diamondbacks, Shelby Miller blows the save, 2 home runs in the 9th. You heard him right there. Chris Garagiola on the calls. This road trip opens up with a painful 5-4 loss. And the question that needs to be asked, and it's not specific to Shelby Miller, although he's under the microscope right now, because this came up with Brandon Pfaadt in that game against Washington where he couldn't get anybody out.
Yep.
It's come up a couple of other times.
Eduardo Rodriguez it came up with.
Eduardo Rodriguez.
And
That
I
was,
think Zach
that was his
Gallen.
return start, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And Zach Gallen.
And Zach Gallen. So,
4 occasions now where people are wondering, due to game circumstances, splits, all of these things, are Diamondbacks pitchers tipping their pitches?
It's an interesting question because Shelby Miller, the end of yesterday's game was very, very jarring. He looked great against the first hitter, then threw a couple of splitters, and they were destroyed as if they knew exactly what was coming. And you listen, tipping pitches, it is such. I think fans would be astounded at how elite some baseball men are at being able to find cues and little things. And then you have to ask about Brian Kaplan, the new pitching coach who came here with rave reviews, and everybody was so happy, and it almost was like Brent Strom was kind of scapegoated a little bit for what happened last year. And this is the 4th time now where this might be an issue with Diamondbacks pitchers.
Yeah.
You got to wonder.
Jose Romero was covering the game for AZ Central in Toronto, and his lead paragraph is kind of paints a picture. Maybe Shelby Miller's good run was due to end. The Diamondbacks closer was unscored upon in 8 straight outings. He'd held hitters to an .095 average against his splitter, and left-handed hitters were batting .080 against him. And a left-handed hitter hit a splitter out of the ballpark to win the ball game. Maybe it's and the first sentence that Jose writes is maybe the case. Maybe it's due to end. Shelby Miller, I don't think anybody would call him an elite closer. He's been very good for the Diamondbacks this year.
Yeah.
But when you talk about the frequency of these types of outings, I think it's a fair question to ask. And they have to be asking it internally and trying to get to the bottom of it. Like they did with the Brandon Pfaadt situation after the Washington game. He's not really been the same pitcher since then. He's had better performances than that nightmare inning he had at Chase Field. But he doesn't. His strikeout numbers are way down. He looked shaky again. He hit 3 batters last night.
Yeah, his sweeper pitch has been really, really alarmingly bad at times, and he's been really hit hard. Yesterday, he gave up a massive home run to Vlad Guerrero Jr. He gave up a massive foul ball that was a 4th deck shot. And so, yes, teams are barreling him up at a level that's a little bit alarming.
I had that same reaction to that foul ball where that landed and the fan that caught it. First of all, great crowd in Toronto.
Oh, my goodness. For somebody to sit that high up, yeah, I know, right?
But it was like, wow, that is way up there.
Yeah. I'm like, I hope KD's watching this game going, wow, Toronto looks like a great sports city.
It is an amazing sports city. They love their Raptors.
Listen, when Brian Kaplan was hired, he was hired for the unique background that emphasized health and performance. How would you categorize the Diamondbacks pitching staff's health and performance this year?
I would say it's fallen a little bit short.
A little bit short of expectations. And the other thing with tipping pitches is you got to have a guy on your staff that can spot the opponent, but you've got to self-scout yourself. You've got to be able to go, okay, all right, that hitter was way too on that pitch. That was not natural.
And that's not an easy thing to do.
No.
And outside of, the baseball world, when you tell somebody something like, hey, did you know you do this a lot? And it kind of bothers me. They're like, I do.
I do? Wow.
People don't self-scout.
Yeah, right.
Teams do self-scout, but it's a really difficult exercise to go through because part of reaching the major leagues is mastering your activity over and over and over again.
Yes.
From release points, it could be as simple as that. Here was Tory Lovullo after the game on the overall pitching performance.
There's definitely a plan against them, and I thought, Brandon went out there and did a really nice job, and we just kept handing it off in the bullpen, and it was looking really good. And we had our closer in the game. He's a very trusted closer, and he'll get the ball again tomorrow, and he'll probably have a really good day of execution. Today was just one of those days.
But now 14 blown saves, and not all of them on Shelby Miller's resume. No. Obviously, with the injuries, different guys have had opportunities for save situations and not come through. But it's never going to be, as far as I see it, the bullpen is not going to be a strength the rest of the way unless these guys overachieve, and they're just not doing that on a regular basis right now.
You listen, and the state of the starting rotation, you've been concerned about Brandon Pfaadt for a while now. I'm starting to get on that train a little bit here because I assumed he was going to get back into a dominant lane, and there's no more margin for error with this Diamondbacks rotation. Right?
No,
they're down,
and really no room for any more injury.
Exactly. So this is really, really a perilous time for this baseball team. Yesterday's game was yet another sucker punch defeat. The way the bullpen had lined that game up for Shelby Miller, I thought was, okay, this is sturdy. This is going to be another really solid win, and until it wasn't. And it all changed in the matter of about 15 seconds. So it's life with this baseball team. The extremes are unlike anything I've seen from this team in quite some time.
Yeah, on Pfaadt, his last 6 starts, that started with actually a win in L.A. on May 19th over the Dodgers. But I think Sammy asked the question yesterday in the reboot, north or south of 5 strikeouts. We went south. He has had 5 strikeouts once in his last 6 outings. In fact, he's only got 14 strikeouts in his last 6 starts combined. Now, he's not a huge strikeout pitcher, but he's shown that ability, especially with the sweeper in the past, as an out pitch.
Yeah.
That's not there. His ERA over that stretch is 8.76. But Tory Lovullo still thought after the 5-inning outing yesterday from Pfaadt that he did make some progress.
I thought so. He was throwing a little bit of a cut fastball, and he was in the pocket. He was in the zone. I know there were some misses that looked like they were not close, but sometimes there's a little bit of intent to evacuate the zone. But overall, I thought Brandon did a good job. Pitched into the 6th inning, and continues to work hard and make a lot of progress.
Yeah, so we'll see if there is indeed progress. But I agree with you. There's not a lot of wiggle room on this staff. So
listen, the team badly needs Eduardo Rodriguez to be really, really good. Not just today, but every start going forward. It's really it's the only way out of this thing.
Yep, Diamondbacks and Blue Jays continue that series. A little after 4 o'clock is the first pitch here on Arizona Sports. Coming up next, we hit the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot with Sammy Sabolka. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got a great reputation for making luxury attainable, and I'm proof. They've got an incredible reputation for overserving all of their customers and making them feel like family. And from Ted Chapman all the way down, everything they do is elite. And once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center, staffed by BMW certified technicians, ensures your vehicle is going to receive expert care. And this is what it looks like. It means they'll pick you up if your car needs service, or you can opt for mobile service at your home. If you can't wait in one of their luxurious lounges, they'll give you a ride wherever you need to go, or you can just drive away in one of their loaner cars. Further proof of why, if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. That's what you'll get from Chapman BMW. You can find them in Chandler or on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix. Those 2 locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find. And when you need maintenance, they are where the ultimate driving machine meets the ultimate service experience. Remember, you can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Sports. How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 5-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got walked off by the Blue Jays last night in Toronto as Shelby Miller gave up back-to-back home runs to Bo Bichette and Addison Barger to lose 5-4, and now their 14 blown saves are tied for the National League lead, and they fall right back to exactly 500 on the season. The D-backs will look to bounce back in Toronto tonight. First pitch will be at 4:07, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Florida Panthers are your NHL Stanley Cup winners for the second straight year. They beat the Edmonton Oilers 5-1 in Game 6 last night, and the Stanley stay in South Florida will be getting an extension. The Phoenix Suns are still trying to find a landing spot for star Kevin Durant. Will it be the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, Minnesota Timberwolves, Miami Heat, or somewhere else? For more on Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Morata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:31 on Hump Day Wednesday. And guys, got an update. Jarrett did get on his plane. So he made it.
Yeah, but the question is, which plane?
What do you mean?
Well,
the original one?
Because he bought discount tickets from some
fly-by-night
operation
I
They
heard,
claimed he was going to get his tickets by midnight last night, which was just a matter of 7. He done messed up. Is
all
what
I
I'm
know
saying.
is I got a text saying he got on the plane, and after yesterday's show, he was in one of the offices, and he was pacing back and forth on the phone. So I'm just glad he's on the plane.
Yeah. You know what? You know who's sweating right now? That all-inclusive resort.
Oh, yeah.
When he gets there, they're never going to be the same.
All-inclusive resorts hate to see Jarrett Carter.
No doubt.
But we start the reboot with none other than Kevin Durant, where he'll go, which team he'll be traded to. And there's a lot of speculation on what the Suns might be getting back and what teams might be getting in Kevin Durant. Here is ESPN's Tim Legler on if Kevin Durant can still be a championship-type player for these teams.
I think in a particular setting at this stage of his career, I think it probably still would be worth it to the organization that brings him in, because I still think he's like that talented of a scorer. He's got to have a certain infrastructure around him, and it can be mostly his show, and have a great defensive team around him, and I think it can work.
So I'm going to run through 3 teams with you guys on if Kevin Durant will get them over the top or make them a finals contender, per se. So if you're Houston first, is giving up Jalen Green, Jabari Smith, Reed Shepherd, and the 10th overall pick worth doing for the Rockets, and is Kevin Durant going to get you to where you want to be, do you think?
I mean, I think there's a good chance that elevation could happen there, because that team, even without Green, still have Şengün there, who's a big offensive threat.
Amen Thompson,
who's, I think, a rising superstar in this league. I would lean towards yes. And when I say yes, maybe. Nobody knows the future, obviously, but I think that's a good fit for him.
So I wonder, what do the Rockets not want to give up? Is it they don't want to give up Dylan Brooks? Do they not want to give up Reed Shepherd?
They don't want to give up Thompson.
Him and Şengün are going any place.
Untouchables.
They're untouchables.
Yeah. I think it's Reed Shepherd in the fact that Fred VanVleet will likely not be on their team for after next year.
Point.
So I think they want Reed to kind of take the ship after Fred's gone. But I think that's where the rubber's meeting the road for them.
All right, so we're both leaning towards yes on Houston.
Okay. San Antonio is caving and giving up a little more than San Antonio would like to give up, and that's probably including Vassell, Sohan, Barnes in the 14th pick. Is that worth it for Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs?
Oh, I think it would be for the Spurs. Yeah, I think that package doesn't do much for the Suns.
Sure.
But just looking at the one direction of Durant to San Antonio, definitely makes them a playoff team.
Yep.
I don't think they're a championship contender.
Unless Wembanyama becomes that guy. And he's close.
It very well could happen.
Mm-hmm.
All right, our last one we'll do today is Minnesota. You'd part ways with Gobert, who's your defensive anchor, DiVincenzo, who's a sniper of a shooter, Rob Dillingham, maybe the point guard next year as Mike Conley ages out, and your 17th overall pick. Would that be worth it in making Anthony Edwards happy and getting his favorite player?
I mean, I do like the fit for KD. I can't say with any confidence, though, that subtracting Rudy Gobert from the middle of that defense makes them a better team.
And
if you look at that center position over the last 2 years, when they played the Suns and swept the Suns in the playoffs, they had Gobert, Towns, and Naz Reid.
Mm-hmm.
In this scenario, all 3 of those guys might be gone, and they're all 3 important players. So I'm not sure I can say yes on that, though.
Yeah, Chris Finch, in an interview he just did, left no doubt he thinks that both Julius Randle is definitely going to be back next year, and so will Naz Reid with the Timberwolves. He said the team is going to pay both. But now it might just be Coach Yapper.
Posturing.
Sure. Right.
Yeah, because everything I had read was yes on Randall, maybe
on Naz.
Yeah. Even if he comes back, he's going to opt out and test the market and still have the opportunity to re-sign.
All right, so it sounds as though in all 3 of those teams from Houston, they'd be, I think, immediate contender.
Yes.
San Antonio, dependent on Wembanyama's leap and what Fox can bring. And then lastly, for Minnesota, I think we're all in agreement that losing Gobert would kind of diminish what Minnesota is.
But then again, they never reached the ultimate goal with Gobert either. So.
No doubt. Last night, D-backs fans were 2 outs away from starting the road trip with a big smile on their face. And that quickly turned into a frown or for myself, throwing things across the room. Shelby Miller gave up back-to-back home runs. The Blue Jays walked it off, and here was Tory after the game about the pitching.
There's definitely a plan against them, and I thought, Brandon went out there and did a really nice job, and we just kept handing it off in the bullpen, and it was looking really good. And we had our closer in the game. He's a very trusted closer, and he'll get the ball again tomorrow, and he'll probably have a really good day of execution. Today was just one of those days.
See, I really liked Tory saying he'll get the ball again tomorrow, in that he recognizes Shelby Miller's been good for them, maybe not great, but having confidence in his right now closer. But I want to focus on the tone of the road trip kind of flipping last night. How important is tonight's game now for the tone of the entire road trip?
Huge. Absolutely huge. I think Tory Lovullo's confidence in Shelby Miller is also echoed by the fact that he ain't got a lot of options.
This is exactly where I was going. What right now, what's your other option? Juan Murillo?
Where he looked yesterday, maybe.
I mean, he's looked great, but he's also looked shaky at times, too. Shelby Miller is the guy right now.
Yeah, and when you put Juan Murillo in that role, everything changes, as you know. Yes. There's no denying that. Yeah, I think all of that. I don't know if you guys saw on social media, this stuff has become kind of cliche over the years, particularly after football games, particularly with Cowboys fans. But a Diamondbacks fan posted a picture of his broken television and said, after those back-to-back home runs, they threw the remote, broke the TV, my wife left with the kids, went and got a hotel room, said, I'm sick of you in this sports obsession. And he concluded by saying, the Diamondbacks bullpen is ruining my life.
I saw that tweet.
You saw that?
Yeah. I didn't see it.
And again, I don't know how real this is, because the broken TVs have been quite a gag now.
Sure.
On social media.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it starts with Erod tonight, in that if we get another nice outing from him, kind of the bullpen worked hard last night. Almost everyone in that pen pitched meaningful innings.
They got to where they wanted to be, and they were 2 outs away from completing the mission.
Yeah. So just earlier this week, we've heard both Mike Hazen and Ken Kendrick not really wanting to be sellers at the deadline unless they're forced to. They use that word. And I'm playing the optimist in saying that I think if the Diamondbacks continue to win, they could be buyers. How would you rank these 4 things in terms of if they were to buy what they would really need? So bullpen arm or arms, another starting pitcher, adding a power bat, or something else to fill out the lineup. How would you rank those 4?
I would rank them 1, relief help, 2, relief help, 3, relief help, and 4, relief help.
It's all pitching.
It's got to be.
It's all pitching. It can't be anything else.
Maybe a starter. It's outside of my sarcasm.
Right. But the problem is nobody is really giving up what the Diamondbacks need until you get right at the deadline. And even then, what are the Diamondbacks going to give up? I suppose they've got some pieces they could trade.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, when I don't even want to put it out in the ether, but here it goes. When you ask about adding a power bat or a position player, the potential of this offense is still off the charts. We agree with that, correct?
Yes.
They have avoided injury to position players like nobody's business. Outside of the Marte injury, there's been nothing sustained. You're holding your breath. I mean, Perdomo on Sunday, that play up the middle where he lands weird on the wrist. Mm-hmm. And yesterday, scratching Moreno from the lineup with the hand issue again.
Yeah. I think them adding a power bat would kind of just be them pushing all their chips into trying to score more runs than the other team. If that's what they decide to do.
There is that alternate thinking. If they can't get enough bullpen help, that might become the challenge. Is, hey, we got to outscore everybody. Hard to do in baseball.
Hard to do.
All about it.
Yeah.
All right, that's the reboot every morning at 7:30. Jarrett, we hope we give our best to the all-inclusive resort. Good luck.
Except for the people who have to clean the pool at the resort of Jarrett's back hair.
I don't even want to think about it. Jarrett, go relax. Go relax.
Yo.
If anybody needs relaxation, it's him. The way you said he was pacing around the office.
Man.
He was on pins and needles starting early Monday morning.
Yeah.
Because I did my normal Monday morning. The TV remote was missing. Nothing was working. So I sent a message to Jarrett, and he's like, I hope the morning gets better. I've been really stressed out today, too. And then I asked him what was going on. And I've been on the phone since 3:30 this morning. I said, Jarrett, where did you buy airplane tickets And you were talking to a customer service rep at 3:30 in the morning.
That was the red flag right away. You spotted that a million miles away.
Yep. All right, there you guys go.
All right, thank you,
thanks,
Sammy.
Coming up next, remember the good old days when professional athletes were applauded for playing through injury? What happened to those days? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famer's trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There are a lot of teams that are interested in getting Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and ArizonaSports.com.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated, and the lawyer you choose needs to be equipped to handle them. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text shoes to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Bunker to Bunkers Golf Tour is kicking off their summer swing at Verado Golf Club's Founders Course on Saturday morning, June 21st. Benefiting the Arnie's Army Charitable Foundation, Bunker to Bunkers two-person scramble is loaded with breakfast, team competitions, a huge raffle, awards, and even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Come enjoy an unforgettable day of golf with your friends. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Blue Jays hit back-to-back home runs to walk off Shelby Miller and the Diamondbacks. Eugenio Suarez says the D-backs' mentality is to win, not to give the front office a chance to make trades. And the Arizona State Senate could vote soon on a revised Chase Field bill. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
The belief is that Tyrese Haliburton has strained his right calf, and I'm told he will undergo an MRI to determine the exact severity of this strain. And remember, this is the same leg that he had ankle soreness in last week. He was adamant after Game 5 that he would be playing in Thursday's Game 6 of the NBA Finals. It is the NBA Finals, but it was described to me today that if this were the regular season, or even the first round, there's doubt that he would play. So
that's Shams Charania from ESPN updating the Tyrese Haliburton situation. MRI today to determine the severity of that calf strain that he re-aggravated in Game 5 of the NBA Finals. Obviously, he's going to be, even if he plays, it's going to be under 100%. Rick Carlisle getting some criticism maybe for even playing Tyrese Haliburton in Game 5. I am of the belief, and call me old school, call me an old man, whatever. When you get to this point of any playoff run or any championship quest, and you have players that are willing to play through injury, and they're key players, maybe your best player, you have to applaud that.
Again, this is I don't know if it's old school or whether or not this is just a new age thing, but it's driving me nuts as well. Once upon a time, the NBA playoff legacies and the NBA playoff lore was partly defined by this, by athletes digging deep, grinding through injuries when everything isn't ideal, and turning in really gutsy performances. You can rattle them off. Willis Reed coming out of the tunnel at Madison Square Garden. Michael Jordan and the quote-unquote flu game in Salt Lake City. And Giannis against the Suns in the NBA Finals after that injury he had. This is something that used to be celebrated, and now you're getting media members ripping Tyrese Haliburton for trying to gut through Game 6, Game 5.
Here might have been the loudest voice, FS1's Emmanuel Acho.
I'm not going to applaud you for playing hurt. Most selfish thing I've seen Tyrese Haliburton do is try to play hurt. Because he tried to be a hero. Oftentimes in basketball and sports and even in this culture, we have this machismo alpha male idea of, I'm going to put the whole team on my back. No, what you did last night was put the whole L on your back, Tyrese Haliburton. Because your backup, McConnell, was the only player I would suggest that had a legitimate plus-minus. Shout out to Benedict as well. In that game, McConnell had the second most points scored in that game. But you, Tyrese Haliburton, thought that you were going to be a god. You were going to be a hero. You said if you could walk, that you were going to walk on that court. You should have walked your butt to the back end of the bench.
That is about as ridiculous of a hot take as you're ever going to hear. And I really wonder whether or not Emmanuel Acho even watched that game, because when you watched...
He was playing solitaire.
Oh. Tyrese Haliburton, I don't think he took a shot in the second half.
I took one.
Okay, he took one.
One shot, 4 of 4 from the free throw line. And by the way, gutted through 17 minutes and 15 seconds, which was the most playing time on the Pacers in the second half of that game.
Okay.
And in those minutes, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 points, was a +3. He talked about McConnell, who was very instrumental in keeping the Pacers in the game. He had 13 points in the second half. He was a +4 in the second half. And he also called out Mathurin, who was a +7. I think that was a happenstance +7 because Mathurin was not good in that game.
Yeah, listen, I thought Tyrese Haliburton, I understood why the halftime show kind of fixated on this, because he was not good at all in the first half. I thought he did little things that helped the Pacers walk down that lead. And they were a few rebounds away from having a chance to tie that game. So the idea that he was trying to be a hero, that doesn't wash with me at all. He wasn't shooting. He wasn't doing anything to try to be a hero other than to do something to help his team win. And on top of it all, Rick Carlisle, it's up to him to take a guy out of a game.
Yeah. T.J. McConnell has been really good in this series.
Yeah.
But you have to gauge it, and we don't know what the results of this MRI. It might not be possible for Tyrese Haliburton to play. They might find something in that calf strain that's more severe that keeps him out. But if he is deemed good to go, less than 100%,
Mm-hmm.
Are you better off as Indiana with McConnell not being a change of pace point guard, but being a guy that you have to play 30-plus minutes in a game, or keeping McConnell in that role and letting Haliburton try to feel his way through maybe 25 to 30 minutes in the game? Here's Kendrick Perkins.
I'm going to give him some advice early. If they saying it's a calf strain, sit out. Same advice I gave to Kevin Durant my first year working at ESPN and covering the finals. You remember that, Wendy?
I do, very clearly.
Bob Myers was the GM.
Sadly.
Bob was actually mad at me for that because I told him, forget what the franchise is telling you, sit out. And then what happened a few games later when Kevin Durant came back?
You were saying it that day.
That day, he tore his Achilles, and that's how severe it is. So, I would rather him, his health is more important, but you can't go out there in the NBA Finals against this Oklahoma City Thunder team and if you're not 100% or even close to 100%.
But the way the media operates and the way the public operates in this social media age is if you're a player in this situation with high stakes on the line, you are damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Kevin Durant specifically would have been raked over the coals had he not tried to get back and play in the finals. It was a disaster for him in that series. Obviously, the Klay Thompson injury in that series for Golden State contributed as well, but he also missed a year of his career because he made the decision that he wanted to be out there for his team, and I will never fault a player for that. But if he didn't play, he would have been criticized just the same. Look at the Suns series against the Denver Nuggets in KD's first year. They're tied 2-2. Chris Paul gets hurt, and that was kind of an annual occurrence for the Suns in the postseason. But do you remember, and look, we talked about it on this show, the criticism lobbed toward DeAndre Ayton for not playing in that deciding game against Denver?
Oh, yeah.
There was a lot of mystery about, it was deemed he couldn't play. And he didn't play, and he got raked over the coals. Had he played and been non-effective and, Jokic scores 40 points and grabs 15 rebounds against him, he would have been raked over the coals for that too. You can't win in that situation as an athlete.
No, and listen, I think there's something to be said for if this is indeed a calf strain, then there does have to be some caution exercised by Tyrese Haliburton. But there's some people who are really doubting that that's the proper diagnosis, because I read somewhere that somebody charted the last 23 calf strains in the NBA this past season. Only one of them did a guy get back within 3 days. So if you have a calf strain, there's no quick turnaround. You're going to miss time.
Yeah.
So this might be something close, but not the same. He's going to get tested for the severity of it. I'm sure they'll weigh all of that.
But again, you have to consider the level of caution that exists in the NBA.
Yeah.
None of those 23 calf strains happened during the NBA Finals.
That's
with
right.
Your team facing
That's
elimination.
Right. But the fact that this used to be celebrated and now it's just another way to barbecue a player, it's crazy to me.
Do you think the Pacers can win Game 6 tomorrow night if Haliburton doesn't play?
No, I do not. Listen, I don't think they'll get blown out, but I don't think they can beat that Thunder team without Tyrese Haliburton.
I mean, they would need more from a lot of guys who haven't done much offensively. Nembhard. I mean, Matherin's been up and down in this series.
Matherin would have to have a huge game. Nembhard would have to have a huge game. Neesmith, they'd all have to come up huge.
Yeah. But, man, I feel bad for Tyrese Haliburton.
Yes.
As someone that strained their calf, it does not feel good.
No.
Oh, no.
No.
It's not fun.
How much time did you miss?
Man, I did have some men's league basketball games I had to miss.
Where's your commitment to the team, Savoca?
Hey, I was out there last night. We were fine. We were back. Summer season.
Coming up next, we hit the second half of the Wednesday edition with the Bickley Blast.
Fire.
Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. You've seen his face on billboards, Valley buses, television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name. It's a fun brand. But when you are hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win, and they are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They are the heavy-hitting firm you need when dealing with the insurance company. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They have a full in-house trial team, and that trial experience gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which means they not only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in Arizona. And remember this, having the right attorney is essential. It can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James. Do not settle for less. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing. Because, we all have bills and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sport stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got walked off by the Blue Jays last night in Toronto as Shelby Miller gave up back-to-back home runs in the bottom of the ninth, and they lost 5-4 as their now 14 blown saves are tied for the National League lead, and they fall right back to exactly 500 on the season. The D-backs will look to bounce back tonight in Toronto. First pitch will be at 4:07 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are still trying to find a landing spot for star Kevin Durant. Will it be in Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota, Miami, or elsewhere? For more on Durant and the Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com. And the Florida Panthers are your NHL Stanley Cup winners for the second straight year. They beat the Edmonton Oilers 5-1. In Game 6 last night, and the Stanley Cup is staying in South Beach. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Like him or not, Kevin Durant has handled his final chapter in Phoenix with a lot of class and a lot of professionalism. Will that change in the near future? Will he become an obstructionist to a potential deal with Minnesota or Toronto, forcing the Suns to take a lesser offer elsewhere? And how will fans feel if the Suns get fleeced because Durant wouldn't play for a team that reached the Western Conference Finals 2 years running? Will Durant become the enemy in Phoenix, subject to the same kind of treatment he currently gets in Oklahoma City? Either way, it's becoming quite clear this divorce might get messy. Now, can the Suns talk KD into going to Minnesota? I'm guessing no. In fact, Mark Spears just reported that Anthony Edwards is not going to get involved and attempt to change KD's mind. And if KD doesn't want the Timberwolves, I'm guessing he's not changing his mind about Toronto. So what can the Suns do to get Houston or San Antonio to come correct? Maybe the Suns need to announce that this isn't the final chapter, that KD is off the market and part of their team moving forward. That will give them something to think about if the Suns have the stomach for that kind of high-stakes poker. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Ant-Man, and you were in the Olympics. We were there. Katie and Ant-Man were joined at the hip the whole time. So I think a lot of people are wondering, is Ant-Man trying to recruit him? What is he doing? I heard Ant-Man's in Atlanta working on his game, eating lemon pepper wings. He's not involved. He's not trying to change his mind. He's been in the Western Conference 2 times in a row. The team's really good. So if Katie doesn't want to come, I think he's respecting that and don't expect him to fly to L.A. to try to change his mind.
Come on, Ant. Don't you want to play with your idol?
Yeah. I'm sure Anthony Edwards is very not happy about this, but I also don't think Anthony Edwards sees himself as an inferior to the point where he's going to go begging for Kevin Durant.
No. Man, we haven't heard about lemon pepper wings in Atlanta since the bubble.
Pepper wings. Yeah, how about it?
Lou Williams,
the lemon pepper wings.
Dream City. What was
something
what
like
was
that?
Called?
Mm-hmm.
Lemon pepper.
The lemon pepper wings.
Look, they say in life, don't ever meet your heroes. I wonder if there's an element from Anthony Edwards' side. Look, I love the guy. He's my favorite player of all time. Do I want to play with him? Do I want to jeopardize what I feel and think about Kevin Durant? I don't know. I think everything's on the table right now. But
yeah.
For Anthony Edwards not trying to recruit, which recruitment is a big thing in today's NBA and in all professional sports. Yeah. When there's somebody that's available, that happens. Now you're pulling him off the market, making the announcement.
You'd have to have an iron stomach and iron nerve to do something like that.
Yeah.
But it would change the dynamics. It would change the calculus. Because then KD would have to declare whether he's cool with that.
Well, you create scarcity.
You create
urgency.
Uh-huh.
If Anthony Edwards were just kind of hell-bent on recruiting KD, getting him to Minnesota, I want to play with my favorite player, and he was verbal about that to Minnesota, then I think there would be a lot more push from their camp to be like, Suns, what would it take for you to kind of look the other way with Durant's feelings?
Yeah, but remember your perception after Minnesota got eliminated in the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
you thought Anthony Edwards' response was kind of a laissez-faire.
Very much so.
Like, I'm going to get back here again. I'm not
With a
broken
different
up
set of
about
cats.
this.
I ain't broken up. Better things are coming.
And you kind of speculated, he knew KD was on the way.
Mm-hmm.
And this flies in the face of that, which I find interesting.
Yeah, or maybe he was expecting the Timberwolves to make that happen, and he'd never even fathomed that KD wouldn't be willing to come there because Minnesota was involved at the trade deadline last season.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, so I don't know how they're going to generate leverage. That is a way to do it. If you kind of say, okay, you know what, you'd have to really play it off though.
Well,
because then you're going to get KD's attention, and then maybe they get worried. Are they serious? Are they really going to run it back?
That might be the end result in this whole thing, but maybe not by choice. And I want to play this again for you.
Right.
This is Brian Windhorst from ESPN appearing on a radio show on ESPN Cleveland.
It's a real stare down. Desmond Bane got traded for 4 first-round picks, and I see people saying, "Oh my God, if Desmond Bane gets traded for 4 first-round picks, Kevin Durant's got to get 6 first-round picks." No, you're not going to get that great of a package because the team paying for it isn't sure what Durant's going to do necessarily. And the teams that Durant wants to go to, Houston and San Antonio, for example, they're leery of paying a huge amount for a 37-year-old. Their whole teams are in their early to mid-20s.
Right.
So you don't have alignment in making everybody getting on the same page. What Durant wants, what the Suns need, what the teams want to pay with the contract. I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
And I wonder if that is a possibility. People, and we played the sound from Tony Kornheiser describing Kevin Durant as miserable. I wouldn't characterize it at that.
No,
even
he's
after
not
the
been
trade
that at all.
deadline, I think he was Kevin Durant. He played good basketball after the trade deadline when all that weirdness happened. And I remember him being interviewed saying, and somebody prefaced the question by, "Hey, you've been through this before," and he corrected them and said, "No, I've never
You're
been
right.
through this
That's
before."
I forgot about that.
Not being dangled at the trade deadline without my knowing.
Yeah,
that's never happened before. But he conducted himself as a professional.
He did,
and I wonder if. God forbid they go down that road and they explore all these possibilities with all these teams and work with Kevin Durant and Rich Kleiman. They can't come to any kind of conclusion. Is this workable moving forward? Okay. I don't know if it is.
This is why the strategy shift in my blast might be really their only option, but they'd have to be convincing about it. Because, again, if the Houston Rockets have put together a package that they want to trade for Kevin Durant, it means they've had a lot of discussions internally. They've probably talked to team leaders. They've created a lot of internal excitement about getting Kevin Durant. Would they let all that go over a Reed Shepherd? Would they let all that go over a single asset in the trade? Only if they believe the Suns are going to walk away from the deal that's on the table. Right?
Yeah.
You've got to be able to walk away from a deal and mean it if you are going to get better terms. And I think in the case of here, I don't know what's going to get Houston to budge, but the fact that they've got an offer on the table tells you they are interested.
Yeah.
And so that might have to be the way you play this thing.
Because a wild scenario in which Durant does not get traded this offseason, him playing basketball for the Phoenix Suns would A, be mind-blowing for me in that we didn't make a trade, and B, also, it immediately becomes, now, what are you going to do with him? Are you going to let him play out his contract? Are you going to try to trade him at the deadline for, maybe Houston comes to the, again, realization they have no one to score the ball in the fourth quarter, and then they throw in that asset at the deadline,
but
or teams will panic.
That is also an incredibly risky proposition for the Kevin Durant side of things.
No doubt.
At age 37, to not have a contract past this year. I think, honestly, if it got to that point where it's such a stalemate, that list of locations that Kevin Durant would be interested in playing in would grow.
Yes, maybe, and maybe that's the path to get Minnesota, to get Kevin Durant to change his mind.
So we can expect to be talking about this until September, is what you're saying?
Wow.
That'd be nightmare fuel.
Right?
We talked about the possibility of a Kevin Durant trade to Phoenix for almost a calendar year.
Mm-hmm.
So.
You're right about that. What's going to last longer? The speculation about the Kevin Durant trade coming or the Kevin Durant trade going?
I just had another thought, too, because we got a lot of time to piece all these things together.
Uh-huh.
The list of Kevin Durant destinations that he prefers, Houston, San Antonio, Miami. We talked about the weather factor. We talked about the no state tax factor.
Mm-hmm.
How about the fact that all three of those organizations already have multiple championships? So that pressure to come in and elevate is not necessarily as high as it would be for a Minnesota or, I mean, Toronto's got one, but not multiple championships. I don't know, just something to think about.
Yeah. The other thing real quickly, and I'm sure you saw this as well, some clarity has come out of the New York situation as why the Knicks didn't want Kevin Durant. Apparently, James Dolan is still angry at KD because he really thought KD and Kyrie were coming in the summer of, what would that have been when they went to Brooklyn instead?
2019.
2019? Okay, it was 19, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And that sounds perfectly James Dolan-esque.
Yeah.
Bro, get over it.
And KD at that point in time said the Knicks are corny.
Well, they were.
They were. No, you're right. They were. They kind of were.
Coming up next, a woman pressuring her longtime boyfriend, Gollum, and NBA fans and media. What are three things that are obsessed with chasing a ring? We'll explain more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade,
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There is no shortage of suitors for Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with 3 reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they're reputable and highly decorated. They've got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They are the most awarded firm in Arizona. They've been recognized by the United States Congress. Reason number 2, they're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. I learned this the easy way when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning, got a live person to answer my call. Couldn't believe that. By 8 a.m. that same morning, they were at my house. Incredibly impressive. Number 3, they're trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, insured. All have passed background checks. All have passed drug tests. And listen, you don't let anybody into your house. That's sacred space. You need to be comfortable with the technicians you let into your home and let work on your home. That is never a concern with Parker & Sons. So call 602 to repair. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
We're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying for it. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid for below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Who will complete the Phoenix Suns' Kevin Durant trade triangle? Is there a team at the top of the Suns list, and can they get there? It's Burns and Gambo, 2-6 on Arizona Sports.
It's funny, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's discussed so much in our sport and why it's the A-all, B-all of everything. You sit here and you tell me, you know, Allen Iverson and Charles Barkley and Steve Nash, you know, our wasn't unbelievable. Like, oh, they can't be talked about or discussed with these guys is because this guy won 1 ring or won 2 rings or won, like, it's just weird to me. It's like saying Peyton Manning can't be in the same room with Brady or Mahomes because he only has 1 ring. They don't never discuss that in their sport. Right. Or telling me that Dan Marino is not the greatest slinger of all time. Or he can't be in the room with those guys because he didn't win a championship.
It's LeBron James with Steve Nash on the Mind the Game podcast. Somewhere Peyton Manning's going, hey, you shortchanged me. I got 2 rings.
Yeah, right?
But the point is, by LeBron, on the weird ring culture that exists in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And it certainly exists in the NBA more than any other sport. You would agree, correct?
Definitely. No doubt about it.
There seems to be an obsession. And look, we just had Charles Barkley on the show like 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about it with us.
He did.
And it is something that has followed him in his entire media career after he wrapped up as a dominant NBA player. A player like we've never seen before. A player that size doing the things at that position. But he still never won a ring. And he gets reminded of it on a weekly basis by one of his own coworkers in Shaquille O'Neal. It is silly. And at this point, it is so pervasive in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And the way I look at it is, I can understand elevating somebody in terms of historical impact because of their championship rings.
Right.
But I also, on the other side of the coin, I can't diminish a player for not winning one either. To me, Charles Barkley is a great basketball player. Karl Malone, great basketball player. Unbelievable careers. Are they tarnished because they don't have a ring? Not in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. I do think, though, in the sports where the teams are smaller, that this becomes more of a hyper-intense scrutiny. So in the NBA, even in the NHL, there are guys who have been defined by not hoisting the cup. Ray Bourque famously went through his entire career in Boston before he did it with the Avalanche.
Mm-hmm.
And so it does apply to hockey in some regard, but it really does apply mostly to basketball. Now, I'll disagree with LeBron James about this. I do think it's something that's dogged Dan Marino.
Yeah, definitely bleeding over into another sport. I would agree with you there.
Even though football, it's really, really hard, but it's the position of quarterback. And I think in basketball, the best players in basketball are considered the same as the best quarterbacks in football. You should be able to take a team to the mountaintop all by yourself. Why? Because that's the way guys did it in the past. And it's really kind of ignorant to the fact that As these sports evolve, they become the quality of depth in both the NFL and the NBA is way more than it was 20 years ago. Way more than 30 years ago, and exponentially more than 40 years ago. So as a result, the idea of one guy taking a team up a mountain, I'm not sure that's really feasible anymore.
I think that's a fantastic point. I have nothing but respect for Bill Russell and the amount of championships that he won, but you just look at the way the NBA has, like you said, evolved over years. Of Bill Russell was far and away, aside from Wilt, the best player with the best team for 15 plus years. Now in the NBA, Shea is the MVP, but he's not the best player in the league. Jokic is the best player in the league, and he has one championship to show for that.
Yeah. But you also have to look, going to a historic example, don't want to diminish what Bill Russell did. His collection of rings is unbelievable. There was like 10 teams in the league at that point.
Yeah. And there was not a lot of size in the league. And guys like Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain could dominate at the rim over the quality of competition. So, listen, I think that in a case like Charles Barkley, if Charles Barkley would have won a championship, would it have improved his standing on the greatest players of all time? Right now, Chuck is what, a top 20 player? He's a top 20 player.
Probably not.
Don't think so?
No.
Top 30.
Top 30 probably is more accurate.
Top 30 easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, to your
because
point,
it's been a while since he played too. So there's a lot of guys that have climbed that ladder since Charles stopped playing.
Right.
It's been 20 plus
Right.
years.
but yeah, does him winning a championship make him from the 29th best player to the 21st best player? Probably not.
In the case of what should these rings mean, that they should not be the dividing line between successful career and not successful career, because those goalposts keep moving. For instance, Stephen A. saying, okay, Giannis, you were great when you have one, but if you finish your career with one, that ain't enough. We're going to move those goalposts on you. I think in the case of NBA players and the rings, they can be used as argument deciders. And I think it's pretty obvious why LeBron James is fixating on this. It's because he's 4-6 in NBA Finals, and he's probably not going to taste one or touch one again.
I think he goes back to the point of how hard it is to reach the mountaintop.
Yeah.
Of Jordan did it 6 times, and he was only there 6 times. And you shake Jordan's hand, and you didn't lose in the finals. LeBron's been there 10. He's reached the mountaintop 4. Like, everybody has a different trajectory in reaching that mountaintop, and how he explains how dang hard it is to do so.
Well, that's the bedrock of the whole discussion and we know this living in this city. Winning a championship is really, really hard.
Yes, it is.
There are some players and some franchises that make it look easier than it is, but that doesn't diminish the difficulty of doing so. It's really difficult.
Yes, it is.
Especially now when in every major team sport on this continent, you have 30-plus teams trying to do the same thing. Well, not always, but the majority of those teams trying to do it in each league. It's
insanely difficult.
Yeah.
It's insanely difficult. You've got to have everybody committed to winning it, and then you've got to get requisite luck with injuries. It's very, very difficult to do. These championship trophies in sports, you could see it last night with the Florida Panthers winning the Stanley Cup. These are the most important artifacts in this country. These sporting events at the highest level, they're the most watched events on television. The power and the fame and the glory that comes with being a champion in football or basketball or baseball and even hockey, it is profound. And you've got the most successful, rich, wealthy, ambitious owners owning these teams. So you're dealing with a lot of people pursuing these things because they're of immense value. Immense value. And it's crazy because we've only been to that mountaintop ourselves in Arizona a few times. But when we haven't you noticed how thin the air gets at that level? When you're up 2-0 on the Bucks and you think it's right there and then taken away from you. When you're leading the Super Bowl with 1:37 left and ripped from you like that.
Man, why'd you have to do that to us?
Well, I mean, it's the facts.
It is.
And then conversely, the rally against Mariano Rivera in the World Series of Game 7. You went and got the best reliever in baseball history in the 9th inning of a Game 7 of a World Series.
Oh, yeah.
Who does that?
Ruined his legacy forever. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. Coming up next, D-backs trying to bounce back from another heartbreaking loss, this one in Toronto. We'll talk D-backs baseball with Steve Gilbert next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
We'll take Amen Thompson and the number 10 pick overall. Okay? I'm just telling you right now.
Yeah.
You want KD? Okay, you don't. You must not really want him because you're going to tell me right now Amen Thompson and Kevin Durant are equal players? No.
You ask which of those three teams I would prefer. Yeah, I think we're back to where we started. I think I would want it to be Houston because it just doesn't sound like San Antonio's going to trade Stephon Castle or the number 2 overall pick.
Right.
Which is fine, but then you don't get Kevin Durant.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters. If you're a homeowner in Arizona, chances are very good that you've had a very bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Happens to all of us in this state. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. If you've always wanted a green, beautiful, sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. If you're a golfer, they can build you a state-of-the-art putting green. What could be better than working on your short game in the comfort of your own home? But more to the point, this is a company that believes in doing what they say they're going to do, staying on schedule. They believe in professionalism, sending devoted crews to your house so you're not looking at different workers every time you look out your window. They believe in your happiness in the finished product. This is what marks this company. You can check them out online at turfmonstersaz.com. Check out some samples of their work or even schedule your free estimate there, or you can give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system, up to $2,500. Because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Let me show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. I'll even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. Call me today, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got walked off by the Blue Jays last night in Toronto as Shelby Miller gave up back-to-back home runs, and the D-backs lost 5-4, and they're now 14 blown saves are tied for the National League lead, and they fall back to exactly 500 on the season, 36-36. And here was manager Tory Lovullo on the pitching performance as a whole after yesterday's game.
There's definitely a plan against them, and I thought, Brandon went out there and did a really nice job, and we just kept handing it off in the bullpen, and it was looking really good. And we had our closer in the game. He's a very trusted closer, and he'll get the ball again tomorrow, and he'll probably have a really good day of execution. Today was just one of those days.
The D-backs will look to bounce back in Toronto tonight. First pitch at 4:07 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are still trying to find a landing spot for star Kevin Durant. Will it be in Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota, Miami, or elsewhere? For more on Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Hey, it's Wolf. What did the Arizona Diamondbacks need to do to be buyers at the trade deadline? We'll ask their general manager, Mike Hazen, at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, we continue on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Another tough one for the Diamondbacks last night in Toronto. Back-to-back home runs in the bottom of the ninth off Shelby Miller. Walk-off win for the Jays. Here to talk D-backs baseball with us. He covers the team for MLB.com. Steve Gilbert, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Steve, good morning to you, sir.
Steve.
Good morning, guys from north of the border. How are you?
Good. I hate to start the conversation here, but hey, it's on everybody's mind. Where would you rank last night on the pantheon of gut punch losses for the Diamondbacks this year?
Well, most years I'd say it'd be, right up there at
Yeah.
the top. But I mean, this is, I think after watching at Wrigley Field when they scored 10 runs in the eighth, only to give up 6 in the bottom of the eighth, I don't think I'm ever going to get over that one. So this one is not the top for me, but certainly it was a gut punch, and it happened so quick too. I think that was the thing. It was, you're 2 outs away and bam, home run. Okay, well, it's a tie game, and then before you know it, bam, it's over, and it happened in an instant. It felt like.
Yeah, no, because it did exactly. Was there any talk afterwards or concern that maybe Shelby Miller was tipping that cutter of his because or the splitter that he was throwing, because it just seemed like they were just sitting dead red on that pitch, and this has been a recurring issue with some of the Diamondbacks pitchers this year.
Yeah, we talked to him briefly. He was gracious enough to talk last night after, what was a tough night for him. I think his regret was he felt like they were behind on his fastball late, on their swings with his fastball, and that he should have maybe, continued to throw that instead of the splitter, but he's had a lot of success. It's been a great pitch for him this year. And so, maybe it's tipping, but maybe it's also just that they were late on his fastball, and so that meant that they were timed up perfectly for the splitter, and that was the one thing he was kind of kicking himself for afterwards.
Talking with Steve Gilbert from MLB.com, covers the Diamondbacks, joining us from Toronto, where the D-backs take on the Blue Jays in Game 2 of that series today. In terms of what we saw last night from Brandon Pfaadt, I know Tory said afterwards, Steve, that he felt Brandon Pfaadt made some progress, and it certainly wasn't the cleanest game, 3-hit batsman. He pitched out of a lot of trouble. What do you see going on with Brandon Pfaadt right now? And I looked at his last 6 or 7 starts, and it's been a rough go for him. What are you seeing from him right now?
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a rough go for him. Last night he said that there were some designed misses in. Obviously, they went too far in a few times with the 3-hit batters, but that was part of the game plan, was to go in. He's just not sharp with his location at the moment. I think that's a big thing for a guy like him, who, while he does throw in the mid 90s, and that would have been really, really amazing 15 years ago. Now everybody throws in the mid-90s, so you got to be able to really locate it. And that's when he's on his best. He's going to locate that fastball, sets up all his other pitches. So it just seems like he's not locating quite as well as he has in the past.
And staying with Fott, the strikeout numbers way down. He's never been a devastating strikeout pitcher, but when you look at his strikeouts per nine, down to 6.9 as opposed to 9.2 last year. Is there any internal concern about his ability to get the whiffs and get the strikeouts?
I don't think at this point. I think it's more they feel like when his command is there and when he's able to start setting hitters up like that, his fastball and coming with this really good sweeper that he has, that.
Uh-oh. I think we lost Steve. We did lose Steve.
We did lose.
It's those phone connections north of the border, man.
Canada phone connection.
We'll get reconnected with Steve here in a minute. Yeah, the Brandon Pfaadt thing combined with Zach Gallen's fastball, which is not exactly trustworthy at the moment.
Yeah.
It's what leads you to have, which leads you to kind of, have pause about where this thing might be going.
But it's just par for the course. And again, not to indict one pitcher out of all of them, but it's basically all of them outside of Corbin Burns when he found his footing and now he's gone for the year. But
yeah,
you're wondering about the game-to-game performances of these starting pitchers. Merrill Kelly's been good, but even his last outing on
wasn't
Sunday
so good.
Wasn't great.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Fott definitely falls into that mix. Gallen falls into that mix. Eduardo Rodriguez is right there, and here we are.
Yeah, Eduardo Rodriguez might be the one trending in the best direction out of the whole group right now, but the whole thing has been very, very fluid. They just need to really be able to start stacking really quality starts if they're going to pull this off, and that really applies to today's game. Sammy brought this up earlier. You do not want to lose the first two games of this road trip when you wanted to win, at least 7 of these 9 games to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but even last night with Fott's struggles, and it wasn't smooth or comfortable at any point, but he left the game with a lead. And everything had set up. That was one of those rare games, too, where you could look at the bullpen situation as tenuous as it is, and give credit to those guys for getting the ball into the hands of the closer and Shelby Miller. And it's been alarming because, again, Shelby Miller gave up 1 home run in his first 29 appearances and then gave up 2 in 5 pitches.
Doesn't make any sense.
To 2 guys who aren't exactly known as mashers either.
That's what I was going to say. That's what stings is it was like, to your point, he hadn't given up more than 2 home runs all year and 2 in like 5 pitches. And then the game's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was such a shame too because, like I said, the bullpen seemed to really sequence that game in a way to get it to Shelby Miller that was really encouraging. I thought Juan Murillo was fantastic.
Listen, Juan Murillo's been pretty dang good.
He has
since he has joined the team, and Kyle Backus, I think, is finally getting his major league footing, and he's a guy that's just nasty from the left-handed side.
And he's a guy too, and I think the nature of the delivery from the left side. Even if teams figure him out, I think it's going to take him a while because it's a funky delivery, especially from the left side. They can ride that out as long as they can because they need all the help they can get in the bullpen.
Yeah, listen, when I watched his debut, I think we all had the same reaction, and that reaction was, oh, this guy's got a little promise here. This guy might really fill a role in this bullpen, given what's happened to it due to injuries.
Because, when Puck went down and Beeks started elevating his game, we had been and still do rely heavily on Jalen Beeks to be the left-handed reliever for this team. And constantly we were looking for the answer of where can we get another left-handed reliever? Will we put Erod in the bullpen when he comes back? And so Backus being there and being serviceable is at least a bonus for the middle relieving options.
Steve Gilbert's phone just not cooperating.
Wow.
Seems like it.
I think Steve Gilbert is just not cooperating. That's what I think.
I mean, he initially answered the phone.
Yeah, and he got a load of our first few. I don't want to join these guys.
Every time we get a north of the border guest, Steve Gilbert, Shane Doan.
Yeah.
It always comes back to Shane Doan's cell phone.
Yeah, kind of does. Kind of does. So listen, it just feels to me like a dicey time for as much as people go, I don't see Mike Hazen ripping this thing up. I believe they're going to stick with this team. It just feels to me like this is a perilous stretch of baseball. Mm-hmm. Because if you really do the numbers and you're looking at the trade deadline and you see all these players that could help you restock your farm system and you could press reset and you could come back next year and try it again, I think there's going to be a great temptation to that if they don't show real elevation in the next 11 games.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have to consider the opponents, too. If that doesn't happen, consider the opponents. If you're stumbling again against the White Sox and the Rockies, and you come back to a disappointing result on this road trip, that might shape the thinking, too, a little earlier than the deadline. Because, like we identified going into this stretch, this is a chance to make some hay. And they absolutely have to do it.
Yeah, they do. And yesterday was just a sucker punch loss. They can make it. They don't have to compound that. They don't have to make it anything more than that. But they need to get back and win today. Today feels like a very, very important game for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, it definitely does. With Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound today, 4:07 first pitch. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports. Thanks to Steve Gilbert for giving it the old college try at least. We'll catch up with Steve at a later date. Coming up next, ESPN has named its NFL 53-man roster for the first 25 years of the century. There's a notable admission or more that we're going to get into next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's crazy, the number of comebacks, the number of blown leads, the number of things that you just on both sides. On both sides. On both sides. It's been on both sides of the equation.
It's a pendulum. It's here, and then it's there. And then it's here, and it's there. We're going to come back and win in thrilling fashion, then we're going to blow a lead, and we're going to lose. I don't know if it evens out in the long run or not, but they've got you on the edge of your seat almost all games.
They do.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, and in times of economic uncertainty, you need to be in control of your finances. So take a look at your mortgage statement, see how much goes to principal, see how much you pay in interest. Tell me who is in control. Fortunately, you get that control back with Life Changer Loan, where you can pay down, pay off, borrow back whenever you wish. This is an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You actually do your banking inside your mortgage. Every deposit you make goes to pay down the principal of your home. You're going to wake up down the road, that mortgage payment is going to be gone. In fact, 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, and then that gives you decades to build personal wealth. That is how you get ahead. Like I say, this is not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. You've got to have a really good credit score. But if you are a good fit for a Life Changer Loan, I'm telling you, you are going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844 online at lifechangerloan.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 $600 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Luke. When will we actually get some clarity on what's next for Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns? We'll be reacting to the latest KD news at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, it's the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, taking you up till 10 o'clock today. Piece that was published today. Sammy pointed this out to us. This is good stuff. It's football off-season.
Yep.
Mandatory minicamp is over. We're in that interim between then and training camp, and obviously the wait seems like forever when you're waiting for football season to start. So we get into list season.
All right.
This is kind of a list. On ESPN.com, Aaron Schatz and Seth Walder put together their all-quarter-century team, a 53-man roster, complete with coaches, practice squad, everything, at every position. So we'll start with the glamour position. They explain it. Team includes 25 offensive players, 23 defensive players, 5 special teams players, filled out a full practice squad with players who just missed the cut. So at the quarterback position, they took 3.
Tom Brady.
Yep.
Joe Montana.
No, 2000s and
oh, yeah.
Century,
I'm sorry.
Yes.
So go ahead and tell me that.
Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes. Little issue there. Arguments for Aaron Rodgers and Drew Brees, they said.
Okay.
Those turned out to be the practice squad
Oh, I'm
quarterbacks.
sure Aaron Rodgers is tickled about being on the practice squad.
At the running back position, they took 3. Priest Holmes.
Okay.
Christian McCaffrey. Derrick Henry.
No AP or LT.
AP didn't even make the practice squad.
Yeah.
Priest Holmes.
I know, that's what...
He had a dominant stretch. Like, he burned very brightly for a shorter amount of time.
For a short period of time
Whereas
for the Chiefs.
Adrian Peterson did it over a longer period of time.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I think there's arguments for Frank Gore.
Uh-huh.
But LaDainian Tomlinson was their practice squad running back.
Wow.
Sean Alexander is another name I think of when it comes to running
another guy
backs.
that burned real bright for a while, had the MVP season.
Yeah.
Fullback, they took 1. Kyle Juszczyk, of course. Everybody loves Kyle Juszczyk.
Oh, of course.
America's fullback.
America's fullback.
6 wide receivers. Here's where the issue comes in, Ben.
Right.
Randy Moss.
Okay.
Calvin Johnson.
Okay.
Julio Jones.
Okay.
Terrell Owens.
Okay.
Marvin Harrison, Sr.
And
Justin Jefferson.
Oh, come on.
2 practice squad receivers. Antonio Brown and Andre Johnson.
That has got to be an oversight.
It's a joke.
That has to be an oversight.
Larry
Of course,
Fitzgerald is not one of the 8 top receivers of the quarter century.
I'm
Are
telling
you kidding me?
I'm telling you, that has got to be an oversight. And it's proof that people just don't think about Arizona athletes ever.
They break it down, and one of the parameters, resume since 2000. Randy Moss. I have no issue with Randy Moss being on the list.
No.
Devastating receiver. 12,566 receiving yards. Calvin Johnson, 11,619. Julio Jones, 13,703. Terrell Owens, 12,627. Marvin Harrison, 10,439. Justin Jefferson, 7,432. Larry Fitzgerald's entire career falls into this time span. 17,492 receiving yards, 121 touchdowns, and the second most catches of all time.
That is alarming.
Make the top 8.
Who put this together?
ESPN, Seth Walder and Aaron Schatz, who are big analytics guys, by the way.
Okay, this is stunning to me because if you were putting together the list of the greatest wide receivers of all time, not the last 25 years, it is literally Jerry Rice 1, and then Larry Fitzgerald and Randy Moss 2A and 2B, or 2 and 3.
I mean,
and for him to not make the 8 of this century,
yeah, Larry Fitzgerald gets dissed on those discussions too when they're putting all-time wide receivers. And you'll see people put out lists all the time, and a lot of it's clickbait or engagement farming, I guess is the new term. But he gets dissed on those too. But to not have him in the top 8 of this century,
insanity,
is insulting.
Yeah, I get Randy Moss, I get Julio Jones, I get Megatron, but
it's a little early for Justin Jefferson.
A little bit, although the Gritty is a pretty fantastic touchdown dance.
I don't know if that figures in analytically.
I don't think it does. I would hope Cardinal fans react to this, contact the authors of this, and let's see if this was an oversight.
I know. I just went to Aaron Schatz's Twitter.
Yeah.
And I want to comment. He did say 2 hours ago some of the players who got the most discussion but were not chosen: Peterson, Falk, Jordy Nelson, Mike Evans, Larry Fitzgerald. And then
Jordy Nelson, even in the discussion with Larry Fitzgerald, is insulting.
Buda Baker also mentioned in the players who got a lot of discussion.
This
but
is why
chosen.
People hate analytics dorks.
No Anquan Bolden on the list. That's another receiver.
For real.
I mean, I think it's a bigger oversight or a bigger insult not to have Fitzgerald mentioned.
Yeah,
and Anquan Bolden's one of my favorite Cardinals of all time, but Fitzgerald's career was far better.
But Bailey's right. Anquan Bolden deserves some consideration on that as well.
Yeah.
Jordy Nelson? Oh, that is brutal.
I think I have to say something.
Is anybody else chiming in on the
we got a Larry Fitzgerald has an argument of being the second best receiver of all time. Absolute criminal that he didn't make the list.
Yeah.
There you go. That's very well said.
Yeah, and a lot of that goes with the fact that Jerry Rice had the great privilege of playing with some really good quarterbacks. Steve Young, Joe Montana, Rich Gannon in Oakland with the Raiders. Larry Fitzgerald dealt with a clown carousel for a while.
Mm-hmm.
He had Kurt Warner. He had Carson Palmer.
I'm sure Kurt's saying, hey, I'm not a clown carousel.
No. Those two guys are not part of what this are not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but
here.
you're mentioning the competent quarterbacks that he had during his career.
And there wasn't a ton of them.
No. There was some guys who had decent seasons, but it was a carousel, there's no doubt.
Wow. So no other Cardinals on the 53-man roster, huh?
Alan Faneca, one-time Cardinal in 2010, was one of the left guards on the list. There's 2 members of the Kelsey family on the team. Both of them made it. I'm just thumbing through here to see if anybody else had.
There are 2 other Cardinals. Calais Campbell.
Oh, wow. Calais Campbell's on the list.
And
with Aaron Donald.
Yeah, with Aaron Donald.
And Chris Jones, a defensive tackle.
That would be quite a defensive interior.
No doubt. And
Aaron Donald and Calais Campbell lining up for your tackles.
Good luck.
Good luck.
And then Patrick Peterson.
Oh, okay.
Oh, J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt made it
J.J.
as well.
Watt.
Yeah. So, certainly guys, Patrick Peterson, Calais Campbell, guys that played chunks of their career, most of their careers in Arizona.
But J.J. Watt got it for his time with the Texans.
J.J. Watt and Alan Faneca for elsewhere.
Uh-huh.
Man. Let's hear from you, Larry Fitzgerald. Stands.
Larry Fitzgerald stands. Unite. Rebel. Dissent.
Fitz needs to be avenged.
Who do you guys think are the coaches? I think head coach is pretty easy.
Bill Belichick and Andy Reid.
Well, so they only named one
head coach.
They named an offensive coordinator. He is now a head coach. A defensive coordinator who's been a head coach. So their OC is Kyle Shanahan.
Okay.
And then their defensive coordinator is Wade Phillips, which I think that's pretty good. But Belichick out-notches Andy Reid.
I think I would go Andy Reid as the head coach, Belichick as the defensive
DC.
coordinator.
I like that.
That's what I would do.
That's pretty good.
I don't want Jordan Hudson hanging around my 53-man roster.
Can I ask the question out loud?
Yeah.
Is Kyle Shanahan overrated?
Ooh.
Wow, that's...
Ooh. Complicated question.
Very complicated.
Complicated question.
We'll just let that marinate.
I think his time as a strict OC is very, very good. His time as a head coach can be argued as somewhat overrated.
I mean, go back to his time as OC in Atlanta.
28-3, I guess.
Shut down the engines, up 25 in the Super Bowl.
That's true.
I still can't believe somebody is trying to convince me that at best Larry Fitzgerald is the 9th best receiver of this quarter century.
Kyle Shanahan is roundly recognized as a great play caller with a great zone running scheme, right? These are things that I think are pretty factual. The ability to develop quarterbacks, I think he's absolutely proven that. But his big game record, not so much.
Can't argue with that.
No.
And as a head coach, there's been some injuries in there. Again, the NFC Championship game where they were down to playing a running back, a quarterback was not ideal.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lovullo. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basinonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got walked off by the Blue Jays last night in Toronto as Shelby Miller gave up back-to-back home runs to the Blue Jays, and the Diamondbacks lost 5-4 in there. Now 14 blown saves are tied for the National League lead, and they fall back to exactly 500 on the season. And here was manager Tory Lovullo on the pitching performance as a whole yesterday.
There's definitely a plan against them, and I thought, Brandon went out there and did a really nice job, and we just kept handing it off in the bullpen, and it was looking really good. And we had our closer in the game. He's a very trusted closer, and he'll get the ball again tomorrow, and he'll probably have a really good day of execution. Today was just one of those days.
The D-backs will look to bounce back in Toronto tonight. First pitch again at 4:07. And you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Florida Panthers are your NHL Stanley Cup winners for the second straight year. They beat the Edmonton Oilers again 5-1 in Game 6 last night. And the Stanley's stay in South Florida will be getting an extension. The Phoenix Suns are still looking for a landing spot for star Kevin Durant. Where will it be? Will it be Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota, or Miami? For more on Durant and the Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hours upon
right,
us. Time for some social studies with Sammy Sabolka. What's up, Sammy?
Yeah, good morning. It is 9 o'clock. That means it is social studies time. You know where to find us on X at Bickley_Murata. If you want to respond to our daily questions, we're on Instagram, Blue Sky, Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And with Jared away, I took over the question making for social studies for the next couple days. So our first one.
Are there any goofy words that nobody knows the meaning of today, Sammy?
There are no goofy words.
Up.
There are no goofy words where I have to think about it before I say what I think it will sound like. Our first one is kind of a compare contrast. What is more frustrating right now? The Diamondbacks' somewhat inconsistency or the current Kevin Durant market, and why?
Ooh. Yeah, to me, it's the Diamondbacks. The KD thing, I saw some people, I think even your son was talking about how agitated they're getting with the coverage of, they just wanted it to stop. These kind of deals, off-season, trade rumors, they're all fluid, and it's like water flowing. You just got to kind of surf with it.
Yep.
So I'm not frustrated with that at all. I'm curious, and I'm concerned how it's going to turn out, but I still find it very interesting.
Okay.
The Diamondbacks have got me real frustrated.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even call it inconsistency. They're very consistent and frustrating us.
And frustrating us.
I would vote there as well.
It's a good question, though.
The Kevin Durant story could very well become something that grows into frustration because it's going to be nonstop. It's going to be everywhere. It's probably going to be the last time for a while that the Phoenix Suns are on the national radar. So that's one way to consider it.
I said that in a blast not that long ago. The minute he gets traded, the Suns will fade into irrelevance until they're a winning team on the court.
Yeah.
Enjoy the national media, whether you love it or hate it. Well, right now, some of the responses, SRW Sky says the Diamondbacks, as we are not going to see the end of this story before the NBA draft, we should see the end of the KD frustration by the draft, hopefully. Seabacker44 said, I can't decide. It's easier as a sports fan in Phoenix to just give up and at least book a vacation in an all-exclusive resort. But with Jarrett there now, I will likely have to wait a couple weeks for them to restock and clean up. Daylight Film says the Diamondbacks are the answer. So much talent mixed with injuries and a looming trade deadline. Now that is drama. And Tony Height says the D-backs, they have a roster capable or close to capable of competing for a championship right now. The Suns are a couple of seasons out. Now my expectations for what they will be after Durant are not as high. So it seems
Kinda
like
mixed, yeah.
Yeah, kind of mixed. A little bit more siding with the Diamondbacks.
But even both sides can come together and agree that it's really, really tough right now.
It is.
We're all in agreement. We're all frustrated.
We're ready for consistency in the Diamondbacks win column, and I think that'll solve a lot of the Diamondback speculation of inconsistency. Hopefully, it starts tonight. Last night, the Florida Panthers won their second straight Stanley Cup. Honestly, a dynasty budding in Florida, and with that means the Stanley Cup remains in South Florida, an iconic, memorable trophy. And so we've kind of asked similar questions on social studies before, but what is the most iconic, coolest, or your favorite trophy in sports? We listed the Stanley Cup, the Lombardi, the Commissioner's Trophy, which is the World Series, or other. And I listed iconic, coolest, and favorite because a lot of people can like the way a trophy might look.
Yeah, that's another good question. Man, you're a lot better than Jared at this. I'm a big fan of the Stanley Cup. I said a little of this at the outset of the show. You will not find a trophy on this planet more revered by the people pursuing it than the Stanley Cup. Hockey players revere that. That is the holy grail of professional sports. I also made the comment that if the NHL wanted to make a quick $5 billion, sell the Stanley Cup. It's a one of one. It is just full of history. Got all the bands with every team player. They've got to take some of them off and put them in the Hall of Fame. But to me, it's the Stanley Cup. I love seeing what it does to the team when the team finally has it in their hands.
That's interesting. Sell the Stanley Cup, $5 billion, but you would also cost yourself your entire fan base.
You think there'd be a buyer?
Right? Yes. I do.
Okay.
I think there would be one super, super rich person who would go, yo, yeah, I'm going to put that in the middle of my living room.
Wow.
It's the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, it is.
It is not my favorite sport. The Stanley Cup playoffs rarely disappoint, even though there was a couple routes on the back end of this Stanley Cup final. I thought it was a great series. And Bick's exactly right. The reverence with what that trophy is held with so much reverence.
Mm-hmm.
People won't even touch it.
No.
If they haven't won it.
No.
It's crazy.
It is, and that's the...
And the Larry O'Brien didn't even make the poll.
No.
I always loved the Commissioner's Trophy as a kid, though.
Me
with
too.
With all the flags.
Yes.
That's really cool.
A great trophy.
Yeah, that is cool.
And every time I go to a D-backs game, I see like ours.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Stanley Cup, 70% of the vote. Lombardi, 18. Commissioners, 3. And then other at 8.5. Other trophies that... I think the World Cup trophy is similar in realm to the reverence the Stanley Cup gets. Because of what it takes to get there. It's only every 4 years, and it is truly the best in the world.
The other thing about the Stanley Cup trophy that's really, really cool is the experiences the trophy has had that people don't even know about.
Yes.
Because the winning team, each player gets a day with the trophy.
Yeah.
And it's ended up at the bottom of Pantera's pool in Dallas after the Stars won. It's been a lot of places. You can imagine a lot of things that people have let their dogs eat out of it.
Yeah.
People have
bathed their babies in it.
All sorts of stuff. All sorts of weirdness.
That was taken over a little bit in the comments of Chris Medea said, hockey is 4th on my list of the big 4, but it's the Stanley Cup, not only iconic in size and detail, but the history and stories that happen when each player gets their turn with it.
Well,
and
there's one. There's only one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's it.
And Ross Vegas mentioned it. Stanley Cup is more famous now due to the pool party at Pantera.
Yeah.
Dan Bickley knows the story.
Oh, I do. Yeah.
They won't even, by the way, my last point on the Larry O'Brien, it's so irrelevant they won't even put a graphic of it on the court during the NBA final.
For real. For real. Our last question kind of stemmed from our Caitlyn Clark conversation of how she's maybe just the face of basketball right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked, who is your favorite non-MLB, NBA, or NFL athlete to watch? And why?
I'm copping out. I'm going Sam Levitt.
Oh, all right, fine.
Yeah.
Carlos Alcaraz would be up there.
Oh, that's a good one.
High on the list,
That's a
too.
good one. I would have said Cam Scadawoo, but he's not in college anymore. I think, to me, at one point in time, it might have been Usain Bolt, might have been Michael Phelps.
Michael Phelps, definitely.
Yeah.
We've got some Tiger Woods in his prime.
Oh, yeah.
We mentioned a couple days ago the 2008 rerun of the U.S. Open and what that, like, I was on Twitter and what people were saying and, like, the response to that. So we got some Tiger Woods. Steven Ruiz says Caitlyn Clark, her game alone is mesmerizing, and the joy and swagger she plays with are fun to watch. AZ Sports Fan, an interesting answer, and it's only, I know who he is, but Kevin De Bruyne, he was a midfielder for Manchester City. He's coming to the end of his prime, but he's fun to watch. And a lot of F1 responses. Max Verstappen.
Okay.
Oscar, what's his name? Lando Norris from McLaren. Lewis Hamilton, some of those. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, there's some soccer players that might make it. Kylian Mbappe is fantastic to watch on a pitch.
We got some Lionel Messi. My recency bias, to Vinny's point, would say Carlos Alcaraz, given the excitement in every match you go into. You expect you're going to see something like electric. And lastly, Seabacher said Connor McDavid, which if you haven't seen him play hockey, it's a marvel, even though he's lost 2 Stanley Cups in a row.
He's still way high on the list, but a few years ago, Nathan McKinnon was high on my list, too. I would just jaw drop, watch with my jaw dropped, watch him playing hockey. Of course, we did get the vote, too, from Daylight Films, from Paige Sporonic.
Yeah, we
did. Most of my golf consumption from a highlight standpoint is probably from Paige Sporonic.
Someone said Jarrett while at a bakery.
He is an athlete when it comes to eating.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sammy. That's Social Studies. Get involved at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Instagram, Facebook. We're on YouTube as well. Coming up next, believe it or not, an NBA city has been deemed unsafe by a very prominent media member. We'll tell you more and the reaction about what he said next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Home is where we gather, celebrate, and create lasting memories, from cooking a family meal to enjoying a hot shower after the big game. And Southwest Gas brings warmth and comfort to everyday life. Hey, it's Vince Murata. And when it comes to cooking, natural gas service provided by Southwest Gas is preferred by chefs and home cooks alike. Natural gas gives you precise temperature control and exceptional flavor, whether you're prepping game day snacks, firing up the backyard barbecue, or getting cozy by the fire. But natural gas provides more than just comfort. It supports Arizona's economy, attracting business growth and keeping energy costs affordable. In fact, a typical new home can save nearly $900 a year in energy costs with natural gas. And at Southwest Gas, their commitment goes beyond energy. Southwest Gas supports our communities, fueling growth and giving back through partnerships and programs that really make a difference. Learn about Southwest Gas's prestigious recognitions from Newsweek and Time, and discover how Southwest Gas is powering Arizona's homes, businesses, community, and future at swgas.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order.
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day. So no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Wolf. What did the Arizona Diamondbacks need to do to be buyers at the trade deadline? We'll ask their general manager, Mike Hazen, at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke. Arizona Sports.
Marcus, listen, I know y'all got to go. You going to tell folks why nobody wants to be in Memphis, or you want me to do it?
No. For a player like me, I just don't think that the league, like, for guys like me, I love to be in Memphis. I embrace it, but you got to identify those guys, right? And it's not that simple, especially a younger guy to identify that wants to be in Memphis. I want to hear you say, why you think
the people in Memphis is a great sports town, great fans, great people. Yeah. But there's an element there where cats like Jimmy Butler and others don't feel it's the safest environment. I'm talking to the local authorities in Memphis. You got to clean some of that stuff up because it's dissuasive to NBA players. They have talked about it. I know they've told me.
That's Stephen A. Smith yesterday on First Take talking about Memphis and a safety issue with the city of Memphis as an NBA market. John Morant responded to that by talking about the Grizz more than the finals with these talking head sources, or what I don't know what the emoji usage is there.
That's cap. As in,
okay.
Lying.
All right.
Right.
We can use words, can't we? We're all adults here. Stephen A. Smith responds to it by saying, "So this is what we're doing now, John Morant. I recall talking about the finals, but the Memphis Grizzlies made news because of Bane getting traded and your possible extension coming up. Would you prefer I go into detail about what the hell has been going on in Memphis, why players have stated they're not interested in going, or even more details? Or would you like me to leave well enough alone and let the great peeps of Memphis address it on their own? Your call. I'm all ears."
All right, so a lot of issues that I've got with this, and this is John Morant kind of tripling down on the criticism of Stephen A. Smith ignoring the NBA Finals, not just because he's playing solitaire on his phone while at one of the games. It's that using his platform to talk about the Grizzlies and what might be going on in Memphis, and for him to respond with yet another veiled threat to a player. Mm-hmm. He's done this to KD. He's done this to Tyrese Haliburton. He's done this now to John Morant. I'm sure there's others. And I got a problem with that. That is not the way the face of the network should be conducting him or herself toward the league that they're covering. That's not the job. It's and on top of that, what is Stephen A. Smith saying about Memphis? That it's a dangerous city, that being around Ja Morant is dangerous because of the elements he's been known to hang with?
I mean, there's certainly insinuation there. More than insinuation on the city itself. I think maybe there was insinuation on the Ja Morant front. He's come back and defended the city, but it has sparked a discussion among people in Memphis. Senator Brent Taylor, Stephen A. Smith just called out Memphis on ESPN's First Take, saying NBA players like Jimmy Butler don't want to play for the Grizzlies because they don't feel safe in our city. He even said he's talking to local authorities, urging them to clean some of that stuff up because it's pushing players away. This is a wake-up call for Memphis. I've been sounding the alarm and passing tough on crime legislation. Our city's reputation is taking a hit, and it's not just about basketball. It's about our community, our pride, and our future. We can't let crime define us. That's why I'm calling on local officials to join me in getting tough on crime and making our streets safer to everyone. So it might actually turn out to be some good if this is indeed an issue. I'm not very familiar with the day-to-day operations of the city of Memphis, but for somebody in that chair with that platform to say that about an NBA city, and I don't know if it was, I think it was Marcus Morris that responded. I still can't tell the Morris twins apart. I'm sorry. But he kind of agreed with it. For a player like me, I would love to go to Memphis, but you have to identify those players. Are the Grizzlies at a disadvantage because they have to look for a certain type of player that can live and thrive in the city of Memphis?
Wow. I
was unaware of any of this.
So same here.
And I know Jimmy Butler famously said, I don't want to go to Memphis before he got traded.
Uh-huh.
I didn't hear about it being because of a safety issue.
No. That's this is news to me. I thought that was all more about Ja Morant and that vibe around that team. Ja Morant is beloved in Memphis. First of all, beloved. And so I'm really kind of flummoxed at that. But again, back to Stephen A. for a minute.
This is actually the story. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, no, you're right. It is. But I'm just going to say the fact that Stephen A. Smith is acting and posturing as if he is the central figure in the NBA.
Yeah.
That it all revolves around him. It's just, it's nauseating to me, man.
It's a news personality becoming the news every day.
That's it.
We were just talking in the commercial break about how every day we're talking about how Stephen A. Smith becomes the news, whether it's playing solitaire or making claims like this.
Yep,
or going to war with individual players. By the way, he was on, Stephen A. was on Eddie Johnson and Justin Termini's show, and he explained the whole solitaire thing. Says he does it all the time. He plays solitaire several times during the day. And he can play it for 2 seconds and put it down and pick it up and get up. He said, he also said, if I care that much about what people think about me, then, so be it. But then he said, if you don't like what I'm doing, you can kiss my blank.
Wow.
Well, it's the fact that this story and what he's saying was on ESPN.
Yes.
Like if this was on his podcast, his show, or someone else's podcast, I'd understand, like, that's a little bit more of a free reign to kind of talk about things like this. But this is on ESPN, and they're talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I'm flummoxed by.
Uh-huh.
We talked about this earlier in the week, this lack of scarcity when it comes to Stephen A. Smith. He is everywhere. There were threats he was going to run for president at a certain point.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. I know a lot of people in the sports world, and I know a lot of people that watch sports. I don't know anybody who goes out of their way to get Stephen A. Smith content. And yet he is the linchpin of the entire sports media industry.
Listen, I think it's just because ESPN draws such an enormous audience that I don't think people go there for him. They go there and they get him. And when they get him, they get all the clickbait stuff and all that kind of stuff. Listen, I know because I've had friends who have done that around the horn thing, and it blows them away the level of popularity they attain by being on ESPN.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I've not experienced that.
Yeah, no,
but
listen.
There's still that draw, even though cable television viewers are down precipitously what the numbers they used to draw. But It's still the platform.
So whether or not there's some legitimacy to Memphis being overly dangerous as an NBA city to the point where they need to course correct, and there are also people who are taking great exception to that. Bill Simmons said, "Look, I was there. I power walked the entire city. Never felt unsafe." There have been people who talk about how Tony Allen lives there, Zach Randolph lives there, Mike Miller, Tayshaun Prince. So these are guys that could have left Memphis and haven't. And I don't know. I have never heard that. And it's also coming off as, New York City guy belittling smaller market.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's odd. It's very, very odd.
It's similar. Memphis is the heartbeat, or the Grizzlies are the heartbeat of Memphis. Similarly, when the Suns are good here, it's a basketball town. Memphis is solely a basketball
that's
town.
it. That's their one professional team. That's what they got. And I think with all the talk of the small market NBA finals and how nobody's watching because it's small markets, this particular discussion about another small market, which has been a pretty good franchise recently, when healthy, is only further damaging that small market.
Without a doubt. So in that regard, it might be irresponsible. And I don't understand why is Stephen A. Smith addressing that to Ja Morant? Like, do you want me to tell more story? What's the correlation?
Yeah. Very interesting.
Very bizarre.
And apparently he addressed it again today and said he understands Ja Morant's defense of the city. Well, of course he's going to defend a city that he plays in.
Wow.
Coming up next, Jared is gone, but Sammy has stepped in and pinch hit and put together a round of start, sit, cut. Can't wait for it. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high, deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Sports fans know all about game changers and how important they are, and that is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing for people with dental issues, for people who are looking for a new smile and a better life. So, do you have missing or loose teeth? Are you wearing dentures that don't really fit? Are you struggling to eat because of these inconveniences? Or are you ashamed to smile or take pictures because you hate the way your teeth look? If so, check out New Life Dental Implant Center. They can restore your ability to chew, speak, and yes, smile again. And they're changing the game because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best price you're going to find. And at New Life Dental Implant Center, you don't have to settle for the standard all-on-4 dental implants. They use more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support and longevity. Each new smile digitally designed so you heal faster with minimal bone removal. Plus, they craft your teeth from solid zirconia, no metal underneath for lasting strength and comfort. And best of all, it costs about 40% less than competitors, with easy financing options available to pull it all together. Find out more by calling 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
This is the story of the one.
As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got walked off by the Blue Jays last night in Toronto, 5-4, as Shelby Miller gave up back-to-back home runs in the bottom of the ninth. And the now 14 blown saves for the Diamondbacks are tied for the National League lead, and they fall right back to 500 on the season. They'll look to bounce back tonight in Toronto. First pitch will be at 4:07. And you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are still trying to find a landing spot for star Kevin Durant. Will it be Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota, or Miami, or somewhere else? For more on Kevin Durant and the Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com. And the Florida Panthers are still your NHL Stanley Cup winners for the second straight year. They beat the Edmonton Oilers 5-1 in Game 6 last night, and the Stanley's stay in South Florida will be getting extended. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure to call Parker.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is with the trade deadline looming. What is most likely for the D-backs to do at the trade deadline? Will they do a little bit of both, of buying and selling like they did in 2019? Are they going to be sellers? Are they going to be buyers? Or are they going to stand pat?
I mean, we know it's coming.
Yeah.
Looming feels like it's like next week.
Mm-hmm. True.
It's like 6 weeks away.
There's a lot to be had.
So, if I had to answer right now, do a little of both.
Mm-hmm.
I would say both.
He's done that before.
Yes. And I think...
I'm going to be positive and say they're going to get their acts together and be moderate buyers.
Okay.
42% say do a little bit of both. 30% say they'll be sellers. 19% say they're buyers. And 9% say that they'll stand pat. And again, looming is maybe the wrong word, and we'll know a lot more after this road trip. I think we've all agreed on that.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
Bickley and Marotta want to know, who would you start, sit or cut?
Oh, can't wait to see what Sammy has come up with in the absence of Jared Carlin, who is somewhere probably eating pounds of shrimp by the handful right now.
Hey, good for him. So I'm stepping in with some start, sit, cut, and I think we really hit on something. Maybe it was our last start, sit, cut, but kind of with the 3 random non-correlating things and how you would start, sit, and cut them. Okay. So I'm going to start with what's a worse feeling. All right? The last day of vacation, a walk-off loss, cough, cough, last night, or the 115 walk to your car. Start, sit, cut.
I'm going to start last day of vacation. I am going to sit. The walk-off losses like last night, I'll cut the 115-degree walk to the car. Heat doesn't bother me that much.
Fair.
See,
I was out golfing for 4.5 hours yesterday.
Man, that's
for the second day in a row.
There you go.
I'm an idiot.
You need help.
I do need help.
You are.
See, the walk to the car is not the bad part when it's 115.
It's
getting in the car.
So there's that to think about, yeah.
If it was that, I would start that. That's just brutal. But as currently constructed, yeah, last day of vacation, I'll start that. I'll sit the 115 degree walk to the car, and I'll cut the walk-off loss just because, we get those a lot here.
It's true. All right, next. Of the things you could have right now, like if they were presented to you right now, would you start, sit, cut? The Diamondbacks, Suns, and Cardinals all getting playoff bids.
Okay.
Your dream car showing up in your driveway, or the sports memorabilia of your choosing. If you could have one of those things, start, sit, cut.
I'm going to start the local team's playoff berths.
Okay. All 3 of them? Yeah, that's a good call.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to sit. I guess I'm going to sit the memorabilia, although I don't know what that would be.
Well, if you gave it some thought.
The $5 billion Stanley Cup.
Stanley Cup, right? There's a good piece of memorabilia. How about a Babe Ruth jersey? How about a...
Are you guys trading cards? Trading card guys?
I was.
Okay.
I was. I mean, that would be. I guess. Yeah. If you go there with some of the rare, like the Mantle rookie or the Paul Skeens card or the cigarette card of Honus Wagner, I'll sit that and I'll cut the dream car.
Okay. Yeah, that's my order as well. Having the Diamondbacks, Suns, and the Cardinals all make the playoffs this year, that's definitely number one. So I'm starting that. I'm going to sit the sports memorabilia of your choosing. I'm not sure what I would pick just yet, but it would be a jersey, somebody's jersey that you could frame up and make a centerpiece.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a trading card. It'd be something more of aesthetic value.
All right.
And then I'm going to cut dream car showing up in your driveway.
Okay. All right. What is more annoying? Start, sit, cut. Your
Jarrett. I'm sorry.
What's more annoying? Your superstar being unhappy. Everyday tech not working how it should, or a restaurant messing up your order. It's more annoying. Start, sit, cut.
All right, you get to tackle this one first.
Yeah. Okay. I will start everyday tech not working.
It's the worst.
It is the worst. I am going to sit having an unhappy superstar, and I'm going to cut the restaurant messing up your order because I'm the guy that'll send it back.
Okay.
Vinny, on the other hand.
No tolerance.
I sent food back in the last 3 days.
Did you?
Yes.
Vinny!
Yes. Took everything.
Vinny's a very agreeable person.
Okay.
So and I've seen him in situations where he's just, that's all right. I'll just take this bad meal on the chin. It's just my dumb luck.
You ever see the movie Night Shift?
Yes.
Early 80s.
Yes.
Henry Winkler. It's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah.
But Henry Winkler plays this milksop.
Yeah.
This nebbish.
And
where he says to somebody in the movie, "Don't send it back. You send back the food, the chef spits on it." That's what he believed.
Well, there is that.
I'm everyday tech not working. By far gets the start. If you would see, next time it goes on the Fritz and it's about due to happen, my printer at home just has a mind of its own and will not connect to the network. I will lose my damn mind. I'll film it next time. Restaurant, getting your order wrong, sit, and I will cut superstar not being happy.
All right, this one's AZ Sports Edition. What do you enjoy watching the most? Is it a Ketel Marte bomb and watching him enjoy it? Is it a Kyler Murray scramble for a touchdown? Or is it Devin Booker when he's, quote, in the zone?
Ooh, that's a very good question. Is it me first or you first, Vinny?
Me first.
You first.
I'm going to start. Ooh, this is a tough one.
I know. I had to think about it, too.
It's a good question.
I got my answers, though.
Devin Booker for 1, for 2.
Murad, are you going to keep that 1, 2, 3 thing? Or are you going to come up with something new? I'm going to start the Kyler Murray scramble. I'm going to sit Devin Booker being in the zone.
Ooh.
And I will cut Ketel Marte hitting the bomb.
I am going to start Kyler Murray scramble as well. Devin Booker in the zone is pretty terrific.
I know.
That game 4 against Denver in the playoffs a few years ago, that was peak Devin Booker.
Peak Book. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then I'm gonna even though I love Ketel Marte and his swag and all that, just drips off him. Mm-hmm. His drip just drips off him.
Yep. All right. These are quick. I have one for each of you.
Okay.
Pick. If you could only have one for the rest of your life, would you start, sit, cut, golf, music, or the gym?
Oh, Sammy.
I know.
I'm going to start golf.
Wow.
I'm going to sit music, and I'll cut the gym.
Okay. All right.
Even though I am a gym rat.
Vinny, start, sit, cut, one thing for the rest of your life. Adam Sandler movies, sports bars, or coffee?
Ooh. If I could only have one for the rest of my life, I'm starting sports bars.
Yep.
I'm sitting Adam Sandler movies, and I'm cutting coffee.
All right.
I periodically give up coffee.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I've seen it.
Depending on how funky I feel.
That's fair. All right. Well, that was Wednesday's edition of
Good
Start
job,
Sit
Sammy.
Cut.
Covered a lot of ground.
You're blowing Jared Carlin out of the water.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
there you go.
Sammy.
I think this, at very least, moving forward, Start, Sit, Cut becomes a collaborative effort between Jarrett and Sammy.
Yeah, I think it's all Sammy. I'm stripping. Jared's gonna come back.
He's gonna be like, guys,
Right.
what?
Coming
What
up
happened?
Friday at 9:30, the Sports Kebab with Sammy Sabulka.
By the way, are you really doing that this week?
I'm gonna start writing it and see how far I
And
get.
see if it's airworthy.
You
Yeah.
are not compelled to do
No,
it. You're
no,
not
I don't
tied
want
to anything.
No, I know.
But it might be humorous, just the effort of it all.
It could, and I'm willing to do that. So
We'll see.
We'll see.
You give it some thought.
All right,
That's
I don't
purely
know.
up
We
to you.
rag on Jared a lot
He's
for the
funny.
Sports Kebab, but to come up with that every week is pretty difficult.
Writing jokes is much harder than it sounds.
Yes.
It is
100%.
way easier to be unfunny in print than it is to be funny when you're
doubt
writing
about that.
jokes.
So yeah, we're gonna. That's TBD. But that was Start, Sit, Cut today.
All right. Well done, Sammy. Thanks. Some final thoughts straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to become much more aggressive. When that ball is in the air, no. I'm not going to wait for it to come to me. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to stab him out there and stab the pig out of the air and go get it and pull it down. That ball is mine.
It would be great to see, and I know I'm comparing him to an all-time great here again, which is all that seems to have ever happened in his career, but it'd be great to see him go out and just take balls away from defenders like Randy Moss in his prime.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Put on my blue suede shoes and I boarded the plane.
If you've ever been to Tennessee, it's a very, very weird place. There's like 3 different Tennessees. There's Nashville, which is the home of music.
Vegas.
Right, exactly.
As Dave
Nash
McGinnis
Vegas.
calls it.
Yeah, there's Knoxville, which is all rural, and it's where UT plays,
College
volunteer
town.
football, college town. And then there's Memphis, the caretakers of Elvis. And the Grizzlies.
And this song by Mark Cohn.
And this song.
Circa 1991.
Where Martin Luther King was assassinated.
This is not, I don't think, on Stephen A. Smith's playlist. On Apple Music or Spotify. Well, does he listen to music? Does he have time to listen to music?
Hey, listen, he doesn't know anything about Memphis because he's never outside of a television studio. Unless he's inside a basketball arena playing solitaire.
Remember how huge this song got?
Oh, yeah, this is gigantic.
On the adult contemporary charts?
Oh, yeah.
Mark Cohn, Walking in Memphis, going out to Stephen A. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Yeah, so I did it. I know Sammy said he was going to do it, responding to that Larry Fitzgerald omission on the list of the 53-man roster on ESPN.com. So I reposted their post on it and said, what if someone tried to tell you that Larry Fitzgerald is at best the 9th best wide receiver in the last 25 years of NFL football? Kind of diminishes the entire list, doesn't it? I would love to hear their explanation. I haven't seen it yet. People chiming in. And also the inclusion of Justin Jefferson. He's a great player. Little quick. He's only been in the league since 2020. He hasn't even played 100 games in the league yet. Adrian Peterson's numbers are so far above like Christian McCaffrey during this time span too. That's another one. Another former Cardinal, by the way.
The one that stung is in the practice squads. He had Andre Johnson.
Andre Johnson was great, but in no way does his career measure to Larry Fitzgerald.
No, not even close.
This is, I can't even believe that they made this error. I really thought it was an oversight because we've all done that. We've compiled lists and, oh my God, I forgot so-and-so. But they didn't. They had Larry Fitzgerald basically in the honorable mention, right?
Yeah, in the tweet.
Others receiving votes.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's really, as you pointed out.
Not even practice squad.
As you pointed out, that invalidates the entire body of work that they did.
Yeah, so keep the scrutiny coming if you're a Larry Fitzgerald fan. Did you hear about the Edmonton Oiler who snubbed the handshake line last night?
No.
Evander Kane
thumbed
his nose at hockey tradition. Did not participate in the handshake line, according to the hockey writers. New York Post writes, it's possible some emotions from the game boiled over following Kane's ejection after he slashed Panther star Matthew Tkachuk, which also earned him a 10-minute misconduct penalty with 2:13 to go. Maybe he wasn't even in the arena. You get the game misconduct, you're done. Maybe he showered and left. Evander Kane's an interesting dude.
He sure is, but that's like stepping on the third rail in hockey. That's not like ducking out early in a football game or a basketball game. That's violating etiquette that is really important in that sport.
It seems more important that there was a controversy earlier in the playoffs too, and Paul Maurice, the head coach of the Panthers, was at the center of it. He said, "Yeah, coaches don't need to be in the handshake line. This is for the players only." And everybody's like, "Wait, what?" No, it's out of respect to your opponent.
Yeah, it's some people think it's the greatest thing about hockey. You beat each other's brains in for 7 games, then you line up and shake hands,
pat each other on the back.
Hopefully, you're not spitting in your palm first. That has happened before.
I always remember that being a big thing in youth soccer.
Yeah.
With hurt feelings.
Uh-huh.
Before you went and got your post-game orange wedge and your Capri Sun, you had to wonder about whether or not the guy on the other team was spit on his hand first because you beat him. Yeah, we're going to continue to be on Kevin Durant watch. Obviously, this is going to continue. I think this is going to...
Might last a while, huh?
It's going to last a while, I think. And there seems to be this feeling, too. George Sedano among them. He was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday talking about, is the juice worth the squeeze with Kevin Durant? Oh, let me get this queued up here.
Honestly, I know you said they're going to make their best deal, and look, they should. But they may be waiting a while because I think that teams are pretty steadfast in believing that a 37-year-old player, when the season starts, even as great as him, is no longer the player he once was. He's probably more of like a top 20-ish player as opposed to a top 10 player. And I think you guys would attest to that. But I also think that you have to extend him. You're going to have to give him 2 years, $110 or $120 million. So teams are not willingly going to be able to do that.
And here's Brian Windhorst on the best case scenario for the Suns.
If the Suns can't get a better package from Minnesota or anywhere because they know that Durant maybe doesn't want to be there and he may only play 1 year and leave, it might affect what they can get back for him. Because maybe you're not, famously Kawhi Leonard, he went without a promise to the Raptors. The trade package that the Spurs got was not great. It was just okay. So ideally, you want to have Durant on board. They're not doing this just because they want to be nice to Kevin Durant. They want Durant on board so that they can get a better return. That's also part of this.
Yeah, I'm getting to the point now where it might be fun to have a contest. Pick the date. You know those winners?
Oh, yeah,
like,
yeah.
Due date when you have an office worker, a coworker who's pregnant. When's the baby coming? When's the deal going down, if ever? We might
We
be
can do that tomorrow.
Or if it bleeds into next week, maybe it'll be time for that.
Okay.
Although it is draft week next week.
Right. Okay.
That is going to do it for us today. We are back tomorrow morning at 6. Thanks to Steve Gilbert for trying to cooperate, trying to be on the show. Technology wouldn't cooperate. Like I said, back tomorrow morning, bright and early, Thursday. Full recap of what's the latest with Kevin Durant and how the D-backs did in Toronto. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz, and there's an assumption in the electronics industry that prices have to be lower at the big box stores, and that's because people walk into those shops, they see a television at a very low price and think, wow, I've got to shop here. What they don't know is that those televisions are hot garbage that are going to rob you of quality and experience, and this is one of many reasons why you shop at Waltz TV and Appliance. They will give you the expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selection, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, all the audio components you could ever dream of, all the major name brands you are looking for, and you will not pay a premium for all of that because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices, and if you found a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz and watch them match it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you will enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro, which comes in handy if you're like me and can't even get a remote to work properly. Finally, when you're at Waltz, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your choice. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovig's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have 2 things for you, Basernians. 1, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And 2, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice? You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi? Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake. Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace. Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection? Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it. And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now. We need some tax and tariff relief, right? Just mention Calvisi. Or Gatos. Arizona Sports. Or KTAR. You save 12%. Tax and tariff relief. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com. That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. AmericaRoofing.com. I said it better than Paul did. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teameydoc.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got walked off by the Blue Jays last night in Toronto as Shelby Miller gave up back-to-back home runs in the bottom of the ninth as the Diamondbacks lost 5-4, and they're now 14 blown saves are tied for the National League lead, and they fall back exactly to 500 on the season, but they'll look to bounce back in Toronto tonight. His first pitch will be at 4:07 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are still trying to find a landing spot for star Kevin Durant. Will it be in Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota, Miami, or elsewhere? For more on Durant and the Suns, head to arizonasports.com. And the Florida Panthers are still your NHL Stanley Cup winners for the second straight year. They beat the Edmonton Oilers 5-1 last night in Game 6, and the Stanley's stay in South Florida will be getting an extension. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Wednesday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
Man, what's going on, Luke? How you doing on this hump day? How you doing? You know what basically means? I can't stand the guy.
For somebody who hates
Can I just tell you right now? You know exactly what I was going to say. Yeah. There's so many people like to walk around hump day.
Hump day.
You know, hey, happy day before Friday. Right? That's what people will say also on Thursday.
Yeah.
Hey, happy day before Friday.
Well, and I've never really worked in an office, but I've heard that this is a big thing, too, if you do. Somebody's got a case of the Mondays, if you're having a bad day on Monday. I feel like that would be worse than the hump day or the happy day before Friday.
Yeah,
because if you're just having a bad day on a Monday, you don't need some cheerful fool jumping up next to you and be like, oh, you got a case of the Mondays.
Yeah, well, you're right about that. But can you say anything on a Monday to pull somebody out of the Mondays?
No.
I don't think so.
There's nothing you
so
can
why
say.
even say anything about it?
No, that's my whole point. You're
You're
jumping in there.
See, there it is.
I'm having such a great Monday. It looks like you got a case of the Mondays.
Yeah.
Can you imagine working in an office, Wolf?
I'm having a great Monday. That's great.
Wolf working in an office needs to be its own, Netflix series or something.
Yeah, that would be so weird.
I mean, have you been to this? We kind of work in an office. You just got to go back and check out the salespeople just sitting there and on their computers and doing sales things.
I mean, can you imagine Wolf doing that 8 hours a day?
That'd be hilarious.
Why do you think that would be funny, Rick?
Because you wouldn't be able to do it. You'd start busting wedges in the middle of the sales room. It's just not enough stimulation for you, Wolf.
There's not enough going on.
That's great.
I don't think any of us could really work in an
cubicle
office,
thing,
to be honest.
Honestly,
yeah,
that always annoyed me a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I feel like you would bust through the cubicle.
Yeah, something.
I feel like that's how most people in radio end up up in radio.
Yes.
But then, Wolf, you'd be the extreme version of it because of your wedge-busting ways to get here.
Okay, yeah. Who wants to sit in a cubicle? Raise your hand right now. I don't. I'm just saying.
Even that person out in the newsroom sitting in a cubicle right now that we can see isn't raising his hand.
Yeah.
I
wouldn't call that cubicle, though. I really wouldn't.
No.
You go back into the sales.
We should take a field
You
trip
go
back there.
back into the back of the building right now where all my AEs are, I might add. Their cubicles are, man, that's legit.
Can we should get a wireless mic and just walk back there like 11:30.
This is my cubicle. Don't you dare step foot in it.
Would you put up a lot of pictures in your cubicle?
No,
I don't think you would. I can't see that.
I'd schedule a lot of meetings.
And then
Have a
not show up.
calendar hanging there, you know.
I'd have a lot of meetings I'd schedule to get out of the cubicle.
Wolf would schedule meetings to talk about when to schedule more meetings.
And raise his hand at the end for sure.
Oh, definitely. He'd be the guy asking the extra questions.
Where are we going in this beautiful
as you can
program?
probably tell, we don't want to talk about our first topic.
No!
But here we are.
No!
The Arizona Diamondbacks leading in the ninth inning last night, and they lose in the ninth inning. And this time it's Shelby Miller, who I know didn't have like a perfect record this season, but his ERA was really good. And instead, they lose a game to the Blue Jays, which is fine. You can lose to the Blue Jays. You can't be stacking a lot of losses right now. We talked about all this yesterday because you're kind of in decision-making time here this next month as far as if you're going to be buyers or sellers or if you're going to still go for it or blow up the roster or whatever. But you can't be blowing any more leads in the ninth inning.
Yeah.
It's a non-negotiable at this point, Wolf.
What a massive kick in the cradle this game was. It was. This is not how you wanted to see the Arizona Diamondbacks start this 9-game, 3-city road trip. This is not how you want. Especially, listen, every loss is not the same, Basinonians. It's not created equal. It is not. And every win is not created equal as well. This is just a fact. And I don't care if we're talking about hockey. I don't care if we're talking about baseball, football, basketball, whatever it may be. Every loss is not created equal. It just isn't. Mm-mm. This is one of these deals right here where it is not just the fact that you lost, but it's how you lost the game as well. And it's starting to become a little redundant. And it's not redundant to just you, Basinonians. It's not redundant to me. It's redundant to the guys that are in the clubhouse. And this is why I can't stand it. Even though every pro knows, hey, listen, Shelby Miller went out there and he's been great for us. And he's doing his job. And sometimes you're going to go out there, things are going to go well. Sometimes you're going to go out there, things are not going well. The problem is this is the 14th blown save. 14th blown save already. Stop and think about that.
It's unbelievable.
14 blown saves already in this season.
We're not even at the halfway point.
Man, it's getting redundant. That is the problem.
It kind of feels like the 2022 season where you saw them make some strides, but the bullpen was just so bad that they couldn't really get over the hump that year.
Don't say hump day after he said get over the hump. If you just win half those games, okay, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, you should win all 14 of those games. Like teams blow saves occasionally.
Moderation.
But if you just win half of those games, you're one game behind the Dodgers for first place in the division, and you're the number one wild card.
Wow.
You're about where you honestly should be. I mean, think about that. That's honestly about where we all thought they would be. Second place in this division, and not that it would be a given that you'd make the playoffs, but you'd be up there in the 1 or 2 wild card conversation, not the 6th or 7th spot when there's only 3 wild cards, if you just win half the blown saves you have.
Yes, and you know what is really bad too, and I despise myself for this, Basinonians, and I reject myself in front of king and country. But after the Diamondbacks had a 3-2 lead after the 6th inning, they had a 3-2 lead. I said, oh my goodness, my brow is furrowing a little bit here. The game had all the feel of a bullpen blown game.
Yeah.
Once again, at that point in time, Brandon fought. He started the 6th, gave up a base hit. Tory went and got him, and rightfully so. And then he brings in this dude, Kyle Backus. Did you happen to see Kyle Backus?
I did.
0 ERA guy.
The fearless Kyle Backus came in there, and This dude was big league to me.
Yeah.
Went out there and did his job. I was jacked up after Kyle Backus went out there and did his job. And then it all started to fall apart. They had a 4-3 lead going into the ninth. So the bullpen did its job. It held on to the lead.
Murillo looked good again.
Even though it wasn't great.
No, but I mean, yeah, no, you're right.
It was 4-3 going into the ninth.
Yeah.
And all you needed to do was have Shelby Miller get a save, and he couldn't do it.
And it was quick. I mean, home run, bye. You know, and
well, he got the first out. That was nice.
That was the fastest I've turned a Diamondbacks game off this year. That was like your and because the second home run was in the air, I was just like, I don't care. I'm turning it off. I can't do this anymore. For today, I can't. I just need a break. So you can, like I said,
it's really hard. It's like painful, isn't it? It's painful
because
it's
hard
happened.
To talk about. Because it's happened so much.
Yeah.
And the stat I just gave you is not a complicated stat. Just take half your blown saves and convert them. And we're not talking about are you buyers or sellers. We're talking about can you pass the Dodgers for first place in the division?
Yes.
That's where you'd be right now. Convert half your blown saves.
See, and again, I'm going to bring it inside that clubhouse, man, because that's where it's all going on right now. Do you think these guys who are professionals, do you think they're impervious to feeling the same feels we are right now in regard to the Diamondbacks? And of course they're not. Just because it's your profession, just because this is what you do, you might understand it a lot better. Yet at the same time, this sucks buttermilk for them.
I think they're a really resilient team, but I also think everybody has their breaking point. And I'm not saying last night was it, but we're not even to the halfway point of the season. If this doesn't get fixed...
I'm not even saying their breaking point. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it does impact you as a human being. It does. It impacts you and can get a negative vibe going inside the clubhouse. And that's why leadership is critical. That's why it is critical inside that clubhouse today and going forward.
We come back over to basketball. Is there actually a chance the Phoenix Suns might just end up keeping Kevin Durant? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately, playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine you find your dream home, and instead of waiting around, you just move in right away. You don't have to get caught up in all the complicating factors of selling your old place first. You just move in. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program allows you to do. You get to buy your new home now, right away, and then still sell the old one later. It's the best way to do it. It cuts out a lot of stress, so here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of that. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades, so once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then still sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your old home. It's a huge part of this whole situation with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation and see what you're working with. Again, that's Orchard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. in season or out, at every fill up or when you store. Start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
Okay, I would say this scenario is still pretty unrealistic, but I think we at least need to look at the possibility, Wolf. Is there a scenario in which the Suns just don't trade Kevin Durant? I mean, it almost seems unfathomable given everything we've been hearing, but also you're kind of hearing that they're not really getting the offer that they want yet. And I'll say this, more power to the Suns if they don't get the offer that they want, that they don't trade him. I don't have to give him away to some team trying to play hardball.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one right there, depending on what they're giving up.
Well,
what they're offering, what they're giving up, and what you're asking for right now, because this is the way you negotiate, right? Based on earnings, you come in and you ask for the moon. The sun, the moon, and the sky. That's what we'd like for Kevin Durant. And if you're not going to give us the sun, the moon, and the sky, go pound sand, because it's not going to happen. That's what you're going to do. You're going to come in and you're going to make that. And then negotiation is going to happen from that point forward, as we all know. Is there a chance they don't trade KD? No. I think he's gone, regardless.
So, well, I don't think he's going to finish his career here. But if they don't get the offers they want by next week, I would take that as other teams thinking, oh, we can just get you to give us Durant. And then I would almost, I'd be willing to wait past the draft.
You know what? I would say that if Giannis was really out there on the trade market, which the last I heard, I don't know if you've heard anything different, but the last I heard. It
changes every day with Giannis.
Okay. Well, it just seems like he didn't want to leave Milwaukee. Yeah. That was the last that I heard right there. And if that is the possibility, then I would say that it makes it an impossibility that he won't be traded. Because if Giannis is not on the market right now, somebody's going to offer. Somebody is going to step up.
Yeah.
Before this draft, and they're going to get it done.
I think the Giannis thing, even if he's not on the market, needs to be definitive, right? Because it feels like there's a couple teams that are like, yeah, maybe he's saying he wants to stay in Milwaukee, but maybe we can still get him out of there with the right trade offer. It does sort of feel like maybe that needs to get resolved or put on the back burner or something before this happens? I mean, we're having this conversation. It could happen in 2 minutes.
I think it's I think it's on the back burner right now, be honest to you. And that's the reason why I think KD, this is your best opportunity to move KD. It's not going to be when Giannis is also on the market.
If Giannis would just get traded right now, then I think you'd have a good opportunity to trade KD. Because if once Giannis is traded, you don't have 3 or 4 teams thinking they're going to get Giannis. He's gone at that point. Can you
imagine trying to do that as a general manager? You're trying to pull off this massive trade, and you've got this little thought in the back of your head. Giannis still... he likes us. I know that he likes us. And Giannis still could be, do I really want to do this? It would always be in the back of your head if that were the case.
At some point, though, you got to pick a direction. But yeah, I mean, if I'm thinking of Houston right now, like for Houston to make the trade for Durant that really, for all intents and purposes, they should make, they probably need to know Giannis isn't a possibility. Because I understand it if Houston's like, hold on, if we can get Giannis, we'd rather move these pieces. I totally get that. But if you can't get him, I would be really upset if I were a Rockets fan if you didn't go get Durant. If Giannis was off the table. Like it's like negligent as from a GM perspective. We've talked about it a ton. He's exactly what they need, and a player like that's not typically available for a team like that in the offseason. Here's George Sedano on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and he was weighing in on the KD situation.
I don't see Houston giving you anything that's, I just see them giving you maybe Jalen Green, but they're not giving you Jabari. They're certainly not giving you Amen Thompson. The Spurs, they seem to really love Castle. I don't know if that's going to be something that's plausible. And Miami's not going to give you Ware. At least, I don't think they're giving up Ware for someone like KD. I just feel like what the Suns want may not be what the market bears.
Yeah, whoever that guy was that you just played right there.
George Sedano.
Really
bringing everybody down.
Yeah, no, I'm just, he's probably not a KD fan. I'm just saying right now, I kind of felt that way when I was listening to that live. And again, he may look at it from a different perspective as well. But to me right now, is there really a situation where you're going to look at Kevin Durant and not think he is a good fit for the Houston Rockets? I haven't heard many analysts say they don't think it's a good fit.
No.
With the Houston Rockets.
We are getting to that point where it's like the cool, trendy thing to say KD doesn't have much value. I mean, do you get that sense? Like it just seems, KD's not really what he used to be. I mean, he just at the end there said, well, Miami's not giving up Ware for Kevin Durant.
I know.
Khalil Ware is a 15th overall pick from last year's draft who averaged 9 points a game.
Thank you. Come on, man.
Did anybody watch Kevin Durant last year?
That's my point. I guess my point is, you're talking to somebody who obviously does not have a high opinion of what KD is and what he brings to a team.
I guess, you're right. Here's Tony Kornheiser from the Tony Kornheiser Show yesterday.
The most warming moment in basketball in the last year and a half or so was the Olympics, in which the three old guys, Durant and Curry and LeBron, were great. They were simply great. They beat the world. They got the gold medals. It was a lovely, lovely moment. Two of those guys seem content with their lives, Curry and LeBron. I mean, maybe not content, but they're not looking to move. Kevin Durant is so miserable. He's been miserable for years. He's miserable again. Now he's trying to orchestrate where he ends up for however many years he has left.
Yeah.
I don't totally agree with that either. Kevin Durant's not the one who asked to be traded.
Yeah. I have heard the miserable thing, though. I have heard that before.
That's been
the narrative surrounding him for a long time.
Yeah, but he
just goes out and plays well.
But he didn't ask to be traded.
Because all he wants to do is ball, of course.
I understand a lot of this is reputation. I understand a lot of what we're hearing nationally is people basing stuff on Golden State and his exit there, and even Brooklyn that didn't really pay that close of attention to the Suns, maybe.
Yeah.
But unless I missed something, and Wolf, I think you can vouch that you and I and everybody else at the station have had to talk about Kevin Durant rumors for a long time now. I don't remember Kevin Durant ever initiating all this trade talk. I really don't.
Mm-hmm.
He was offered up in a trade.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Can we also just say, I still believe that the draft is the best push point for a Kevin Durant trade right now.
You mean like actually during the draft?
No, the draft before it. Okay. They've got to use this. And once again, we were talking about the experience and how important experience is for a general manager at this point in time, and using push points to your advantage. I'm just wondering what kind of deal they've already been offered. What really is the best deal that is out there? I wonder, because Brian Gregory and the Suns are going to play that really close to the vest.
Yeah.
They're not going to give a lot of information in regard to what the best deal is for Kevin Durant so far. They're not going to give you that.
No.
They want doubt.
It'd be nice
to be
to
in
know
the
it.
minds of other general managers that might be out there.
It would be nice to know it, but it would be irresponsible for them to tell us. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, you're trying to negotiate, and if you're gonna tell everybody what San Antonio's offering, then Houston knows they have to come in just over that or whatever. But it would be nice to know it right now, because depending who you listen to, some people act like Kevin Durant's retired and hasn't scored a point in 3 years. And then other people are like, oh, no, he's actually still one of the better players in the league. Here's Tim Legler from Kornheiser's show yesterday.
I think in a particular setting at this stage of his career, I think it probably still would be worth it to the organization that brings him in, because I still think he's like that talented of a scorer. He's got to have a certain infrastructure around him, and it can be mostly his show, and have a great defensive team around him, and I think it can work. At this point, though, to your point, I'm not sure who Kevin Durant respects anymore. Like, I don't know, who does he think is a good coach? Who does he think is a worthy co-star? Like, I don't know anymore.
I don't either.
Yeah, that's a different conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we know he likes Ime Udoka, and Ime Udoka likes him.
Yeah. Again, I think there's a lot of stuff based on earnings about Kevin Durant that we all have heard before in the past. I think the narrative surrounding Kevin Durant, I know when the Suns first acquired Kevin Durant, the possibility was out there. I remember having discussions about it. I wasn't crazy about it because of the narrative that was out there, but I think there's a lot of misinformation. I do, about KD. I think the legend of KD and the narrative that has been around him for a long time, I think it's taken on a life of its own at this point in time. And people are connecting a lot of the dots. Let me just say this. I would be surprised, not shocked, but I would be surprised if the Suns don't get a good deal for Kevin Durant before the trade.
Yeah, I mean, I've already recalibrated my expectations from around the trade deadline and what they were close to getting around the trade deadline to what they're going to get this offseason. But I feel like I'm going to have to recalibrate that again and again, because it feels like I don't know. It feels like whatever they end up getting for him, based on what we're hearing right now, seems like it's going to be disappointing, doesn't it?
I think, yeah. I'm not preparing for that. I think it's going to be okay. We'll see.
When we come back, how can the Arizona Diamondbacks fix whatever is going on in the ninth inning? And what's it like in Toronto right now? We're going to ask their broadcaster, Todd Walsh, will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Are the Suns doing any damage to their reputation as an organization by sending a star like Kevin Durant to a place he doesn't want to go? To prime the pump for the next star who comes to play for them. Would a potential star who wants to come to the Suns go, yeah, but man, they did Kevin Durant dirty a couple of years ago. He gave him a list of the places he wanted to go, and they sent him to Minnesota. They sent him to Toronto.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Now through November, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. Yeah, you get to cool down your patio, support our heroes. Shoes for Soldiers, Basinonians. Listen. All Pro Shade Concepts, they came out to the Wolfley compound. They advised us on what our shading needs were and what our options were. And I can tell you right now, one of the best things that we have done for the Wolfley compound, all the family time out around the pool. It's been absolutely huge, of course, with All Pro Shade Concepts. Right now, they are going to donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. That's right, text SHOES to 620-620. Text SHOES to 620-620 for Shoes for Soldiers.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Could Kevin Durant actually remain a Phoenix Sun? Here's ESPN's Brian Windhorst on ESPN Cleveland yesterday.
I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
For all the latest with the KD situation, stay locked in on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks try to even their series with the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. First pitch is at 4:07 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball for the Snakes. And the Florida Panthers are once again Stanley Cup champions. They took care of the Edmonton Oilers 5-1 in Game 6 last night to keep the cup in South Florida. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Make the right choice for windows and doors in your home. Visit thewindowdepot.com or one of their 3 Valley locations for the lowest prices and biggest inventory.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can Eduardo Rodriguez keep his string of great starts going tonight? We'll preview Game 2 of D-backs Blue Jays starting at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf, we conferred. We realized maybe the best person to talk to today It's Todd Walsh.
Toddy.
Just see wherever Todd takes this conversation. Let's take a drive. Todd Walsh is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line from Toronto. What's going on, Walshy?
Did you guys just say they might not trade Kevin Durant? Is that what I just heard?
Well,
yeah, that's what some people are believing. I don't believe it.
I would say like 2% chance.
Yeah.
Why not like a multi-sport deal? Could the Suns shop Kevin Durant so the Diamondbacks can get a closer? Is that like a groundbreaking?
Toddy,
no, that's not going to happen.
No, it's not gonna
I'd
happen.
explore it at least.
Yeah, I have to ask you this, Toddy, as a guy that has lived in Western New York, of course, and you've lived there proudly. What's it like being in Toronto?
Okay, I'm so glad you asked. I'm looking out my window. I'm probably, 500 yards away from the CN Tower. The shadow just casts a pall over the entire hotel. I see the Toronto Harbor, and outside of that, of course, is the great Lake Ontario run, which dictated our entire lives growing up in Western New York. It was like Oz, right? You never knew what your day was going to be like. And I just had a notice on my phone, something I had not seen before. It said it's a squall watch. So I looked, and it is raining. Now, the only time I've ever heard squall, it was with snow. So while I was listening to you guys, this is where I went. I thought snow squalls, lake effect snow, school's out, snow day. That's where I just went, but now I'm back to reality and I got to go to work. So that's where I am. It's one of the most beautiful cities, as you know, and when you grew up on the other side of the lake, I used to look out my math class window on the third floor and dream about drifting off into Toronto and running away to Canada. But I love this place. And Luke, I was here obviously last night, and the minute I walked into my room after our game, I turned on Rogers Sportsnet, and I watched, if you can imagine, it must have been 3 hours of post-game coverage of the Stanley Cup Finals. It just went on and on and on and on.
I love it.
And I think the next season started last night. So
that was like our final.
That's a check.
Our last post-game show ever with the Coyotes. I feel like we did like 3 hours. I wanted to ask you this on that note, because it has now been 32 years and counting since a Canadian team has won the Stanley Cup. You were in Toronto last night. Did you get a sense that Toronto fans wanted Edmonton to win or lose?
I did. I actually did some random exit polling. My crew that I was working with, the local television guys, my cameraman and my audio tech, and a utility that was sitting with me in the camera while I've worked with them in hockey for 2,000 years. And at one point, they were giving me scores the whole night. And at one point, I turned and I said, let me ask you guys, are you rooting for Edmonton? And they said, it was a classic. It was across the board. Out of respect for Connor McDavid, yes. But if it was Vancouver, no way. So,
I love it.
So,
right.
Toddy, talk about last night and just how much damage can this continue to do to a team that is trying to work its way out of mediocrity?
It's funny because I've been listening to you guys for about an hour since I knew I was coming on. I just wanted to get a feel for the vibe of what you're going to say. And I heard you talk about redundancy, and I feel weird because I'm so close to it. I'm in the middle of it, and I had to deal with it, 2 feet away from Tory Lovullo after that game, and then walking into the clubhouse. I didn't feel that it was as desperate as I heard from you, and I understand why you say that. But maybe it's just because of watching the game. I kind of looked at it this way. I just liked the way they played right up until the bottom of the ninth with one out. I really did.
Yeah.
I thought they put a game together. They scratched back after being down early. I thought Brandon Pfaadt continued to improve and make his way back. And I saw them putting an inning together and then forged to a lead. I saw the bullpen just pitch effectively against a very free-swinging team. So I was just kind of thinking to myself, so what is the true feeling here? So I think it's more about what I see tonight. I know they know that they have time, and I know that they have this unbelievable support, which is now you're going to get a taste of it later when you talk to Mike Hazen. The interview he did on MLB and the radio network blew my mind. I'm so happy to hear that. Instead of kind of fear-mongering and having guys worry about jobs, the general manager says, no, I believe in this group. I don't want to blow this team up. I want to give him a chance. We want to add to it. And Ken Kendrick says what he says to you guys earlier in the week as well. I think that's just a totally different slope to go down. I love it. I can't wait to hear what Mike says to you guys. So I still think they're in a spot where they can be in the conversation. I think that's all you need when you get near that trade deadline, and stranger things have happened. So I'm not as concerned. It was a kick in the teeth, and it happened so fast. And let's be honest here very quickly. AJ Puck's not walking through that door tonight. Jordan Martinez isn't walking through that door tonight. Kevin Hinkle's not close to the guy that he was yet, and I think he could be if he had to be. So Shelby Miller's the guy, and he raises his hand and says, I'm ready, I'll do it. And what do you know about Shelby Miller? He's going to attack the strike zone. What do you know about the Blue Jays? They are aggressive as all get out. They have 23 or 22 come from behind wins. The Diamondbacks have 22 or 23 blown save losses. So there you are. It was all right there, and a 1-2 punch like George Foreman knockout. It was bizarre, land, and it did hurt.
Todd, before we let go, I did just want to go back to something you said, because Wolf and I were talking about this yesterday too. If they are in a position to be buyers, it seems like all they would be buying would be bullpen help, which is obviously very important, but it doesn't always cost a ton. I mean, would it really cost them that much at the deadline to be buyers if they're still in this in a month?
I don't think so. I mean, and listen to what Ken Kendrick said. The facts and the circumstances will tell us what we should do. And if you're an athlete in that room, a professional athlete, you hear that, Ron, I mean, isn't that going to tell you something? I mean, I told that to Josh Naylor yesterday. I told him what Mike Hazen said on the radio, and he hadn't heard it yet. And, I mean, I don't know. It's just a different way, and I kind of like being around it. I don't like the whole fear-mongering. And, I know they had a team meeting, and guys were saying, hey, look, we don't want to lose our places here. We got to play better. I also know one of the guys that spoke in that team meeting isn't even going to play. It's Corbin Burns. So there's an opportunity here, just like any professional sports landscape. When guys go down, there's an opportunity for others. So this is still a really good baseball team, and I saw it for 25 outs last night.
Yeah, and that Naylor's response too. We're going to play that in a little bit. I thought was great. Walshy, thank you so much for the time, man. We appreciate it.
Squalls.
Okay, man.
More squalls, Ron.
Hang in there. Don't go to Pantages.
Be careful with the squalls. Thank you. That's Todd Walsh joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right there. How about that, Corbin Burns? He just said speaking in the team meeting, too. When we come back, we'll go over to football for a little bit. Football is kind of like our reprieve with everything going on. Who is a free agent that's still out there that you want the Cardinals to add? Set aside money or whatever, but they got to be actual free agents. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information right now. Listen, have you heard of the All-on-4 dental implant treatment? Man, the All-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. You can have a new set of brand new, beautiful teeth in 24 hours after surgery, Basinonians. I know this because I've had the All-on-4, and I can tell you it is a game changer. There's no doubt about it. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, Aria Dental Implant Center, they make it really simple and cost-effective for you. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. In most cases, Basinonians, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days right after surgery. Yes, 5 days. It's pretty incredible. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, baseball fans, don't miss your chance to meet star third baseman Eugenio Suarez live at Rip Valley Sports Cards on 2nd Street in Roosevelt in downtown Phoenix. Next Saturday, June 28th. Bring your favorite gear, grab a photo, and get an autograph from Gino himself. Spots are limited, so lock yours in today at ripvalley.com/Gino. That's ripvalley.com/Gino. Meet slugger Eugenio Suarez live in person and get an autograph. Saturday, June 28th at Rip Valley Sports Cards in downtown Phoenix. Don't miss it.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Kevin Durant trade saga get settled this week? We'll continue discussing tomorrow morning beginning at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, thanks to Todd Walsh for joining us. Last segment, Mike Hazen is going to join us in an hour. So we'll be talking to the D-backs general manager. He's a regular on the show, and he's always very candid, I would say. Always very,
yes.
Very, I've said this in the past, consistently one of my favorite interviews we get to do with him and anybody in the front office. We do that every Wednesday during baseball season, but man, these are some pivotal moments right now, so it'll be great to talk to him as they head into Game 2 of this series with the Blue Jays. Let's go football right now, though, and this is producer Wolf right here coming up with this idea, but I like it. If there was if money wasn't an object, and you could go out and sign any currently available free agent, so you don't just get to pick whoever you want off any team. You have to go get somebody that's still out there. So this is, at least on some level realistic. Who would you go out there and get?
Yeah, where do you begin when you talk about the Arizona Cardinals? And if you had a wish list of somebody that they would sign before training camp right now, I begin with a wide receiver room.
Do you?
I begin with
that's where I begin. I didn't think that's where you were going to begin.
Okay, well, again, we'll have to wait and see how it goes with the Will Hernandez and whether or not the Arizona Cardinals might be interested in bringing in Will Hernandez. But Will Hernandez is coming off a serious injury, as we all understand and know. And because of that creates a lot of doubt and a lot of question marks. For all I know, Will Hernandez may be having a hard time coming off of that knee.
Yeah.
And because of that, I'd rather go, if I had to pick one guy, I think it would be a wide receiver, and I think it'd be Amari Cooper.
Oh, wow. Okay. We might be fairly unanimous here on this show. I mean, I have some other names, but Amari Cooper is at least the name I've been keeping an eye on through all this, right? Because he is still out there. He is still unsigned. By all accounts, like he's a true pros pro. You see what he's done in this league before. He's been at times a great contributor. Last year kind of bounced around a little bit, so his numbers weren't, quite what you would maybe expect. But you're not bringing in Amari Cooper if you're the Cardinals to be your number one receiver. You're not. You're bringing him in to be a veteran receiver that can still make plays. So I like that. I like the idea of it being a receiver. I've been saying this since the season ended. I would like to add a receiver, preferably a vet. I mean, that's what I was saying back in January. Just because you have a lot of youth at that position. Amari Cooper would be at the top of my list too. Gabe Davis is interesting to me, but I don't know, if there's like an injury or whatever going on there. But Cooper, I think, would have to be the first choice.
Yeah, my biggest concern going forward for the Arizona Cardinals right now, from a position room perspective, it's still the interior offensive line. It is. There's question marks there. Isaiah Adams. I think Isaiah Adams is going to be fine. I think he's going to be fine. I think he's going to be fine. But thinking he's going to be fine and knowing he's going to be fine, two different things.
That almost seems like a risk, risk in quotes, I guess, that they're prepared to take, doesn't it? It sort of seems like this entire offseason they have shown some confidence in Isaiah Adams. And it's not a known commodity because he's only going into year 2. But if they wanted to add interior offensive line help, they could have done it a few times now. I thought you were going to say like Brandon Scherf or somebody like that as your first name out there.
Yeah, if I had to say anybody, an interior offensive lineman, I'd still say Will Hernandez, because again, ACLs are typically they're not the end all be all that they used to be for an offensive lineman in particular. If you blew that ACL out, things were not probably going to go too well for you the rest of your career. It's so different now. The techniques, of course, and how they treat ACLs, the surgery, the process they go through, and then the rehab after it. It's so much better. They're out of the dark ages.
Yeah.
Back when we were playing, I was playing, who's we?
I was going to say.
Back when I was playing based on the Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, Rick. Yes. I can tell you it was brutal. It was just, it was bad. You got the ACL, and it was like, okay, maybe a couple more years, and you're going to be out of the league. That's kind of the way that it felt at that point in time. Now, that wasn't always the case. That's just how it felt. It's no longer like that. That's my point, especially now with an offensive lineman where you're not worried about his 40 time. You're not worried about his lateral speed and all of these things. You're just worried about him knocking somebody's face off. I think Will Hernandez, the question marks are still there, and that's the reason why I jumped to the wide receiver room, because I think the wide receiver room still could use a little help in terms of helping Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride.
I just like the idea of adding a wide receiver and taking a little pressure off Marv. Like the way they've built the defense, it's not overly reliant on any one player. I mean, there are certain guys, like if you don't have Budda Baker, if you don't have Josh Sweat, like there are certain guys, you don't have Mac Wilson, it's going to hurt you. But for the most part, they've done as good of a job as I think you can do on paper of building a defense that isn't overly reliant on one guy. The receiver position right now, we've had this conversation a lot. If Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. don't take that next jump, it's going to be tough for this offense to truly get going. And it's not like adding Amari Cooper would change that. I just think it would make it less imperative for this team. I mean, right now it does feel like Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr., that combination needs to jump up towards the elite levels in the NFL. And look, one of them is the number 1 overall pick, and one of them is the number 4 overall pick. So you drafted those guys with the intention of them being elite. But if you could add an Amari Cooper, it takes a little pressure off. If Marv has a couple bad games here or there, maybe Amari Cooper can step up.
And I don't want to make it sound like the Arizona Cardinals have no options at the interior offensive line position. They do. They do have options, and I'm very, very intrigued by some of these options.
They seem pretty comfortable with
these
options,
honestly. Exactly. Yes. Isaiah Adams, again, if you go back and look at the last 5 games, Isaiah Adams, he's got a chance. He really does. He's got a chance of being a really good interior offensive lineman. How good, we'll have to wait and see, because you got to prove it, Isaiah. You have to prove it. But when you watch tape over those last 5 games, this guy actually grew. He really grew an awful lot. It's not surprising to me. It isn't. He got thrown into the fire. He's a rookie, but the last 5 games of the season, he's had an opportunity to sit there and watch all of this tape and practice and go through the process and watch these guys like Will Hernandez before he got hurt.
Isn't that what Bruce Arians always used to say, you're not a rookie by that point anyway? Like
Yes.
Once it hits Thanksgiving, you're a rookie year?
Well, yeah, but as a player, there's no way you're a rookie until the 4th game of the next season.
Okay, so it's
Don't tell me about this.
It's somewhere between.
Don't give me this bull, you're no rookie in November.
The idea that they would add another offensive lineman, I think at this point would be a great idea if they could do it. I don't even think it would necessarily say they don't have faith in Isaiah Adams if they did it at this point. I think it would just be more like, look, it's 17-game season now. You're probably going to lose offensive linemen at some point. Will Hernandez, of the 2 names that we keep talking about, and we've kind of stopped now over the last month or so, but Will Hernandez, Kaiser White, those 2 names that it's like, man, they're still out there. Nobody signed those guys. Don't you feel pretty strongly, if I told you right now the Cardinals are going to bring one of them back, that it would be Will Hernandez? Doesn't it seem like that?
Yes.
Like, just it's almost a matter of if he's healthy and good to go at the start of the year, maybe they would bring him back.
Man, hey, Will, go ahead and text me if you don't mind, okay? I know I've got your number. Go ahead and text me. How you feeling? What is going on? Because, honestly, Will Hernandez is one of my favorite dudes, and you know this. This is a guy who understands what the game is all about. He does. And that's why I'm wondering why he is not signed somewhere yet.
But it's just got to be simply teams are waiting to see how he recovers, right? He's not supposed to be totally recovered yet.
Correct. He's not supposed to, but you're going to have a really good idea as to where he is, and I can't believe Will Hernandez is holding out.
No, I don't think it's that. He's not even 30 yet, is he? I think he's still technically under 30. These are the things you know without ever even looking. You know everybody's age.
I think he's 30 right now.
29, he will be 30 when the season starts. He turns 30 on September 2nd.
This is what I've learned about Wolf. Wolf knows every single professional athlete's age. It's uncanny, but he knows what it will be when the next season starts.
And he knows their weights.
Yeah, well, obviously, because he asks all of them their weights. All right, when we come back, can the Diamondbacks, I don't know, maybe add a closer like now? Is it possible to make a move sooner rather than later? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
And on score!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and how does someone go from getting nothing after being hurt in an accident to recovering $10 million? They hire Sweet James Accident Attorneys. That's what a victim did after they were hit by a semi-truck and seriously injured. And remember, the goal of insurance companies is to pay you as little as possible, so don't take it out alone. Hire a world-class firm like Sweet James where you pay nothing until they win your case. 809-million, 809-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your
your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Could Kevin Durant actually remain a Phoenix Sun? Here's Brian Windhorst on ESPN Cleveland yesterday.
I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
For all the latest with the KD situation, stay locked in on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks try to even their series with the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. First pitch is at 4:07, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball for the Snakes. And the Florida Panthers are once again Stanley Cup champions. They took care of the Edmonton Oilers 5-1 in Game 6 last night to keep the Cup in South Florida. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can Eduardo Rodriguez keep his string of great starts going tonight? We'll preview Game 2 of D-backs Blue Jays starting at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
All right. Welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke, hour number 2. This timing is uncanny here, Wolf. As we start hour number 2, We're going to talk D-backs. You see what's on that TV right there, right?
Yeah, I did. I was trying not to look or watch, but it's one of those deals where, once again, it's hard to look away.
So the replay of the Diamondbacks game has been on one of the TVs in here as we've been doing the show.
Yeah.
And the replay just ended. They still lose 5-4. It's still Addison Barger walk-off home run. I will say I noticed this on the rewatch. It's one of those things like in the moment you kind of notice the stuff, but you're also thinking, hey, they're up. Or maybe, you'd like to add to the lead, but you don't maybe notice it quite as much. They did have chances to add runs in the 7th and the 8th innings of this game. Really good chances to add runs. Now, who knows? Maybe Toronto would have just scored 4 in the bottom of the 9th. I don't know, but I don't know. I don't know where that thought was going.
Here's the problem with game 1 of this series. And by the way, it's kicking off this 9-game, 3-city road trip that we've been talking about. Luke has for a while. The whole Luke into the future thing driving me nuts. But game 1...
this keeps up. We're going to be luking into 2026 real quick.
Yeah, what an absolute kick in the cradle. And the reason being is because they did a lot of things right in this game.
They really did.
Brandon Pfaadt looked, okay, like he was fighting. He looked,
for his right.
Yeah, that's right. Brandon Pfaadt looked like he was okay. Wasn't dominant, of course, but his results were not bad. 5 innings pitched, 2 earned runs. He did give up a home run, of course, and he threw a lot of pitches, I thought, for the most part. Had issues locating, but only walked 1 hitter. And that has been a problem for Brandon Pfaadt.
Yeah.
And he did a good job in regard to minimizing the damage there. But that's
fight.
That's right.
For your right.
But instead of walking hitters, he decided to just hit them.
Well,
and that was
faster.
He beamed 3 guys. They were all left-handers too. All left-handed hitters.
Why waste 4 pitches on a walk when you can just hit 3 Blue Jays?
That blew my mind.
At least he only throws like 90, though, so it probably didn't hurt that bad.
90 doesn't feel great, I can tell you. Here's Tory Lovullo after the game.
That's how unforgiving this game is, and it can turn in a second. Shelby just made a couple of bad pitches, and they took advantage of it, and that's what they're capable of doing. They slug and take advantage of those moments. But yeah, you're right. It was we were 2 outs away from winning a baseball game. I thought we played a really good baseball game. We just couldn't close the deal.
Man, that is it. That's what I was saying. You think about it. They played a good baseball game. They had the lead. They did everything right and could not finish the deal. Couldn't close it.
That's why the bullpen stuff is so potentially damaging, because what you just said and what Tory just said, and Todd Walsh said this when we had him on earlier too, and I completely agree. Diamondbacks played a really good baseball game until the bottom of the 9th. It wasn't perfect, but they played a good enough game where you're like, okay, this is a team that's playing well enough. This could be a nice road win to start the 9-game road trip. But what's so tough about the bullpen continuously doing this is that's the last word. This isn't, well, the defense struggled and they gave up a couple runs in the 3rd, but then they had 6 innings to come back. That's it. So you do all these things right, it almost works against you because you lost.
Yes.
So at what point over the course of 162 games do you get to the point where the position players and the hitters and the starters feel like they have to be perfect? Because that's not sustainable. You can't be perfect for 162 games or 50 or 10 even.
Yes, and even though the bullpen was not perfect in relief of Brandon Pfaadt, the Diamondbacks, once again, were in a situation, bottom of the 9th, they had a 4-3 lead.
Yeah.
That's what you can say.
That's all you can do.
That's the only thing you can do is ask that, hey, give us an opportunity to win a game. And the Diamondbacks had an opportunity to win that game. 3 outs. There were 2 outs. They were 2 outs away from winning that game, and they could not finish the deal. I worry about the psychological damage that might do inside the clubhouse. I do. Maybe it's a situation where you've got a few guys that are already a little bit of a loose cannon inside that clubhouse. I don't know who it is. I'm not pointing fingers, but this is the way that it begins, where it's just, hey, this is the way that it's going to be for us. And they might have a negative attitude. Now, this is one of those areas where, it's going to be really important that Tory controls that. And I'm sure he's going to be speaking of that your attitude matters. Yet, even more than Tory, it's guys inside that clubhouse who are leaders that are really going to make that work. Like, don't bring your soft attitude in here ever. I don't want to hear you talk about the bullpen, blowing leads, how many saves we've blown. I don't want to hear about this crud. You have to tell the truth about how you're competing individually and collectively. You always, base it on needs, have to tell the truth. But I don't want to hear you talking about all this negative stuff.
Well, a win tonight, a game like today or tomorrow, these are huge because everything we've talked about, and it does feel like we're almost on repeat because this is not the first time this has happened. We've talked about it before, and they've bounced back before. They've bounced back from brutal injuries. They've bounced back from brutal losses. They've unfortunately had quite a few of these. So we know they're capable of doing it. I just think it's the sort of thing you have to bounce back from quickly, especially at the start of a road trip. And they have bounced back quickly. But if you go out there and you lose today, then it's like, oh man, we were 2 outs away from winning to start this whole. And then then you open the door for more negativity to get in. Now I hear what you're saying. You got to be a mentally strong enough team where you can fight that negativity off. But baseball's a hard enough game. You don't need to be fighting off self-inflicted negativity all season.
Yes, but sometimes that's going to happen.
Sometimes.
What are you going to do about it? See, that's my point. What are you going to do about it? It's okay to tell the truth. It's okay to say things the way that they are based on needs. You don't want to try to Jedi mind trick yourself or Jedi mind trick anybody inside the clubhouse. You don't want to do that. You got to tell the truth always. You have to. But to me, you don't have to be negative about it. And it's kind of like Jerry Ball. There it is right there. It's the Jerry Ball story. Google Jerry Ball, my young crux. Wherever you may be right now, go ahead and Google Jerry Ball. He was literally the most appropriately named NFL player in the history of the game. Jerry Ball, because he looked like a ball, 330 pounds, and was the best nose tackle in the game. To me, he's a Hall of Fame guy, Jerry Ball. And yet Jerry Ball stood up in a meeting with Bill Belichick in it and said, I'll fight every one of you, every one of you in here if you want to talk about the whole Bernie Kosar thing. If you want to talk about this, he did. He stood up in a team meeting and challenged every guy in the room. If you were going to be negative about what was happening, he was going to fight you. It's still one of the greatest moments of leadership. You might call it bad leadership based on these, but I'm telling you right now, it worked. And it was great leadership because it worked. But nobody wants to hear about negativity. Tell the truth. That's fine. Just don't put a negative slant on it.
All right, when we come back to basketball, the Suns reportedly want Kevin Durant to reconsider a potential trade to one specific team. Wolf. Okay, so when we come back, we'll get into who the team is and why that team is the team. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famer's trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and ArizonaSports.com.
You know, at first I looked in the backyard because my mom had a pool. I did not see anything. So we went and looked in the other places. And then I was like, you know what? Let me just look one more time outside. And I see Eric in the middle of the pool. At that time, my husband had finally come into that backyard. He jumped into the middle of the pool, grabbed him, and brought him off to the side of the pool. And we both started CPR as my mom was calling 911.
And then they landed a helicopter in the middle of the street, picked him up, and flew him to Phoenix Children's Hospital.
That ride took forever.
As soon as we got there, they put us in a little room, and the doctor came in and said, we tried for an hour and a half.
And they couldn't get him back.
Realize that it can happen to you? It takes less than an inch of water for a child to drown. As long as we are able to save one other child's life, that's what this is about.
Fulton Homes remembers Eric and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Blue Jays hit back-to-back home runs to walk off Shelby Miller and the Diamondbacks. Eugenio Suarez says the D-backs' mentality is to win, not to give the front office a chance to make trades. And the Arizona State Senate could vote soon on a revised Chase Field bill. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. Mike Hazen's going to join us in a half hour, talk all things D-backs. Obviously, we're not going to ask Hazen about the Suns. That'd be kind of strange. So he's going to join us in a half hour, but we are going to talk Suns right now, Wolf.
He'd probably enjoy talking a little Phoenix Suns basketball.
It's going to be interesting that the tone of that interview, because obviously last night sucked. There's no way around it. But
you just gotta say it the way that it is.
But they are 9-5 in June, so I mean they are right. Playing. So I don't know. We'll talk to them obviously. As far as the Suns, as this Kevin Durant trade saga continues, maybe it's just worth kind of resetting what we know, right? Okay, it sounds like by all accounts that KD's preferred destinations are the Heat, the Spurs, and the Rockets. Gambo has said specifically the Spurs and the Rockets. Gambo has also said at least 6 teams are interested, or at least having discussions, right? And so you have those 3 teams plus the Raptors, the T-Wolves, and the Clippers. And there is a story out there on The Athletic, written by The Athletic's Sam Amick, that the Timberwolves specifically are the team the Suns are hopeful KD might reconsider as a potential landing spot. So take that for what it's worth. But I ask you, Wolf, why would they want him to reconsider? Because I feel like this really leans into what you've been saying the last couple days.
Okay. In regard to getting more.
It's got to be it, right?
It's got to be it. The Minnesota Timberwolves, maybe they are going to offer the Phoenix Suns more. And this is the reason why you've got the Phoenix Suns looking at KD saying, would you not reconsider signing a contract, an extension with the Minnesota Timberwolves? Ant-Man. He's Anthony Edwards. He loves you.
It's a good team that's actually in the Western Conference Finals every year now, it feels like.
Yeah.
Somehow.
For me, I just don't understand why you wouldn't want to play with a good team like the T-Wolves.
You might not want to live
and
in
Anthony
Minnesota
Edwards.
in the winter.
And maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Is it as simple as that?
It might be. And if it is that simple, then maybe you could get him to reconsider. I am more so than why KD doesn't have that team on his list. I'm more interested in why the Suns do, because it seems like this is just what it seems like. The T-Wolves seem to want KD, and the Suns seem to want something the T-Wolves have. Isn't that kind of the impression you're getting? It seems like the holdup for that being the trade is that it doesn't seem to be a place KD wants to play. And I think we all agree if they made the trade, he would go play there this year. He's not going to pout in the corner, but he's not going to sign an extension. And to your point, if he's not going to sign the extension, the T-Wolves probably aren't going to give the Suns everything they want.
And if you're talking about Rudy Gobert and Julius Randle, those are the two guys, the two names that we know have been rumored to be involved in this deal. If you're talking about those two players specifically, that seems to fit the idea that this is going to be a reload as opposed to a rebuild.
Yeah, that to me is not, hey, we're tearing this down and we're going to rebuild deliberately. I'll use the Cardinals as an example. When Monty Ossenfort came in, they were rebuilding, whether they called it that or not. And I don't see that as a negative term. I mean, if you're rebuilding every 5 years.
I'm with you, yes.
But so when I say rebuild, I don't mean that negatively. I mean, they came in and deliberately, and we've seen it with Monty, how he did it. It's okay, as we build this, we're building it in a way where ideally, once you make the playoffs, you're basically a perennial playoff team, as much as football will allow that, right?
Yes.
I mean, you can have injuries from year to year. But the Suns, if they make a trade with Minnesota, and even if they don't, the fact that these are kind of the names they seem to be going after, that would indicate, what you're saying. They're not looking to rebuild this deliberately. They're looking to try to make the playoffs next year.
Well, you're going to take two of the starters for the Minnesota Timberwolves, a team that was a good team.
You could get them both, yeah.
If in fact it's true, Rudy Gobert and Julius Randle, those two guys, you got to take their power forward and their center. And those two guys, to me, when I think of this new culture that the Phoenix Suns want to build, I'm not crazy about this. I'm not. We've talked about this ad nauseum already. We've talked about this deal, and it just feels like this isn't a rebuild, it's a reload. If that's what, and if you're going to reload, why not just keep KD? Why not just do it?
The most appealing part to me, and I know I've been probably the slowest person to come around on the Kevin Durant trade, but the appealing part of it to me is the idea that you're going to trade him for three pieces that are going to turn into guys that are going to be on this team for 5 years. And if it's Houston, we were talking to Kellen earlier in the week. We talked to Kevin Zimmerman yesterday. I mean, this has been out there. If you're making a trade, we were talking to Kevin yesterday specifically about this. You make a trade with Houston, and let's say you get Jabari Smith and a first-round pick and Jalen Green, and then maybe you turn around and trade Jalen Green for two things or whatever. That's the appealing part of trading away Kevin Durant to me, is maybe you get 3 or 4 or 5 pieces that you can have as parts of your team for the next 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Yes.
Rudy Gobert's not that.
I know. I'm with you on that. I am with you on that. Yet at the same time, if you look at it, would you say Rudy Gobert is a tough guy? Yeah, I think Rudy Gobert is a physical, tough player for the most part. I do. I think he's a defensive-minded guy, one of the best that has ever played in the association, of course. And I think that is also appealing, and that fits the bill as to what we've been told the Phoenix Suns are looking to build here, a tough, competitive, physical team. I do. What? was that?
That was the computer. Just keep
Okay,
talking. It was
all right,
you
that
on the
was
computer, though, which really threw me off.
Really, Julius Randle, the same thing. I'd put him in the same category in terms of being a hard guy.
Yeah. Yeah. And so you understand why they would – ideally, you would find a way to check all the boxes, right? And that's why there's so much focus on this, because you have Kevin Durant. So if there's ever a chance for you to be able to trade for something that's going to check all the boxes, this would be it. You have Kevin Durant. Can you get guys that are gritty and defensive-minded, but are also guys that are going to be on your team long-term?
Yes.
Can you do that?
Yes.
Again, Rudy Gobert checks some of those boxes, but he's not – it's just not a guy you would add when you're rebuilding. It's not. It's a guy when you add when you're trying to win next year.
Can I say that if, in fact, this is a reload, the way that we're looking at it,
that's kind of what it's seeming like.
This is a Matty-ish rebuild? This is the way you would do it, Basinonians. This is the way you would do it. And now all of a sudden the rumor that is out there in regard to, hey, KD, will you look at the T-Wolves once again? Just go ahead and look at the T-Wolves again. Just go ahead and look at them. So, they would be willing to give us a lot. They would be willing to give us even more assets and pieces, not just Rudy Gobert and Julius Randle, but more pieces as well. To me, it makes a lot of sense.
It's interesting that they are specifically asking him to reconsider that. I'm going to hit this button. I don't know what's going to play. Okay, so just be ready.
Okay.
Because I want to try and play this George Sedano cut from Burns and Gambo yesterday talking about a potential Minnesota Timberwolves trade, but there could be 9 pieces of audio playing at the same time.
Okay.
All right, we're good. Here it is.
I just think the Minnesota deal is not as easy as you think, right? Because unless you're telling me it's Gobert coming back and you're fine with that, then I don't really see a clean scenario where it gets done and helps Minnesota, because you got Julius, who can be a free agent. You've got Naz Reid, can be a free agent. You got Nickeil Alexander-Walker, can be a free agent. If you deal any of those guys in some sort of sign and trade, and by the way, I don't even know if you guys can do sign and trades under the second apron, but if let's just say for argument's sake you could, and you were somehow under the second apron prior to this deal, then that would hard cap Minnesota. So I just don't know how that helps them either.
I will say, on the surface, a trade with Minnesota looks like one of the hardest ones to pull off, even before we played that George Sedano cut.
If it was that hard, though, why would you say to KD, will you look at this again? If that report is true, and see, this is the problem.
Yeah.
This is the problem. You have no idea if it's actually accurate.
But let's just take it for what it is. Would that not indicate that the Rockets and the Spurs are not giving the Suns what they want right now?
Yes.
And they think Minnesota has.
Maybe you're trying to build a little leverage if you're Brian Gregory.
All right, there's so many unknowns here because we don't even know how Brian Gregory works.
Exactly.
there's not one stable, certain thing that you have to work with here right now. All right, we come back. What is the biggest hurdle the Cardinals are going to need to overcome to become one of the most improved teams in the NFL this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information right now. Maybe you're into a Ford F-150, Basinonians, and maybe that's what you're looking for. I can tell you right now, Santan Ford, they are loaded with new inventory. Maybe you're into the Ford Expedition. Oh, that's what the Warrior Queen loves to drive. Maybe it's the Ford Escape. That's what the kids love to drive. Whatever it may be, Basinonians, Santan Ford, right now they got 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. They have that. So the selection is huge. And then, of course, they still have employee pricing that has been extended at Santan Ford. Employee pricing, what a Ford employee will actually pay, and they get discounts based on earnings. What they pay for a new or pre-owned Ford, you can actually pay. Just like you work for Ford. That's right. Employee pricing has been extended, and they've got a massive selection. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Real stories with Helzberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Helzberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Helzberg store or helzberg.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Could Kevin Durant actually remain a Phoenix Sun? Here's ESPN's Brian Windhorst on ESPN Cleveland yesterday.
I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
For all the latest with the KD situation, stay locked in on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks try to even their series with the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. First pitch is at 4:07 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball for the Snakes. And the Florida Panthers are once again Stanley Cup champions. They took care of the Edmonton Oilers 5-1 in Game 6 last night to keep the cup in South Florida. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Who will complete the Phoenix Suns Kevin Durant trade triangle? Is there a team at the top of the Suns list, and can they get there? Burns and Gambo, 2-6 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, Basinonians, yes indeed. The Wolf and Luke Show, broadcasting so you don't have to on a hump day. Okay, don't be the hump day guy, Basil needs to walk around
you've
and
been that
says
guy.
that. I know. I'm doing it because I'm kind of having fun with those that like to walk around and say hump day. Don't do it, please. Don't be that guy.
Well,
happy day before Friday. You get that on a Thursday a lot of times.
I'd say happier than a camel on Wednesday.
Hump day. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that, Rick.
NFL.com has a story up where they have the 6 most improved teams in the NFL heading into this upcoming season, and they have the Cardinals 7 teams. They have the Cardinals as one of those teams, which I think makes sense heading into. I mean, you can only get so much by winning the offseason. I don't feel like the Cardinals were trying to win the offseason. They just had improvements they had to make, and I'm not even sure they did win the offseason, but I feel like they are a better team now than they were when Week 18 ended. So I guess that's how you end up on a list like this.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about it. You go back and look 2 years ago, they won 4 games. Ron Wolfley reporting. And then last year they won 8 games. And we were all looking at it, and they should have won 9. They should have.
You brought up Carolina this
With
time.
the stinking Carolina Panthers. Okay, don't get me sidetracked on that. But this is a team that is trending in the right direction. This is a team, the rebuild has been compared, and I mean compared a lot, to the Detroit Lions and what it took for them to turn it around. And this year, if they're following that model, where the Lions won 9 games, of course, in year 2, the Cardinals won 8 games. So they were getting better. There's no doubt about it. Now they have to finish that. And it's cool because this is one of the things that we've talked to some of the guys, some of the players inside the Cardinals locker room. They're talking about the fact that it's time to win, that this year it is time to be a playoff team. This year, this is the topic of conversation among veterans inside the Arizona Cardinals locker room.
Yeah, and we talked to Kelvin Beachum about this when we were out there. He's been consistent about it.
But he's not the only one.
He's not. Rick, I can't play any audio, so can you play this? Do you have the James Conner cut talking about how the time is now to win? We're going to play that in just a second.
Okay, good.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just, it's just, why not be right now? The time is now. We got talented roster right now. We added talented players to it, so I'm ready. We ain't doing this forever. I sure enough ain't, doing it forever. So sooner the better. We'll put it like that.
Yeah, I love that. This is the most encouraging trend the Arizona Cardinals have going for them right now. Now, listen, I realize, Basin, it's an off-season trend. And you can take your off-season trend and you can stick it where the sun does. Right? I mean, we're not big into that, Basinonians. We are not. An off-season trend. But it starts with stuff like this. When you've got the kind of talent that you've added to this roster, and I'm talking about talent in position rooms you really needed. Isn't that right, Josh Sweat? When you've got this kind of talent, you've got to go put it together and do it from this point forward. It's time for them to do it. And that's the reason why I love the conversation that's going on inside the locker room, because you have to have the thought. You have to think about it. You have to do it. But it starts with the thought.
It's one of those things, too, where you can find players every offseason that are going to say, oh, yeah, we're going for the playoffs this year. Oh, yeah, we expect. But there's a different –
Man.
It feels different for a couple of reasons. One, it's not, yeah, we believe we can do this. That's James Conner. That's Kelvin Beachum, last week. And even, he said it earlier before he even said it to us a few months ago now, that it's not, hey, yeah, we were going out there trying to win. It's we expect we need to. There's a sense of urgency now to do it. I thought Kelvin Beachum said it perfectly because he said the moves that this team has made this offseason suggest that we're kind of, I'm paraphrasing a little bit because I don't have the exact cut, but we're not that we're just all in now. I mean, this is the time to do it. And when you see the front office go out there and make those moves, it is more than just lip service because they're actually investing money or they're, investing draft picks and actually trying to make this happen.
Yeah. Barring some type of injury fest that could possibly happen, we all know right now it is time for the Arizona Cardinals to go out in year 3 of this rebuild and use all of the talent, all of the acquisitions, whether it was through the draft. Yeah, count on some rookies to really contribute Isn't that right, Will Johnson, Walter Nolan? Those two guys specifically. Count on some young guys to really make a strong contribution, of course, and then count on other guys getting better and some of the free agents you have picked up. And they are notable, important free agents they've picked up. The talent level on this team has increased dramatically. So now it's time to go out and win more games than what you did last year, which was 8 games. To me, it starts with 10. I think that's the floor for this team.
You think that's the floor for what they're going to do, or that's what their expectations are?
No, I think that is the floor for me and what my expectation is for this team. Not 9 wins, 10 wins is the floor. If you told me 12, I would believe that. 12 wins? Heck yeah. They can do it. They have it. They have everything they need offensively. They do, Base Indians.
Yeah.
They've got everything they need. Just go do it.
Man, the start of the season is going to be so big because the numbers you're throwing out there.
See, to me, it's the second part of the season that's going to be big.
Yeah, but
it's time.
You're right. But if they stumble out of the gate, I don't know how they're going to do this. But they need to. I mean, you got to finish the season strong. To me, that's the biggest hurdle. I mean, we're asking the question of what's the biggest hurdle. You can go individually. You can say this guy needs to step up or that needs to happen or whatever. But to me, the biggest hurdle is you have to finish the season strong. You can't win double-digit games finishing weak.
This right now, what I want to hear more of Kyler Murray and more from Kyler Murray, where he knows the onus is on him, the responsibility is on him to play better. And everyone's got to play better, my brothers. Everybody does. Don't give me this, it's just the quarterback. That drives me nuts. It's offensive to me, as a matter of fact. Yet I am willing to admit you're only going to go as far as your quarterback is going to play, for the most part. There are few exceptions to that rule. Having said this, the onus is on Kyler Murray to play better and win big games in the second half of the season. It is. And I think Kyler understands that and is embracing that mentality. It's time. This is a huge prove-it year for Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I don't remember a season where it's been almost so clear-cut, right? Like what you just said, it's either going to happen or it isn't. I like what they've done with the defense. I think even if what you just said doesn't happen, they can still hang around if the defense is, plays to its ceiling. But ultimately, it's going to come down to, is Kyler Murray going to play well in the second half of the season or not? That's it.
This is what it is. Again, he's got to play well in the first half of the season as well. He's got to put together his best season, and he has played at a very high level early in his career. He's played at a very high level. Now he's in an offense that is more traditional, as we all know. It's more balanced. It's got staying power as far as I'm concerned for Kyler Murray. But you got to prove it. This is a prove-it league, and Kyler knows that better than anybody.
All right, when we come back, what do the Diamondbacks have to do to keep building when we hit the All-Star break and the trade deadline? We're going to ask their general manager, Mike Hazen. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Oh, my brothers, my sisters, do you have some back issues yourself? Maybe you do. Maybe you can't even mow the lawn. Maybe you can't wash the car. Whatever it is, your back is all jacked up. You need to go see the surgeons over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. That's right, DISC. They helped me in the past. And I give my highest recommendation for you, Basinonians. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. The DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons in the United States and all over the world, Basinonians. I kid you not. They are the best. Get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 944-2900 for DISC.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life, and get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, the Arizona Diamondbacks are back at it tonight in Toronto against the Blue Jays. Game 2 of this 3-game series, game 2 of this 9-game road trip. Pleased to be joined by D-backs general manager Mike Hazen right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Mike, thank you for the time. How are we doing?
It's good. My soul has returned to my body. It left it briefly last night, but it has since returned here today. So it's good. I'm doing great.
I'm not laughing at you, Mike. I'm not laughing. I'm laughing with you on that one. No, I'm not. Oh my goodness.
Well, that's kind of where I was going to start, is almost just big picture. Wolf and I were talking about this. Like, I think we all had the same reaction last night, but then also you guys are 9-5 in June, and you've had to overcome some adversity. Like, just big picture, where do you feel like your team is right now?
Yeah, I feel like this team is playing better baseball. I felt like we played a good baseball game last night, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not walking away from what happened, from a final and from an outcome standpoint. I do think over 162 games, and I feel like we talked about this earlier in the season, like your ability to have as many wins as you can have at the end of the season is in a lot of ways contingent on how you play every single night. And as the brand of baseball gets better, you're going to have better outcomes. And what happened last night was unfortunate. They did a good job. They hit a couple home runs off. Shelby's been incredible for us, and it happens. Every reliever gives up runs. There's no perfect bullpen. You saw that while we were here on this homestand. We beat some bullpens. It happens in both directions, and I know the narrative for us, just because we've given up our fair share of those games, not Shelby, but the bullpen in general. I understand that our narrative is probably slightly different than the average team that doesn't give it up like that at times. That's fair, and we have to deal with it. But I do think we have played better baseball. I'm encouraged by that. The offense has been very good. The starting pitching has been good. Our bullpen on the whole has been much better. And I'm looking forward to continue watching this team go out there and fight and compete and win more games.
So, Mike, are there similarities between this team and the 2023 team going into the trade deadline? Do you see any similarities?
I think there's a lot of similarities between this team and the 2024 team, frankly.
Okay.
We were in the same spot. I mean, we went and, J-Mart hadn't quite emerged into what J-Mart was, and we went and got AJ. And much like we had the year prior when we went out and got Paul, I just think that's the way what happens in baseball seasons. Like, you're going to have to get into the deadline, and the bullpen's going to have to figure itself out because you're not going to be able to acquire 6 relievers, nor should we. We have good talent out there. But you're going to want to add to it, and we'll see what's available to us to be able to do it. It's just, it's frustrating. I've continuously said it's the most frustrating way to lose games. It's tough on a team. I do think it mentally, hardens a team at times, to be able to deal with those types of losses and come back the next day, which we have consistently shown the ability to do. And I'm encouraged by that. I like that. I like to watch that you get punched in the face if you lose a game and then show up the next day and play a good baseball game. I think that's the mark of a team that's not just a good team, but a tough team. And those are the types of teams that win in October, because we saw in 2023, things don't go your way in October. You have to deal with getting punched in the face and sometimes a couple times. And how do you respond to that? And we'll see how they respond. But this team has consistently responded, even in the face of very tough outcomes. And I'm very curious to watch to see how we continue to do that. But we're going to look at addressing our pitching for sure come deadline season, because I think that's probably the area we're going to have to look at the hardest.
Talking to Mike Hazen. Mike, along those lines, I mean, you've addressed the bullpen in the past at the trade deadline, and it's gone pretty well. Is that a spot on your team that you can address at the deadline as a buyer where it doesn't necessarily cost as much as if you're trying to go out and add like a cleanup hitter or a number one starter?
No, actually, bullpen at the deadline can get very expensive depending on what you're looking for. I think that, it's the trickiest position for us across the league. I think if you polled all the baseball operations departments, like getting a bullpen into a spot where you want it is the trickiest thing that we do. And it's hard because it's based on usage and, how are they doing? How fresh are they when they're going out there making their appearances, et cetera, keeping them healthy, not being able to always be able to pitch them when you need to, in order to keep them healthy. So it's the highest volume of players options that you have available at the deadline typically, because we all have 7-8 guys in our bullpen. And if a team is selling, typically not guys in that position aren't always off limits. Whereas sometimes you get a young starting pitcher, those guys can be off limits when you're trying to make trades. And so I think it's the area that you can address most readily at the deadline. But we'll see. You never know what's going to be available. Right now, I said this in the past, like the competitive landscape in baseball is probably as good, if not better, than it's ever been. If you look across both the American and National League, look at the teams that are out of it. It's not a lot. And so maybe that results in more teams that are sort of in the middle buying and selling to create some supply on the market. I don't know, but right now there's only a couple teams that you would think might sell, and if we're down to that few teams, there's not going to be a ton out there for everyone to go after with all those teams that would be looking to buy.
Mike, I think you know me long enough to know that one of my fascinations are how do things work behind the scenes, so to speak, behind the curtain. How do they actually work? What is it like to sit around the big rectangle and have conversations? So I'll ask you this. As the general manager of this team, is it your job to examine and evaluate the coaching staff, or is that Tory's job?
I think it's a collective job, honestly. I mean, Tory makes the final decisions for sure, just like I make the final decisions on other things, but it's his staff. I think we talk about what the coaches are doing and how we can be most effective in getting through to our players. There's no coaching issue though here. Like this isn't, I think we have a good group of coaches that work their butts off, and we have a good group of players that are working hard too, that have dug themselves out of a pretty big hole so far early in the season. Because of how we played and where we got to, but also the top of the National League and where those teams all ran off to early. And we've slowly started to reel some of them back in, which I think is a good sign for us. I want to know that our coaches are pouring every ounce of their energy into getting the absolute most out of our players. And that's what Tory and I talk about a lot. And I know that's what he pushes them to do too. And I'm convinced that that's what we're doing. And I believe this team is just going to keep getting better as we continue to move through the season.
We're talking to Mike Hazen. Mike, I don't feel like you intentionally build a team that is built around offense and winning that way, but you are number 4 in the majors in runs scored per game, and you guys were number 1 last year. If you have to lean on the offense more than maybe you originally anticipated for a week or a month or however long this season, do you feel like you can do that with this group?
I mean, I feel like we can do it. I don't think it's a great way to go out into a baseball game every single night. I think it's a lot to ask for the offense to do. I also think you have to close games when the offense gives you 4 to 5 runs to win the games. And everybody knows that. That's the way baseball runs. Baseball is built around pitching and defense. We have a good group of guys that we need to come together. Going back to the question about the trade deadline, I think our best bullpen is going to come with the solidification of the group that we have pitching better, honestly. And they have pitched better. And we've gotten some new guys up here that have done really well. And if they continue on that trajectory, we're going to be in a good spot. I think Ginkle being back and fitting back into where he needs to fit into could be big for this bullpen. We're going to need our offense to run. I like the fact that we have a good offense. Every single night, you know that you're going to have a chance to win the game because they're going to go out there and pound the baseball a little bit. But we also have to continue to work on the run prevention side of things, and we will continue to do that. It's still the best recipe when you get to the end of the season and into October is to be able to keep the run prevention side of things. And we're going to stay focused on that. And it is a big focus of mine and will continue to be so as long as we're doing this.
Mike, as you well know, this is a league of accountability. It is. And you do it at the highest level. Players go out and they play, of course. Coaches go out. They coach as best they possibly can. Having said all of that, how much responsibility do you look at Brian Kaplan and say, this staff has got to be better and we're underachieving?
Yeah, it is a look. I get it. We're all accountable, right? We're all responsible for and all these questions can cut in both directions. Like there's the coaches, the manager, me, we're all accountable for the players we put on this team and how we get the most out of these players that we put on this team. He is a very good young coach. This is his first year, and he's doing a good job. And, the results haven't been there just yet, but we're still working towards getting the right results. And it doesn't just always show up overnight. I think we're starting to watch Merrill's having one of the better years of his career. Zach Gallen's starting to round into form. Ryan Nelson's been really good. Before Corbin Burns got hurt, he was one of the top pitchers in all of baseball, vying for a Cy Young. It's hard to evaluate the bullpen, and this is my fault, the bullpen in terms of what we're putting out there. But, J-Mart and AJ going down is not exactly what we envisioned having when we felt we had a good bullpen. But that's an excuse, and injuries are no excuse in this job. Zero. Everyone has them. But I will say that to then turn the guns on, other people in terms of like make other people be like AJ Puck and J-Mart, it's just that's a tough thing for me to – that's a tough way for me to kind of live life and look through that prism. It's just not going to work that way. So we have to be – I think we have to be consistent and objective about how we're evaluating everything. And, that's not shielding any accountability away from the performance of our team. We are responsible for it. And ultimately, I'm responsible for it, the talent and how this team plays. And we are on that. I do believe that this team is getting better, and I feel good about where we're at, and I am hopeful – that 6 weeks from now, this team puts us in a position to buy aggressively at the deadline.
Mike, it's always great talking to you.
Mike.
Thank you so much.
Okay, guys. Talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, man.
It's Mike Hazen joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. And as usual, he said a lot of good stuff there, so we'll react to that.
Accountability.
In a little bit.
He's so accountable. I love it.
We come back. We'll take you through all the top stories of the day in one place with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. They say that moving can be the third most stressful thing you're ever going to do. I have no idea about that, Basinonians, but I do know this right now. Moving Team 6, they want to remove the stress from the equation for you. They're built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And the reason why I know that is because the company is built on the backs of the Lee family. Tim Lee, the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, he started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons, Garrett and JT. I've been telling you about this family-run business for a long, long time. You can trust Moving Team 6. They proudly support and hire veterans. Why do they do that? Well, they use a military-like approach to their moves. That's right. They're professional. They're efficient. They're on time and reliable. It's why they hire veterans. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sport stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford. This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Could Kevin Durant actually remain a Phoenix Sun? Here's ESPN's Brian Windhorst on ESPN Cleveland yesterday.
I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
For all the latest with the KD situation, stay locked in on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks try to even their series with the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. First pitch is at 4:07 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball for the Snakes. And according to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, the New York Giants and former ASU running back Cam Scadaboo agreed to terms on his rookie deal. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Wednesday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
Shelby Miller blew a save last night as the Arizona Diamondbacks lost 5-4 in Game 1 of their series at the Toronto Blue Jays. How much do you guys think the 14 blown saves could and are affecting this team?
Wow, not even like a high. Rick just goes right into it. Shelby Miller blew a save.
Great.
Sorry, it's 12:04. I'm trying to
get us through
the topics, you know?
Luke. I just figured you could go through with like a happier time.
No, we're just going right into it today.
You're taking so much time.
What was the actual question?
How much do you think these 14 blown saves could be affecting the D-backs?
I think we'll know better after tonight. I mean, you can't keep doing this, but I hear what your question is, Rick. I mean, more so than just what it's done to them in the standings. At some point, is it going to really force your team to feel like they have to be perfect or have like an 8-run lead going into the 9th inning every night?
Is it going to demoralize them, basically?
Yeah, I don't think we're there yet. They are 9-5 this month. I'm for my own sanity going to try and treat last night like it was maybe different than where they were earlier in the season with these, but I also think it's the margin's paper thin if you keep doing this.
Yes, this is the kind of thing that does demoralize. I think it's demoralizing to me. I've never been a Major League Baseball player, Ron Wolfley reporting, but I would guess that it's got to be really, really rough to see yourself lose 14 games that you thought you had a shot of winning. That's got to be really, really tough, especially when you've only played the amount of games they have right now.
I go back to what you said earlier in the show where you're like, man, we got to like the 6th or 7th inning, and I'm thinking like this is the sort of game that the bullpen could lose. That's what you said, right, earlier in the show?
Yes.
I feel like a lot of people watching it, a lot of D-backs fans felt that. And I'm not saying the infielders felt that, but at a certain point, that thought's going to creep into your head.
But I do want to say this because the freaky Mike Hazen nailed it right here. It can also... Freaky Mike Hazen. Wheeling and dealing. It can also harden a team. It can.
Yeah.
If you got the right minds inside that clubhouse, if you've got the right leadership inside that clubhouse, it can. It can harden you and make you more determined. I love the fact you brought that up because it's a true statement. Demoralizing to some, and that's what I was talking about earlier. It's okay to say the truth. It's okay to speak the truth. Just don't put a negative spin on it.
It's going to do one thing or the other. Eventually, it's going to demoralize you or it's going to harden you. It's not nothing. You're not just going to go through and be like, that's never happened.
That's right.
La, la, la. Like it's going to change you one way or the other, which is always risky. But it could, in theory, change you for the better. Other than you're taking losses in the standings that should be wins.
You got to have the right minds inside that clubhouse.
Sticking with the D-backs, over to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now on ArizonaSports.com. It asks, what is most likely for the Diamondbacks at the trade deadline? They are buyers, they are sellers, they do a little of both a la 2019, or they stand pat?
They do a little bit of both.
Yeah.
That's what I think they're going to do.
Yeah, I think that's my answer,
We still have
too.
a lot of time. We do.
I don't know that they're really going to sell anything off, but I don't think they're going to be like huge buyers either. I'll go they do a little of both like 2019.
All right, 42% of the audience says they do a little bit of both like 2019. Their sellers is 31%, their buyers is 19%, and they stand pat is last in 9%. All right, ESPN put out their all-2000s team, and it included former Cardinals Patrick Peterson and Alan Faneca. Did I say that right, Wolf?
Yes.
Cool.
Faneca.
And current Cardinal Calais Campbell. At wide receiver, though, they had Randy Moss, Calvin Johnson, Julio Jones, Marvin Harrison, and Justin Jefferson, as well as Antonio Brown and Andre Johnson on the practice squad. What are your thoughts on them leaving off Larry Fitzgerald?
Yeah, that was a little surprising. I mean, when Rick first told us about this before the show, I was like, okay, is there just gonna be like one or two guys on the list? I mean, if you're going for the last 25 years, I would certainly have Larry Fitzgerald as one of my receivers. But I understand Randy Moss, Calvin Johnson. But when you rattle off 6 receivers that Rick just rattled off there, plus a couple honorable mentions, Antonio Brown and Andre Johnson. Come on. Like, Fitz is one of the 8 best receivers of the last 25 years. What are we doing here?
So you're saying he wasn't even an honorable?
He wasn't even an honorable practice squad, whatever.
No! Wasn't even on the practice squad. Andre Johnson and Antonio Brown were above him.
Oh, no!
Yeah, that was kind of my reaction when I actually read the whole story.
He should have been on that list.
He should have been like second or third. Like, Randy Moss, totally get it. Calvin Johnson, totally get it. Now we're like, Fitz should be on here with Julio or T.O. or Marvin Harrison Sr. Well, I haven't said Marvin Harrison Sr. in forever. Justin Jefferson or Antonio Brown or Andre Johnson. Come on.
That is a kick in the cradle.
And here's the thing about about Randy Moss and Terrell Owens and Marvin Harrison. They had some success in the 90s as well. Like, they weren't just 2000s receivers.
Yeah,
so
that's a good point.
Fitz was straight up. His entire career was after the year 2000. So
yeah,
and the playoff success, it's just ridiculous.
And that group right there that you just rattled off: Randy Moss, Calvin Johnson, Marvin Harrison Sr. That's the group I have Fitz in with, and those are the greatest of all time when you put them in there.
Man, that's just cold.
His playoff performances too. Like, how do you not include that?
Factor in who was throwing him the ball.
So who came up with this again, Rick? Who did this?
ESPN.
ESPN must have been some West Virginia players.
Wolf made this list nothing but Geno Smith and.
Haha, I'm going to leave off Fitz. See how he feels about that.
WVU grads.
There are no Pitt players.
Put this together.
Actually, that's not true. Aaron Donald's right here, so they put some Pitt players on it.
Well, Aaron Donald, you got to put Aaron Donald.
Put Larry Fitzgerald on there. All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Now I know why Rick was moving through it so quick, so we could get to that story. Don't have the Arizona Sports app downloaded yet? Do so now, and you'll get instant access on the go with our shows, videos, and news. When we come back. All right, let's say the trade's with the Spurs. What would you be willing to take back from San Antonio in a Kevin Durant trade, since it is reportedly his top trade destination? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Archer 1 for 4 with a double. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on. That's a high, deep drive to right field, and that's your ball game. 2 batters, 2 homers. The Blue Jays erase a 1-run deficit, and they walk it off in this series opener. Your final score is 5-4.
D-backs at the Blue Jays. Game 2 coverage begins today at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
Arizona Sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we are back. Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday afternoon. Wolf, it is reported that Kevin Durant's top choice is the Spurs. Depending who you believe, it's either his top choice or one of his top two choices. Okay.
Okay.
Here's Kirk Goldsberry from yesterday saying that the Spurs are believing that the price for Kevin Durant is too high.
I know our friends in San Antonio think the price is too high. And in the original discussions, including the number 2 pick and/or Stephen Castle, are not going very well on the Spurs end of the telephone. I can tell you that.
Okay, so it's not going well. Yeah, the number 2 pick overall in the NBA draft coming up, and Stephen Castle.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
If they're asking for both of those things, A, I applaud Brian Gregory for asking for both of those things. B, you're not getting both of those things, but that's fine. Ask for it, because this like preconceived idea that you can just fit in around whatever they want to give up. Like San Antonio gets to dictate the terms. We'll give you a couple bench players for Kevin Durant and maybe a pick. No, you got to ask. If I'm arbitrating a trade between two teams and I have no emotional ties, let's say, to the Suns or the Spurs, I would say you're giving up one of those two assets for Kevin Durant. Not both, but you're giving up one of them.
Yeah, for me, Devin Vassell, he seems so much like Devin Booker. He does.
Except not as good.
Okay, not as good as Book in terms of scoring, but I'm talking about he seems a lot like the same type of player, same size. He's got the same kind of skill set, I would say. Not the scorer that Book is, but and you were talking about this Devin or Devin. Can you imagine if that were the case? Would you rather have Stephen Castle or Devin Vassell?
Castle. I'd rather have Castle. And look, this is why I've kind of, I don't know, this is why I just kind of assume it's not going to be the Spurs. Because I understand from the Spurs perspective, if you don't want to give up the number 2 pick in the draft, you have been blessed by the NBA draft lottery multiple times in your history, to the point now where you already have Victor Wembanyama and you're going to be able to draft Harper with the 2nd pick. So I understand it if you don't want to give that up. And I understand if you don't want to give up Stephen Castle, probably the best rookie in the NBA this past year. But then you don't get Kevin Durant. I mean, that's just, you have to give up something to get Kevin Durant. I'm not giving him to you just for Devin Vassell, who I like as part of a bigger package, but I'm not giving you Kevin Durant for just that. And that's why I keep coming back to the Rockets, because the Spurs don't really have to do it. They could just say, let's ride this out with Wembanyama and Harper and De'Aaron Fox, although I don't know how well Harper and De'Aaron Fox are going to fit together, big picture, and Castle, but they can ride it out, whereas a team like Houston, I feel like, kind of is near their ceiling unless they make a move.
The whole of this, there are so many moving parts to the Kevin Durant trade scenario based on earnings. It's mind-boggling. It really is. But when you think of it, the latest rumor that is out there in regard to, the Suns would like KD to look at the T-Wolves a little bit harder. You might want to reconsider the Minnesota Timberwolves and that deal a little bit. I wonder if that is as much to do about the Minnesota Timberwolves as it is about the Spurs or the Rockets, those two teams in particular. Because even though we'd like to go to the Miami Heat, I don't know if the Miami Heat actually have anything that could compare to the Spurs or the Rockets and what they'd be able to give you.
Yeah.
And because of that, it makes me think this news on the Minnesota Timberwolves, maybe it's a possibility that Brian Gregory and the Suns are trying to create leverage in regard to the San Antonio Spurs and the Rockets. To me, I think they want Kevin Durant. I think both those organizations want Kevin Durant. It's just how much are you willing to give up for him?
And that's the thing. I could logically see the Spurs at a certain point. If everybody just had to put all their cards on the table, I could see the Spurs being like, this is what we are willing to offer, not as like a leverage thing or not like, oh, we're not interested in Kevin Durant or like none of these games. Just what are you willing to offer for Kevin Durant? Kevin Durant makes the Spurs better. Kevin Durant makes the Rockets better. Like he does. If we're playing the game where he doesn't, then if I'm Brian Gregory, I wouldn't even talk to that team. You're just wasting my time if you're going to pretend that Kevin Durant doesn't make your team better. But I can see a path where the Spurs are like, yeah, we would give you this, but if we can't get KD, we're just going to go down this path. Like we are on kind of a nice path. Whereas, like I said, I think the Rockets are probably in a position more so where they're going to get passed by the Spurs, and they're already behind the Thunder. And they might get passed by other teams, too, if they don't do something, whether it's KD or Giannis or whoever.
Here's the one thing that I continue to look at, Basinonians, that hangs in the air. What team do you think could really use Kevin Durant the most? What team could you look at and say
Houston?
It is
Houston or any team in the East.
It is.
Yeah.
And again, that's the thing that hangs in the air to me right now. Do you think the Rockets know that, basically? That they could? We need KD, and the reason why we need him, I think it's really, really apparent. We need somebody who can score the basketball at will to close games out. I mean, this is something that was on display for the Houston Rockets. They number 2 in the Western Conference, and then got ejected.
If you were to create a player that just fits the needs of the Rockets right now, like a good team, a good young team, but they could be better in certain areas, that player would be Kevin Durant.
Yes.
That's the player that they need.
And this is
set
why,
aside age, contract, all that garbage. Just what they need is Kevin Durant.
And this is why I'm going to continue to come back to the Houston Rockets over and over and over again. It's the reality.
Over and
it's the fact. No, Marshawn. No.
Over and over.
No.
And over.
Don't pause.
And over and over again.
Marshawn. It is. The Houston Rockets, the fact, the cold, hard fact that hangs in the air, Basin audience, they could use Kevin Durant the most. So that's why I think ultimately that wins.
Here's Shams yesterday on the Pat McAfee show talking about the Spurs.
You're saying these other teams seemingly much more interested when it comes to what the offers are potentially going to be and when those offers are going to be made.
Yeah, like the players that it would take to get a deal done, the draft capital that it would take to get a deal done. Houston, Miami, Minnesota, a little bit more motivated, and there's a couple other wild card teams just a little bit more motivated potentially.
He was saying potentially more motivated than San Antonio specifically.
Yes.
Here's more from Shams.
You can make the case, and that's why when Shump was eloquently putting it, I'm like, you know what, this makes a lot of sense, but is it realistic? And the patience versus the actual assets, and I think they're really going to be stocking their assets for potentially a bigger move, bigger players, someone that may fit their timeline. But listen, the Spurs have had a level of interest. Would I say that they are among the leaders right now in that moment right there, even though I was gathering my surroundings? Back of my mind, I'm like, no, I wouldn't.
And one more.
From all the conversations I'm having right now, all the information I have is that Miami, Houston, and Minnesota is where the focus of the Suns conversations are for Kevin Durant. And like from my understanding right now, the Spurs have not been the aggressive team for Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant has a list of 3 preferred destinations. It's the Spurs, it's the Rockets, and it's the Heat. But out of those 3, the Spurs have had a level of interest. I mean, it's Kevin Durant. Like, who wouldn't? But their timeline compared to the assets and potentially what it would take to go get Kevin Durant, they're just not on that time that Miami may be on or Houston may be on.
Houston may be on.
Keeps going back to Houston.
Houston. What are you talking? Houston, we have a problem.
Houston, you have
I was waiting for you to say that.
Houston, we have your solution. So whenever you
can't
want to pick up
say
the phone,
Houston without saying we have a problem. Google it, my young grunts.
All right, we come back. D-backs general manager Mike Hazen just joined us last hour to talk about where his team is right now following last night's 9th-inning loss, but also following a month of June where they are playing much better baseball. So we'll get you everything he had to say. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Houston, we have a problem.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Suns must do what's best for them because this is the kind of deal where you do it right and you give yourself a chance to make this not so painful. You do this wrong and it is going to hurt. This is going to hurt for years. It might hurt for years no matter what. They might not have a choice on how bad this is going to hurt, but if you do this right, you can shorten the hurt. I think the Suns, for now, have to worry about this is the biggest franchise-altering trade they're going to make in a long time.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
What
carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family.
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community.
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
You know, our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep. Don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Could Kevin Durant actually remain a Phoenix Sun? Here's ESPN's Brian Windhorst on ESPN Cleveland yesterday.
I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
For all of the latest KD news, stay locked in on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks try to even their series with the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. First pitch is at 4:07, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball for the Snakes. And according to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, the New York Giants and former ASU running back Cam Scadaboo agreed to terms on his rookie deal. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
against Gambo. Can Eduardo Rodriguez keep his string of great starts going tonight? We'll preview Game 2 of D-backs Blue Jays starting at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
We are going to do a listeners-only meeting in the 1 o'clock hour at 1:30 about the Suns situation. Okay, so just be ready. If you have thoughts on the Suns,
that's right.
In an hour, we're going to take calls on what you want them to do with KD, where you want them to trade him, if you just want them to keep him, like wherever you are with that. We're going to take calls in an hour.
This is going to be your opportunity, Basinonians, to call into the Wolf and Luke broadcast, call into the program, and actually let your feelings be known. Where do you stand on all of this right now with the Phoenix Suns?
Maybe give us a solution, because there doesn't seem to be one out there yet. So maybe you can just float that out there into the universe and see if it happens.
Beautiful.
Mike Hazen joined us earlier in the show, as he does. A member of the front office joins us every Wednesday at 11:45. And Hazen, I was telling you, Wolf, the last time he was on a couple weeks ago was when you weren't here, and we were out at Chase Field. Kellen Olson was in for you, and it was the morning after they had lost the lead to the Pirates, where they were up 6. I think they're actually up 6-0 in that game, but they were up 6-2 at one point, ended up losing 9-6. So randomly, we have him on today after they blow the 1-run lead in the 9th inning last night. We asked him, though, because there's more to it than just last night's game, how he feels about his team overall right now, because they are 9-5 in June. They do look better, even with that loss last night.
Yeah, I feel like this team is playing better baseball. I felt like we played a good baseball game last night, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not walking away from what happened, from a final and from an outcome standpoint. I do think over 162 games, and I feel like we talked about this earlier in the season, like, your ability to have as many wins as you can have at the end of the season is, in a lot of ways, contingent on how you play every single night. And as the brand of baseball gets better, you're going to have better outcomes. And what happened last night was unfortunate. They did a good job. They hit a couple home runs off. Shelby's been incredible for us, and it happens. Every reliever gives up runs. There's no perfect bullpen. You saw that while we were here on this homestand. We beat some bullpens.
Boy, honestly, I thought it was spot on with that answer. It's one game, one of 162, of course, and you lost the game. And oh my goodness, does that suck, buttermilk? It does. But I love the point, because it is baseball. Are you playing good baseball? Were you playing good baseball? Did you put yourself in a position where you had a chance to win that game? Yes, you did. Calamity happened, no doubt about it, in the bottom of the 9th. But you played well enough to put yourself in a situation you could have won that game. And over time, in the game of baseball, continue to do that, you're going to win more than you lose.
It's a good way to look at it. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it completely, but it does. If you do it that way, it sort of isolates last night's blown save from the other ones. And he's being consistent. I mean, we had him on 3 weeks ago. I just told you the circumstances when we had him on 3 weeks ago. And he was pointing to the fact then that the Diamondbacks really weren't playing good baseball, that they would make a lot of defensive miscues or just flat-out errors in the final 3 innings of these games. That, yes, the bullpen was making mistakes and melting down, but they were making errors. They were getting thrown out at home. Like, all these different things were happening that were happening in addition to the bullpen. Whereas today, and he's right, the team is playing a lot better. The end result is still a loss, but you can at least, if the whole team feels that way, you can separate last night and almost be like, this is our first blown save when we've been playing really good.
Yeah.
If you want to say we turned the corner on June 1st, this is our first blown save since we've turned the corner. It doesn't seem as big as this is our 14th blown save.
The freaky Mike Hazen as well. He went ahead and actually referenced. Freaky Mike Hazen. Wheeling and dealing. He actually went ahead, base earnings, and referenced the fact they were 9-4 coming into last night's game, going into last night's game. They were 9-4. And you were saying that's from June 1st, correct?
From June 1st. Yeah, starting with June 1st, they're 9-5 now after last night.
9-5 after last night, yeah. Going into last night's game, he said it, 9-4. They were playing good baseball. And right now, 9-5 after getting kicked in the teeth, metaphorically speaking, of course. But, man, that brought back a lot of bad memories for me. And it wasn't just about the game of baseball. It was about watching the New York Giants line up back in 1987. Go ahead and look at it, Basin audience. 1987 and 88. Just watching the Giants line up and running over our face.
He also talked about
demoralizing.
And you asked him about this. How much how much blame falls on the coaches? Whose job is it to evaluate the coaches?
I think it's a collective job, honestly. I mean, Tory makes the final decisions for sure, just like I make the final decisions on other things. But it's his staff. I think we talk about what the coaches are doing and how we can be most effective in getting through to our players. There's no coaching issue though here. Like this isn't, I think we have a good group of coaches that work their butts off, and we have a good group of players that are working hard too, that have dug themselves out of a pretty big hole so far early in the season. I want to know that our coaches are pouring every ounce of their energy into getting the absolute most out of our players, and that's what Tory and I talk about a lot, and I know that's what he pushes them to do too, and I'm convinced that that's what we're doing, and I believe this team is just going to keep getting better as we continue to move through the season.
The player, blame the player. You know me. As a former player, that is who I'm going to point fingers at. That's who I'm going to blame. I'm going to blame the guy that is actually out there competing. I'm not going to blame the coach. I'm not going to do it. I'm not that guy. Having said that, brothers, there are times where you have to ask the question. There are times. And he answered that question.
Yeah, and he answered it specifically on Brian Kaplan, too. I'll play that cut here because that's the one I think a lot of people will look at and say, look, he got here this season, and pretty much all of these pitchers this season, their ERA is, and I don't want to just say ERA, but in general, they're either where they were or it's worse. You know what I mean? So, and here, I'll just play his answer to that.
Yeah, it is a look. I get it. We're all accountable, right? We're all responsible for and all these questions can cut in both directions. Like there's the coaches, the manager, me. We're all accountable for the players we put on this team and how we get the most out of these players that we put on this team. He is a very good young coach. This is his first year, and he's doing a good job. And the results haven't been there just yet, but we're still working towards getting the right results. And it doesn't just always show up overnight. I think we're starting to watch Merrill's having one of the better years of his career. Zach Gallen's starting to round into form. Ryan Nelson's been really good. Before Corbin Burns got hurt, he was one of the top pitchers in all of baseball, vying for a Cy Young.
This is one of those things, Wolf, where you have to trust that what they see behind the scenes, because he did point out, this is his first year, Kaplan's. So if it started rough and it's getting better now, then they didn't hire him with the intention of having him for 2 months. Obviously, you have to trust that what they are seeing behind the scenes and what they evaluate, that they will get that right. For me, and I think most D-backs fans, you do trust Mike Hazen because his track record's pretty good. He's seems to know what he's doing. It's not just him evaluating that, but I trust his opinion on this stuff.
Yeah, for me, I'm sorry, Basinardians, but I think Mike Hazen is a savant. That's what don't let it go to your head, Mike, if you're listening right now, please. Okay, I'm just telling you, don't. Complacency is the enemy. It always is, but I think he's brilliant. I really do. I don't question.
You ever see Mike Hazen being complacent?
No. That's the other thing, too, what I love about him. He's driven, and that is something internal, Basinardians. That is something it takes a psychologist, somebody who's qualified to actually sit down and go, what is that part of you, Mike, that drives you?
But that's what makes you good at a job like this. And it has to make things frustrating when your team is underachieving, because I'm not talking about manager, pitching coach, whatever. I'm just saying specifically as a general manager. Do any of us really feel like Mike Hazen hasn't built a really good team?
No.
I feel like he's built a really good team. I feel like this is a team that should be able to make a deep run in the playoffs. I'm sure he feels that way as well. And at a certain point, there's only so much you can do as the GM if your guys are underachieving or if guys are getting hurt, and he addressed that too. We could play more of it later on in the show, but the injuries are a tough thing.
We should do that, man, because that was good.
You can't use injuries as an excuse, but what do you always say, Wolf? But they are also like a factor.
They're a reason.
Yeah. Hey, app users, update your Arizona Sports KTAR News app now for the latest upgrades to your streaming videos, podcasts, and news experience. When we come back, this is going to be fun. Florida Panthers are Stanley Cup champions for the second straight year, and we're going to talk to somebody in studio who was there in Florida last night. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back.
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS Store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
On Saturday, July 19th, pick up a special Cattell Marte bobblehead courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Kevin Durant trade saga get settled this week? We'll continue discussing tomorrow morning beginning at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke. On a Wednesday afternoon, the NHL season ended last night. The Stanley Cup has been awarded, Wolf, in Florida again to the Panthers, who have now won back-to-back Stanley Cups. They've been to 3 straight Stanley Cups, and we have a Florida Panthers fan that works in our building. And he's joining us right now.
All 6 of us. Baby.
He's Arizona Sports multimedia producer. I didn't know that was your actual title. Jeremy Schnell is here. But
I don't know how many times I've told you my title though, Luke. It's been I don't know.
Is that really it?
Yeah.
Multimedia producer?
Yeah.
So Jeremy, call you video guy.
You call me digital. Yeah, I was there. Yeah.
You were at the game last night.
I was there last night. Yeah.
What are you doing here?
That's a good question. I just love my job so much, Wolf. Yeah, and I love being near you.
Wow, that's a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
How's your voice? Is your voice 100%?
Oh
today?
my goodness!
I am going at 100% right now.
Okay,
I'm always 100%.
Well, at least your face looks better than that patchy beard.
Well, Rick's been lining it up on you for a while. You were probably still in the air.
I didn't realize it was the Rick, Wolf, and Luke show now.
This is great. Jeremy, when he hasn't slept. So that's my first question. You were not only were you like in Florida, you were in the game, Laz. You were at the game. Have you slept at all? Because that game ended not even 20 hours ago.
I didn't sleep until I got on the plane.
Okay.
So my flight was at 5-ish a.m. and then we were delayed on the ground for like 45 minutes. So I was in and out of consciousness for about 45 minutes until we got up in the air.
Nice.
Yeah. And then I slept. And then I stopped in Dallas. And I walked to my gate. And then I slept again.
So are you a Florida Panthers fan? Is it safe to say that, Jeremy?
Let's just say I was born in 1997, correct?
Here we go.
And the Panthers went on a cup run in 1996. So if you do the math, there might be a reason that I was born in 1997.
Okay, buddy. So I'm going to take that as a yes. Florida, you are a massive Florida fan. Why did they win the cup?
Because they're the best team in the NHL.
Are they ever going to stop winning the cup?
I hope not. But I've told you this before, Luke, that after winning last year, I was, everything is just gravy from now on. I don't care if they win another game for the rest of my life, right? Mm-hmm. And then now it's just like, okay, they're going to stop winning.
I was going to say, I've watched Panthers games with you before. It does seem like you care if they continue to win games.
So in the series, in the Stanley Cup Finals base innings, the Panthers actually outscored Edmonton 13-4 in the first period.
That's why they won.
Think about that right there. How much did that actually have to do, in your opinion, with winning this series?
I mean, if a team is chasing you the entire game, it's hard, especially in hockey. And, with everyone battling injuries this late in the season, it's, even harder with all those things you got to think about. The Panthers, I believe, going into the series were 31-0 when leading after any period in the playoffs.
Wow.
In the past 3 seasons.
Okay.
And they lost.
Can you verify that?
Yes, yeah. 31 going into the series, they were 31-0 when leading after any period. And in the past 3 seasons, and then they lost 2 games this series, in which they were the first time in these 3 years that they've lost games in which they're leading after the first or second period.
Can you give us a rundown?
They still won the cup.
Of some of the injuries Matthew Tkachuk has played for. I'll throw 2 out there because he said after the game last night he earlier this season had torn his adductor muscle completely off the bone. And 2 years ago, it was 2 years against Vegas when they were in the Cup, he was playing with a broken sternum. Yeah. So that's your starting point for Matthew Tkachuk in the playoffs.
I mean, it's no Zdeno Chara playing with his jaw wired shut, but it's up there, right?
Oh, no, broken sternums. Can you imagine playing with a broken sternum?
No. And I broke many sternums.
You broke their sternum.
Yes.
Not yours.
Yeah, other people's sternum.
I'm just saying, right? Based on it is what it is. Okay, there isn't a stat for how many bruised sternums or broken sternums I collected through 10 years of wedge busting. But I will tell you right now, there were many high-pitched squeals in a wedge from time to time.
Sure. Should put that on the back of a football card as a stat.
Yes, Matthew Tkachuk is crazy.
Yeah, he is.
So the Oilers' penalty kill was just absolutely ridiculous, wasn't it? It just stunk. Yeah, that was one of the big reasons as well.
And and yesterday, it was just even strength the whole time. Like there was 2 penalties called in the entire game. So then it was just your best versus our best, right? And it ended up being the Panthers' best, and they scored the first 5 goals of the game.
Jeremy, I feel like you have an interesting perspective, or maybe unique perspective, to answer this question, because I'm sure you saw this, or maybe not, because I don't know if you've slept or not or whatever. But you
can tell he's just wired.
He feels like
right
he sounds like he's still at the game. You've heard this, I'm sure, as a Panthers fan. The Panthers don't have any fans. I was even seeing it last night from
all 6 of us.
Yeah, from disgruntled Oilers fans afterwards. They don't have any fans. The Panthers have plenty of fans, and they have now for a while. But that is a non-traditional market. And you've seen it grow there, and you saw the Coyotes here. How much, it sounds like such a basic question, but it never seemed to get through to some people. How much does the fact that your team wins help grow the sport in a non-traditional market?
It's not just that, it's the ownership having the buy-in, like being able to spend the money in a non-traditional market. If you spend the money, people will come and support the team. The Marlins haven't figured that out since I've been alive, and they've struggled because of it. The Dolphins are always going to be the Dolphins. People are always going to come and show up and all that. But for what the Heat and what the Panthers have done in a non-traditional market, and their ownership buying in and making sure that they spend money, I think that's something that I was talking to Bickley and Murata last year about this. I mean, that's something that the Valley would need if they wanted to get a hockey team back, would be complete and total buy-in from whoever the ownership group is going to be, to make sure that that hockey team succeeds in this market. Because there are hockey fans here. You see it all over the NHL. I mean, like, there's Arizona ties everywhere. And, I mean, if Arizona wants to get a hockey team back, Gary Bettman and the league need to make sure that they get the right group involved here in Arizona.
Yeah, and I think that definitely is a possibility. And I think that is going to happen at some point in time right now. But, think about this. In regard to what you saw last night, why, if you had to pick one thing, I want to know why you think Florida was so much better than Edmonton.
I'm going to get to X's and O's.
One.
Okay. It's got to be the forecheck. It's so simple. Like, you dump in the puck.
They killed them.
You dump in the puck and you chase it and you just go to work. And that's what the Panthers do best. They force teams into mistakes, and it's a style of hockey that's not fun to play at times. And, I mean, some players pay the price, like Luke was saying about Matthew Tkachuk, broken sternum. Yeah, a couple years ago, and the abductor off the bone and a hernia that he's playing through. Barkov was playing with a lacerated hand. So
I have the most important question we're going to ask you before we let you go. Are you going to now go sleep at your desk?
Is my boss listening?
I think
possibly. So. It's very possible.
Want to say
I'm currently working on your YouTube video.
Oh, okay, cool.
So, if anybody wants to go watch, Mike Hazen was just on with you guys. I don't know if you knew that.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
And so that will be up on YouTube shortly.
All right, thank you.
Jeremy, you're the best.
Thanks,
man.
buddy.
Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, when we come back, who will lead the Arizona Cardinals in the important statistical categories? And I should say important. These are categories that Wolf has chosen as important categories this season. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lovullo. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. The Arizona heat is here. Oh, you can feel it, right? And it's only going to get hotter. If you've been dreaming about a backyard pool, now is the time to act at Presidential Pools and Spas. They're building fast. That's what they like to say, Basinonians. They're building fast, which means you can still be swimming this summer. By the end of this summer, that's right, you can get the pool you've always wanted. Don't wait till you're sweating through another scorcher. Turn up the heat in your backyard by actually offering yourself all sorts of goodness with a Presidential Pool, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, you get a free interior finish upgrade to Pebble Essence in an enhanced pebble sheen finish with smooth glass beads for extra color and radiance. Free landscape lighting packages with path lights and uplights as well while supplies last. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Could Kevin Durant actually remain a Phoenix Sun? Here's ESPN's Brian Windhorst on ESPN Cleveland yesterday.
I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
For all of the latest with the KD situation, stay locked in on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks try to even their series with the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. First pitch is at 4:07 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball for the Snakes. And according to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, the New York Giants and former ASU running back Cam Scadaboo agreed to terms on his rookie deal. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Wolf and Luke bring you Stat Chats.
Wow, I already got imaging for it and everything. Look at that.
Yeah, Wolf told me to do it, and then he didn't have his headphones on.
That's typically
Wow,
how
that's
this works.
super cool right there. Time to talk about stat chats. Interesting.
You want to explain what stat chats are, since this is a Wolf production?
Yeah, for the most part, based on earnings, you pick a stat, and many times Luke will come up with some stat.
Not this time.
It doesn't matter what sport it is either, baseball, football, basketball, hockey, whatever it is. Luke will come up with a stat that just blows my mind. And then we'll talk about it for 5 minutes. The fact that it just blows my mind the way that it does. And you've done this a couple times, more than once, to your credit, Luke, I would say. But I thought, man, it'd be so cool to actually make this into a beautiful part of the Wolf and Luke broadcast.
Well,
the stat chat.
You had, before the show today, maybe some ways we can make predictions. I know you love to make predictions for the upcoming Cardinals season.
Yeah,
okay?
well, once again, I wouldn't call them predictions, Luke. There's no reason to call it predictions and frame it up that way. It's just your thoughts.
Okay.
It's just your thoughts on the upcoming season. By way of example right now, who will lead the Arizona Cardinals in tackles?
So this is how we're going to do this, right? So we're going to throw the category out. Rick and Jamal are going to jump in.
Oh, are
okay?
they?
Yeah.
Well.
So let's see.
It's a free-for-all.
Yeah, it's like a game show where there's no buzzers. Everybody can just yell over each other. All right, so who's going to lead the Cardinals in tackles? Well, let's start with command and control. Want to do that? Rick, who you got?
Who's going to lead the Cardinals in tackles? I'm going to go with the most obvious choice ever. It's Budda Baker. He's going to have like 140.
Wow, specific number. I like that.
Boy,
okay.
Budda.
That would be low. Last year he had 164. Off year for Budda.
Yes.
Jamal, who you got?
Yeah, Budda, yeah, because he's cool and all. He didn't go to, the national championship.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Dude, you guys know Cody Simon.
Oh!
That's who I'm going to go
He's
with.
going to go with a rook. Jamal's going with a rook.
Simon leads the Cardinals in tackles. I think Wolf should have to buy you something for going out on a limb like that and being right.
I
Barbecue.
love the fact that he is. Yeah, you know what? I'll do that. Barbecue.
Yeah,
right?
you should go ahead and buy barbecue. Since none of you are currently eating barbecue, I'll just get 4 times the barbecue.
As a matter of fact, I'll buy you barbecue every Friday in November and December. Whoa. Every Friday, I'll buy you specifically barbecue.
My question
if
is,
that is the case.
Well, we have to wait till after the season, so it'd be like January, February, right?
Well,
because you would have to know if Cody Simon leads the team in tackles.
Actually, I would, if he's leading the team in tackles.
Yeah. Okay,
at that
gotcha.
point in
All
time,
right.
Ricky Rulemaker is
I will
stepping in.
buy him barbecue every Friday,
All right,
if that is
I
the
hope
case.
this happens now.
That would be awesome right there. I'm going to go with Budda Baker as well, basically.
Yeah, I will.
Budda.
Also go.
And rightfully so. He stays healthy. He's a guy, doesn't get banged up, doesn't get hurt. It's one of the things I appreciate the most about Budda Baker when you think about it, how many games he has played in over the years. And the fact that he's been able to stay as healthy, relatively, of course, as he has. Truly impressive the way that he plays. Physical to the wall, baby. Love that.
Next category is who will lead the Cardinals in pancake blocks. I'll go first here. And maybe this is the obvious answer. I really kind of wanted to say Isaiah Adams. I'm going to go with Paris Johnson Jr., though.
Oh, really?
I'm going to go with Paris.
Paris Johnson Jr.
Paris.
Okay. Rick, how about you?
I'm going to go with somebody who's currently not on the team, but I think will be Will Hernandez.
Oh, my
Bold.
goodness.
All right, Rick should get barbecue.
Well, I hope
for
you're
2 months,
right.
too. All right.
Jamal?
I am also going to go with Paris Johnson Jr.
Oh, Paris Johnson Jr. Okay.
Well, I see a trend here from
Well, yeah,
Jamal.
he went to Ohio
what are you
State.
talking
That's
about?
why Jamal took it.
I don't know what
Think
you're
about
talking
it.
about.
Year three right there. Paris Johnson Jr. It seems like it'd be a likely choice based on earnings. Go Yelda Froholt. Are you kidding me?
The Desert Viking?
The Viking. Go Yelda Froholt right now, especially with all the pancake blocks he had last year. That's what Yelda does.
Did he lead in pancake blocks last year?
I'm not sure, as a matter of fact, but man, his memory serves. he was laying on top of a lot of dudes.
Okay. Who will lead the Arizona Cardinals in interceptions? Wolf, maybe you should go first this time.
Man, this is a little difficult right here. Buda Baker is a great football player. Ron Wolfley reporting. Buda doesn't get his hands on a lot of pigskins, though. He doesn't.
I can give you, just for context for everybody listening, Sean Murphy Bunting led the Cardinals in interceptions last year with 3.
Yes. So I am going to say
Do it.
Will Johnson.
Oh, he did it. Picked a rookie. All right.
Wow.
I'm going to say Will Johnson. And again, it's not like he has to have 8 interceptions on the season to lead the Cardinals.
True.
He does not. 3, if in fact
3 would do it last
last year holds up, 3 is all he would need. So it's not a crazy guess to pick a rookie, Will Johnson.
Man, this is crazy. Only 6 Cardinals had interceptions last year. Sean Murphy Bunting led the way. He's out for the year. Dennis Gardeck had 1. He's in Jacksonville. Kaiser White had 1. He's unsigned.
Ooh,
These guys that had interceptions played last year. I'm going to go with the guy who was actually second last year, although he only had 2. Give me Garrett Williams.
Oh, that's a good one.
I feel good about that pick. Rick?
I'm going to go with a player that I think is going to have a breakout second season, and that is Max Melton.
I thought you were going to pick another player who isn't on the team.
Oh, I like that,
Max
Rick.
Melton.
I like that a lot, too.
Okay.
Max Melton, they got young guys that are developing Basinonians. They are not a finished product. You're never going to be a finished product for the most part, but that's interesting right now. Somebody's talking in my ear. Do you know who that might be? I don't know who it is, but I can tell you that it was shocking. It was shocking to hear that. I don't know what you were doing.
I didn't do anything.
Somebody hit something
person.
right
there.
there.
No, it was a person. Heidi was in there.
People came
Heidi walked
into
into
the studio and
That's-
I guess didn't notice that our light was on.
That's awesome.
I felt like she was bringing good news, though. It sounded like she said there was
Ice
taquitos
cream.
here.
Yeah.
I heard taquitos. I would have been very off. Jamal, what do you got? I don't think anybody from Ohio State is in the secondary.
As much as I would like to go with Denzel Burke for no
yeah,
particular
there you go. You're right.
particular
Yeah,
reason,
that.
I'm gonna go with Jalen Thompson.
Ooh, little bounce back.
Oh yeah,
From
contract
Jalen
year.
Thompson.
He's gonna
I
make some
like
plays.
that.
All right.
Okay, that's nice.
We may only have time for one more of these. You want to do who leads the team? You want to do broken face masks or total touchdowns?
Let's
Wolf?
go broken face mask.
Shocking.
Stunning answer there.
By the way, I broke my face mask multiple times in my career, basically.
Your own face mask?
Yes.
Okay.
And you know what? One of the best things I saw was in college. Mark Walzak was his name, and his face mask broke, and it was hanging by one screw. Think about that, Basin audience. It was hanging down. It was pretty incredible.
Who's going to lead the Arizona Cardinals in broken face masks? And just for clarification, if you break your own face mask, does that count?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Who you got?
I'm going to say Paris Johnson Jr.
Ooh.
That's
All
what
right.
I'm going to say.
He's not going to be pancake blocking.
He's not going to be
breaking
no.
face
He's going to
masks.
be breaking face masks.
All right, Jamal.
I am gonna go with Dalvin Tomlinson.
Oh,
I don't
boy,
hate that
is
answer.
good.
I really don't hate that answer.
Jamal's had a couple of good ones
Yeah.
too.
Once he stopped picking Ohio State players, he really took them.
What are you talking about? I don't know.
Rick, who do you got for broken face?
All right. Speaking of Ohio State players, I think there's a reason why they haven't re-signed Kaiser White, and I think it's because they believe in this guy. I think Cody Simon, middle linebacker, he's going to come down, and he's going to get a bunch of broken face masks.
Man,
Cody Simon.
you know what I
That boy
like?
Rick.
You know what I like about this? There's actually a lot of good candidates for this year, Wolf, of
Yeah.
guys that could break a face mask. I'm not going to go with a rookie. I'm not going to go with Walter Nolan. I really want to pick Mac Wilson, honestly. I really
Okay,
do.
That'd be a good one.
But give me Josh Sweat. I'll go with Josh Sweat.
Josh Sweat.
Josh Sweat.
Oh, okay.
They might have to be
Setting
some.
the edge.
They might have to be some quarterback face masks for him to break that many.
Yeah,
But give me
okay.
Josh Sweat.
Josh
okay?
Sweat. That's a good.
Just don't get any roughing the passer calls. You know, though he'll probably get some some crap ones.
Man, I like that.
Rick's already
Stat
mad at the
chat,
officials.
Basinonians. Do you like that? The stat chat. Forget about the officials, Rick. Leave the zebras alone.
It's June 18th, and Rick's already on the officials for next year.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and declare myself the winner because we really have no way of measuring this yet, and I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that wrote these down. So there you go.
Okay, good.
All right, well, when we come back, what will it take for Mike Hazen to not have to pull the rug out from under his team at the trade deadline, and how did Josh Naylor in particular react to his comments? This is great. Todd Walsh teased this like 2 hours earlier. Now we get to play the audio next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Archer 1 for 4 with a double. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on. That's a high, deep drive to right field, and that's your ball game. 2 batters, 2 homers. The Blue Jays erase a 1-run deficit, and they walk it off in the series opener. Your final score is 5-4.
D-backs at the Blue Jays. Game 2 coverage begins today at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. Happy birthday, America! And my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever, Basinonians. You know what I'm talking about. Here it comes. We're talking 25% off everything in store and online now through June 26th. Ooh, June 26th. 25% off everything in store and online. So here's the move, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations. Tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. That's right, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. We, the Wu Fang Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. That's right, Basinonians. We get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever, and that's because of Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey, what? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Can the Diamondbacks bounce back after a heart-wrenching loss in Toronto? We'll get into it starting at 6 on Thursday here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pull up at 6 a.m. to cuddle with me. You know how I like it when you loving on me. I don't wanna die for them to miss me. Yes, I see the things that they wishing on me. Hope I got some brothers that outlive me. They gon' tell the story that was different with me. God's plan, God's plan. I hold back sometimes I won't. Yeah. I feel good sometimes I don't. I finesse down Western Road.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke here on a Wednesday afternoon. Wolf, so Todd Walsh set this up for us earlier in the show, and I had the audio. I don't know if you've heard it yet, but the comments that we had played the other day of Mike Hazen on MLB Network Radio saying, I don't really want to. The way he said it was pull the rug out from under his guys, right? I mean, he doesn't want to be seller at the trade deadline. This is courtesy of D-backs TV yesterday. Josh Naylor had just heard those comments, and this was his reaction.
It's cool for the player side of it. I mean, we believe in each other as much as anyone. We love being with each other. It's a very, very fun group, very exciting group. I'm thankful to be a part of it. Thankful to get to grow with this group and get to know players on a personal level, get to know their families. I'm very, very blessed to be here, and I love it.
It's got to be one of the hardest things about the game of baseball. It really is. When you think about it, these guys basically live together for half the year.
Yeah.
They do. The 162 games, all the travel that is involved, many, many days on the road. You hang out with guys, I would imagine, on the road. You get to know your brother inside that clubhouse very, very well. It's got to be one of the more difficult things about the game of baseball, how much movement there really is.
The response there from a player to hear that, like when we played those Hazen cuts earlier this week, it was cool to hear him say, and Todd Walsh said this earlier, he was talking about I felt like it was a pretty honest response from Mike Hazen. I built this team. I don't necessarily want to tear it back down for guys that might be good in 3 or 4 or 5 years, because you can already see this year how you can plan on guys that Corbin Burnes is a lot more stable than some team's 8th prospect, right?
Yes.
And yet here we are, Corbin Burnes is out now for a year. So if you build the team to go for it, you want to go for it that year. Now they have to give him a reason to do it, but I can imagine as a player, it's good to hear your general manager's default setting is not that we're giving up on this right now. Obviously, the next month is going to be huge. There's just no way around that. Like the next month is going to dictate what they do or don't do at the trade deadline. But it was interesting to hear a player's response to it right after hearing it there from Josh Naylor, because he's one of those guys that would get dealt.
Yeah, he is one of those guys. But you have to wonder about this. How do the Diamondbacks see Josh Naylor? How do they see him?
I'm hoping he isn't one of those guys that would get dealt even if they were selling.
Right. Is he one of these guys? He might be one of these guys because of the leader. I'm getting this feel. He's a leader inside that clubhouse. And I love his demeanor. He's got a little bit of something coming out of the side of his neck. Yet he seems like he's an affable human being.
Yeah.
He seems like he gets along pretty well with his teammates. You know what? That kind of talent that he has and being an influence, a big influence inside that clubhouse, man, I don't know if you want to get rid of guys like that.
I mean, you traded for him. I have to think the thought when you trade for a guy is that you want to keep him beyond just this one season. But, also it's not like you gave up everything for him. It almost goes back to the Kevin Durant conversation you and I have been having. The Diamondbacks only had to give up the assets for a guy that is a 1-year rental, really.
Yeah.
But you want to bring this guy back because whether you intended for it to be 1 year or longer, he is your Christian Walker replacement. And I would say it's worked out pretty well. Josh Naylor's hitting .302. We're 72, 73 games into the season. He's hitting .302. He's got 9 home runs. He's got 127 total bases. He's got 49 RBIs. He's got 81 hits. Like, you could not ask for anything more from him at the plate. This guy was an all-star last year. He's, 28? This is the sort of guy that you'd love to just have first base locked down for the next 5 years if you could.
Yes, you would. What else you got for me over there?
Well, here, we talked to Mike Hazen earlier in the show, and he talked about what he plans to address at the trade deadline.
We're going to look at addressing our pitching for sure come deadline season because I think that's probably the area we're going to have to look at the hardest.
But he also did reiterate, even though we're closer now than we were 3 weeks ago when we talked to him, it's still just June 18th. And there's a lot of teams that still believe they're in it right now, so it's tougher to actually make a trade for a significant piece.
Right now, I said this in the past, like the competitive landscape in baseball is probably as good, if not better, than it's ever been. If you look across both the American and National League, look at the teams that are out of it. It's not a lot. And so maybe that results in more teams that are sort of in the middle buying and selling to create some supply on the market. I don't know, but right now there's only a couple teams that you would think might sell, and if we're down to that few of teams, there's not going to be a ton out there for everyone to go after with all those teams that would be looking to buy.
It's amazing just listening to Mike Hazen now and kind of breaking it down as opposed to thinking, what am I going to ask next? You're just kind of breaking it down as an analyst might do it. I truly believe, just listening to Mike Hazen now, the conviction in his voice in regard to, I don't think he thinks they're going to be sellers.
It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like. Don't look at that screen over there because there's a potential Kevin Durant to Denver trade that they're talking about.
No way.
Don't look at
that
yet.
Don't
I screenshot it.
I'm not going to look at it. I'm not.
Looking at what he's talking about with the competitive landscape, I'm just looking at the standings across all of baseball. Okay.
Yeah.
How many teams can you truly rule out right now? I think we can go ahead and rule the Rockies out.
Yes.
I'm not sure the Rockies necessarily have anything you want in their bullpen.
Luke Lipinski reporting.
They're done. The Rockies are out. They are 23 and a half games out of a wild card spot right now, and even that seems closer than I would have thought.
The commissioner ought to pick up the phone and call the Rockies and just tell them you've been eliminated.
You guys are out. Sorry. Yes. Maybe you should do it. Maybe you and K-Ray should call them like you've done in the past. The White Sox that you can say are out, and the Pirates I think you can say are out. Those are the only three teams in baseball that are double-digit games out of a wild card spot. Now, realistically, I think you could say the Marlins and probably the Nationals are out too because they're both 9.5 out in the National League. And go ahead and throw the A's; they're 8.5 out in the American League.
Yeah.
But everybody else is within 6 games of a playoff spot. The Braves are 6.5, but I'm not going to rule the Braves out yet because they're more than capable of going on a run. That just sort of speaks to what Mike Hazen's saying right there, though. That's basically you can safely rule 6 teams out of the 30, which means in terms of trying to make a trade, there's really only 6 teams you can call and pretty much confidently say, look, you guys know you're not making it this year, so how about we talk trade? Now, you wait a month, there's going to probably be 4, 5, 6 more teams. Hopefully the Diamondbacks aren't one of them, but that's what he's talking about when he says it's kind of hard to get a trade for a good player right now. The Devers thing that the Giants pulled off was a very unique situation because he just wasn't happy in Boston.
Yes. Yeah, that got personal in Boston. And there's only a few teams that could really afford his contract, too. I'm just going to throw that in there.
Yeah. Here's one more from Mike Hazen. We did ask him, it's been pretty clear he tried to build this team around pitching and defense. And 2 years ago, that absolutely worked. And it is built that way on paper, but we asked him, can you rely on your offense to win games if that's where this goes?
I mean, I feel like we can do it. I don't think it's a great way to go out into a baseball game every single night. I think it's a lot to ask for the offense to do. I also think you have to close games when the offense gives you 4 to 5 runs to win the games. And everybody knows that. That's the way baseball runs. Baseball is built around pitching and defense. We have a good group of guys that we need to come together. Going back to the question about the trade deadline, I think our best bullpen is going to come with the solidification of the group that we have pitching better, honestly, and they have pitched better. And we've gotten some new guys up here that have done really well, and if they continue on that trajectory, we're going to be in a good spot.
Yeah, man, no doubt about it, Kyle Backus. He really, to me, he was fascinating. More on this as the show unfolds.
All right, when we come back, it's your turn. Next, what do you want the Phoenix Suns to do with Kevin Durant? Trade him, keep him? If trade him, then where do you want him to go? What do you want to get back? 602-260-9870. Since nobody else seems to be able to give us a definitive answer, Wolf, we're just going to the listeners. Listeners only meeting. What are you doing with Kevin Durant, and what do you want back? 602-260-9870. Your calls next. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade,
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famer's trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There are a lot of teams that are interested in getting Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again. For those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures, they can't smile, they can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Could Kevin Durant actually remain a Phoenix Sun? Here's ESPN's Brian Windhorst on ESPN Cleveland yesterday.
I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
For all of the latest with the KD situation, stay locked in on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks try to even their series with the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. First pitch is at 4:07 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball for the Snakes. And according to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, the New York Giants and former ASU running back Cam Skattebo agreed to terms on his rookie deal. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
The Listeners Only Meeting with Wolf and Luke.
Quit it now!
All right, 602-260-9870. Listeners only meeting. Well, this is a listeners only meeting, and I completely agree with you, but that you called for before the show. Like, why don't we just see what the Suns fans want the Suns to do at this point, okay?
This is exactly why we have listener only meetings.
Yes. All right, let's start. And the question, just what do you want him to do with Kevin Durant? You take it wherever you want to go. You want him to keep him? Do you want him to trade him to Houston specifically? You want him to trade him to the Eastern Conference? Whatever. Let's start with Kieran and Gilbert. Kieran, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Are you talking to me, Kevin Durant? Yes, Red Reaper.
All right, we get it.
What's going on, Kieran?
Long time no talk, boys. I love you guys. You know that. I listen every day, and I'm honored to be part of the intro every day on your show. That's awesome.
Yeah, we hear Kieran every day.
So with Windhorst, I've been saying that, unfortunately, since last season ended. I didn't believe Kevin Durant was going to get traded as much as I think he should. And so I'm part of the minority here. Now, I hope we don't just give away the farm, which we already did for the trade, but what's left of our farm, what's left of our little crops, maybe a little extra seeds for some kind of plants. We don't even know what they are yet. Let's not give those away for nothing and some 23rd pick or 25th. It's garbage. In my opinion, somehow, some way, if get something fair, then keep him here. Hopefully get rid of Beal if they can't. I mean, they got to find some kind of way. I'm not looking at the numbers, but if we have to, then at least we can still have KD book and then whatever pieces they can fly in. I know I'm the minority here, but yeah, of course, I would rather get rid of him now to get something in return. Love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, Kieran.
Right on,
appreciate
Kieran.
it.
Let's just roll, shall we?
Well, I got to give you two thoughts that jumped into my head, though, when he was talking.
Oh, okay.
Again, 602-260-9870 if you want to call in. You can't give KD away, okay? But if you get in a position where they have to give him away at a discount, which I don't think you should do, but if they do, at least don't give him to San Antonio.
Yeah.
We don't need this era of Suns basketball ending by sending the Spurs off into an era of getting to the title every other year. And the other thing, because he brought up Bradley Beal, it is crazy to think that Bradley Beal is really the only player in basketball that their team cannot get rid of him. Like the way it's structured, the no trade clause, the money he's being paid, he's the only player in basketball that a team can't get rid of. Let's talk to Martin in Tempe. Martin, what's going on?
Hey guys, how's it going? You know, I just wrote a big check to the Phoenix Suns, 12 large for my season tickets. And, I did so before we got a new GM and a new coach, just putting some blind faith into everything that's going to happen. And I got to tell you now, I'm having a little bit of buyer's remorse. And with the whole KD situation, of course we can't give him away for pennies on the dollar. We really have to bring it and bring something in return. And if not, I hope we can mend that relationship with KD. So at this point, if we do decide to keep him, I don't see why him and Booker together with a good team around him I mean, I know this is what we've done before, but there's no reason why they can't do this the right way. And if we have to keep them, then go for it and do it the right way. And, just a shout out to Bickley for helping me get into my new BMW. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Martin. Martin made sure he took care of everything.
Of course, Bick. Bick would help you get into a BMW. Okay, let's just roll through this.
Right.
I love this.
One more?
The reaction.
Let's talk to Sean in Scottsdale. Sean, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, guys. Looking at all these trades, I just think they're all poo-poo platters. The Spurs are lowballing us. The Rockets are lowballing us. The Heat are nowhere close. So I am thinking we shift gears. Let's see what we can do to offload Beal. And I'm proposing the 3 bad contract shuffle. So let's route Beal over to the Bucks. Let's have them not waste a year of Giannis's prime. Let's route Dame Lillard over to the Sixers and then get PG over to the Suns. The Sixers are getting off a 3-year bad contract from PG. The Suns are taking on a 3-year bad contract in exchange for a 2-year bad contract. I want to get your guys' thoughts.
Yeah, no, that's.
I like the way you're thinking.
I
Sean.
do. But Paul George.
I just
on this roster.
I would almost rather an injured Damian Lillard. But I like the creative thinking because in a perfect world you would just move Beal and then you might still move Durant, but you would move Beal and then you would move Durant on your own terms. That's like the worst part about the Beal contract. Everybody knows the Suns are trying to move Durant. And so I don't think all leverage is gone because Durant's still such a good player, but a lot of your leverage is gone.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Jeff in Phoenix. Jeff, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Going on, bro?
Well, I think KD and the Suns need to go to marriage counseling together for the kids, which is the Suns fans, of course. We need to stick it out for 1 year. Yeah, he's going to be miserable and he's going to mope and all that, but you endure it and then you get that contract off your books. And who knows where the salary cap will be then, and put up with it on.
Wow.
Jeff, thanks for the call.
That is the one thing I honestly don't want to do. That is the one thing I don't. Not that he's wrong in how he feels about this. There is some value there, but to me, you're basically just letting Kevin Durant walk away.
Yeah, I wonder what I want to get to more of these calls, but it does raise a question of just like I wonder if the conversation's been had with KD. Like, okay, if you don't want to go to Minnesota, would you rather go to Minnesota or stay here? Like, I wonder where Phoenix is on KD's list. You know what I mean? Like, I know it's not his top 3 destinations.
I'm wondering if it's even a possibility.
But I mean, if he really doesn't want to go to Toronto, like, is Phoenix higher on that list than Toronto? I don't know.
Once again, you don't have to get his buy-in to trade him. You don't have to, as we've established. You're just not going to get as much back.
But if you're going to keep him, you would want to at least gauge where his buy-in is at that point. Let's talk to Bob and Chandler. Bob, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hello?
What's up, Bob? How you doing?
I'm pretty good. How about you guys?
Good.
Doing a wonderful job as usual.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hello? Am I here?
Yeah. What do you want the Suns to do with Durant?
I think they should keep him. The reason being, we're looking at NBA Finals right now where Indiana shows you what happens when you let guys marinate. And as the great Wolf probably knows, that's kind of the way it works in sports. If you stick with a team of good players, it usually works out in the end. Unfortunately, Coach Bud looks like he wasn't the right fit there. But in the end, KD, I think you all realize that he really liked being here. And I think if in the end the Sun shows that they're going to keep him, let him hang around, I think that changes the way that he approaches next year, especially with all the complaints about his aspect of leadership and what we actually saw from him.
All right, Bob. I appreciate the call.
That's a tough situation, though, because, again, we've already seen the KD book. We've already seen this team, in my opinion. The Bradley Beal thing, everyone talks about Bradley Beal being thrown. His impact is so minimal that, to me, again, I look at Devin Booker and Kevin Durant It just wasn't good chemistry between those two.
It just
wasn't.
If you could tell me it would be the way it was
because of leadership or a lack thereof.
If you could tell me it would be the way it was when Katie first got here, that was Katie and Booker. I loved that combination. But when they were fighting Denver down to the wire, when they were both putting up 30 plus in a game, in a playoff game. But yeah, I mean, they had Chris Paul. It was a different structured team around them.
There was leadership.
Yeah. But I have to think they're at least having those conversations behind the scenes. Like, hey, if this doesn't go right, where are you at? If Jordan Ott's your coach, you have to have the conversations though.
Yes, you have to have the conversation. I would be absolutely shocked.
I would be too.
If that were the case.
I would be too. But if teams are going to lowball them, there is a certain point where I would rather just run it back than just get lowballed by San Antonio. The ultimate indignity for the Suns to get lowballed by San Antonio after all
No
this.
way.
When the temperature exceeds 100 degrees in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. Again, thanks to everybody who called. Sorry we could not get to everybody, although if they don't trade him soon, we may have to do this again. So just keep your thoughts for the next time we do a listeners-only meeting. When we come back, D-backs back at it tonight. What are our expectations for Erod tonight? He's been better lately. Can he keep that going? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's crazy, the number of comebacks, the number of blown leads, the number of things that you just
on both sides.
On both sides.
On both sides.
It's been on both sides of the equation.
It's a pendulum. It's here, and then it's there. And then it's here, and it's there. We're going to come back and win in thrilling fashion, then we're going to blow a lead, and we're going to lose. I don't know if it evens out in the long run or not, but they've got you on the edge of your seat almost all games.
They do.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information right now. Have you heard of the 5 Ps? The 5 Ps, I know you have because I've talked about them in the past. The 5 Ps are this: proper planning prevents poor performance. The 5 Ps can be applied to most areas of your life, Basinonians, but it's especially true to your finances, of course. And we all know too well that you can't control what's happening in the stock market, but you can control how you plan for it. You can control how you prepare for it. The folks at Trajan Wealth have been helping clients with the 5 Ps for years, and it's one of the reasons why I would suggest to you, give Trajan Wealth a call today and learn how they can help you with the 5 Ps. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the Desert Sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker contractor, Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can Eduardo Rodriguez keep his string of great starts going tonight? We'll preview Game 2 of D-backs Blue Jays starting at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Well, that really is the question here for the Arizona Diamondbacks, because last night you got a good enough performance from Brandon Pfaadt, but it did not result in a win. Erod is pitching tonight, Wolf, and if you just look at his numbers, they are not good. But his last couple starts since he came off the injured list, they have been a lot better. He started against the Reds in Cincinnati, which is not an easy place to pitch just because of the way the park is built. And then against the Mariners when we were out there for the half-day club last week. And in those two starts, he's allowed 4 earned runs over 11 1/3, so a 3.18 ERA. And the Diamondbacks could have won the first one. That was the weird rain game that got carried over the next day. And then they did beat Seattle last week. So it might just be 2 games, or it might be 2 games coming off an injury that was maybe impacting him prior to the injured list.
Yeah, we've been really looking at Erod right now and expecting more from him for the entire season for the most part. Coming into this season, we were talking about Erod being a guy that was going to take the ball and step up and pitch to his capabilities. It's interesting because I think we have seen that guy since he came back from his injury and he came back from the IL. I think we have seen that guy. I want to continue to see that, though, going forward. Consistency is what this team is lacking right now. And it's consistency individually and consistency collectively from a team perspective, going out and playing consistently, being able to close games. And we all know why they're having difficulty with that. But their bullpen needs to be more consistent. Their lineup even needs to be more consistent, although it's very difficult to look at a team that is number 4 in runs scored in all of baseball.
Hit better.
And, number 2 in home runs. Yeah. Think about that. Well, actually, number 3, I'm sorry. Number 3 in home runs. I mean, just coming into this season, I never expected that kind of run production from this team. Now, why? Okay, because last year they led the league. They led all of Major League Baseball in runs scored. That was number 1. I didn't expect them to actually be anywhere close to that this year, but they are. And that is encouraging.
I also, a game like tonight, and Erod specifically, when we talk about what it's going to take for this team to feel confident buying at the trade deadline, there's the obvious, where are they in the standings? Like you said the other day, what percentage of these games now in the next month are they going to win? How are they going to be doing in terms of wins, losses? For me, it's how close are you to a wild card spot. But I also think there are underlying things that Mike Hazen in particular is going to be looking at, and he sort of alluded to it earlier when he was just like, look, we're playing better baseball right now. Like his optimism was more so there today than it was 3 weeks ago when we talked to him. And it was because they are playing better baseball. Even though last night's ending was brutal, they're playing better baseball. I think you can put Erod firmly in the category of things that he's going to look for, or that you would have to look at as a GM. If you're hanging around it, but Zach Gallen's not pitching any better, and Erod's not pitching any better, and it's just like, yeah, we're hanging around it, but it's like a house of cards. Yeah. How can you really invest more at the deadline? But if you're hanging around it, and Eduardo Rodriguez continues to pitch like he has the last two starts, then there's like underlying reasons, or the eye test, or whatever you want to call it, to look and say, yeah, but we're actually getting better, even if we're not in a playoff spot quite yet.
Which means what at the deadline to you?
It means you're not selling, and it means you're going after bullpen help.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. They need more from Zach Gallen. They do, going forward right now. I have a hard time believing that Zach Gallen is going to be a Diamondback after the trade deadline. I really do. The more and more I'm watching this right now, even though I would point to him and say if they move him, they're selling.
Yeah, because
to me, I would be surprised.
You could have done it before. Like if he just wasn't getting it, but you still had Corbin Burns, there is a scenario where you could have, but now you don't have Burns. So
to me, I just think it's a situation, especially if they move Zach Gallen. There was a story coming down from the East Coast once again about the Phillies and their interest in Zach Gallen and how interested they could see him filling in, of course, and fitting in beautifully with their rotation. And, immediately I thought, yeah, of course it's coming from the East Coast.
Yeah.
And it's the Phillies. Yeah. But, again, I believe there are going to be a lot of teams that are going to be really hard and heavy for Zach Gallen. And because of that, you might have to do something.
That's the kind of player that for other teams like the Phillies, they're going to look at what his numbers are this season, but they're going to look more big picture and be like, yeah, okay, he struggled this year, but the Diamondbacks bullpen has struggled. Like you can easily, if you're a different team, talk yourself into Zach Gallen for the stretch run. And even if you're a Diamondbacks fan that's frustrated with Zach Gallen right now, could you not see him going on a run, either here or for another team, if he's on the Phillies, couldn't you see him going on a run in September?
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah. The other aspect of tonight's game is the importance of bouncing back after last night, Wolf. I mean, it's not just Erod starting. It's not just whoever will come in a potential save situation, but it is just the simple, can you respond quickly, or is last night's loss going to linger for a couple days? Because at this point in the season, I don't think you can let it linger. You almost need to go out there and win tonight.
Yeah, we've been talking about this 9-game road trip, this 3-city stop, this tour they're on right now. And, that's why winning last night would have been so big to me. You know me, I'm big on starts and how you're starting. And to win game 1 of this next 9-game road trip, that would have been awesome. It didn't work. It didn't happen. Because of that, we're going to have to wait and see how it finishes.
Rick, what do you got to close this?
So I have an update for you guys. This is from Shams Charania. The Buss family is entering an agreement to sell majority ownership of the Los Angeles Lakers to Mark Walter, the CEO and chairman of diversified holding company TWG Global. Sources tell ESPN Jeannie Buss will continue to serve in her role as governor after the sale. Mark Walter is the Dodgers owner.
I thought you were going to say they were selling the Lakers to the Mavericks owner. That would have made a lot more sense.
Wow.
But then the Lakers would own the Mavericks, and the Mavericks would own the Lakers. It's very confusing. All right.
You own the Dodgers and the Lakers. You got Jack.
Things are going pretty well for you, I guess. All right. That's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So, let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks after all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX and CED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Could Kevin Durant actually remain a Phoenix Sun? Here's ESPN's Brian Windhorst on ESPN Cleveland yesterday.
I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all
For all of the latest with the KD situation, stay locked in on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks try to even their series with the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. First pitch is at 4:07 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball for the Snakes. And according to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, the New York Giants and former ASU running back Cam Scadaboo agreed to terms on his rookie deal. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Working from home today, so when I say alongside, we're metaphorically speaking, of course. But Gambo's on the video there.
Yeah, I got to pay this. I got this message. They're going to prosecute me. I have some Arizona Department of Motor Vehicles. I have this final notice that if I don't pay this ticket, they're going to suspend my vehicle, my driving privilege. I got to go to a toll booth and pay a 35% service fee, and I may be prosecuted.
I got one of those.
I shouldn't click on this link.
No, you should not click on the link. Don't click on the link. Our fine boss, Erin Maloney, is on the other side of the glass right now. She also has the same text message. I got one like that yesterday. Don't click on the link. Don't click on the link.
I thought if I don't click on the link, I'm going to jail.
No. It's just like, seriously, isn't it sad, like, we live in this world where you get stuff like that and you just, like, you can't even think about it anymore. You just delete it. Don't even think about it. Just delete. And if you actually owe money to somebody, they will find you. They will send you a message in the mail. They will find a way to get you. That's not some lame text message like that, you know?
Yeah. I worry about the older generation who could fall for some of these gimmicks that are out there. Those are the people I worry about.
Brother, I hate to break it to you. One of these days, that generation is going to be you and me, right? Like, you know that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, and so it's just good to know. It's like good practice now.
I know.
For 30 years from now, when we might be that generation that's going to fall for crap like that. Like, just know now. We're not falling for it. I'm just going to delete this text. I'm not going to do it.
That's it. I'm going to delete it right now, Burnsy. There it is.
Yeah, is it gone?
Report as junk. There you go. Delete and report as junk. There you go. I'm not going to jail.
Good. You're not going to jail, and you're not going to be suffering from a phishing attack. Besides, haven't you watched enough of those mandatory videos they make us watch around here to know that you shouldn't click on links like that? Right? Lauren's nodding her head like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I actually clicked on one not too long ago.
Yes.
Because it said, like,
you've
we
been
got
infected.
You.
We got you.
Like, we taught you this.
Malware. It was a trick.
Oh, it was a trick.
It was
a trick. Now you got to retake the class because you're an idiot. Yeah, I got that. I got that one. Like, literally like a month ago. I clicked on something and it like, you're an idiot because you just took this class and you must not have learned anything. So now here it is. Here's the link. You got to redo it.
Now you got to take the class again. Well, it's, some of us, Gambo, that's you. That's you. That's what you do. We are going into yet another day of watching, waiting, wondering if today is going to be the day for Kevin Durant. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day. Hold tight there, Gambo. Hold on. Top story of the day here, Burns.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Okay, now you can say it. What was that?
Yeah, there won't be a deal today.
Okay,
there will not be a deal today.
Okay, there you go. I'm glad we cleared that up.
Yeah, I'm not expecting a deal will be done today. I said this week.
Good night, everybody. Good night. Thank you for listening to the Burns and Gambo Show. Good night.
I don't expect the deal done today. The NBA Finals will resume tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
I believe.
I like how you asked that with a question mark.
I'm almost. I knew that, but. So maybe this comes down Friday or Saturday or Sunday. I was pretty adamant that it'll be this week. So I'll take until the weekend. But maybe if it goes into next week, then I was wrong. I think Shams and others thought it would be by last weekend. I never thought it would be by last weekend. But the Suns continue to negotiate and talk to these teams to try to find the best deal for them. I remain. I believe that the Phoenix Suns are going to try to make the best deal for them, not the best deal for Kevin Durant. However they can do it.
But I do believe that, Kevin Durant is through back channels trying to, get to one of his desired places.
Sure.
I'm sure there are places he does not want to go to, and I think through back channels he's probably trying to figure out a way to make sure that he doesn't go to one of those places. But I think the Suns ultimately want to move him somewhere where they get the best deal.
Yeah, and honestly, that's kind of how we're going to break up this conversation. We're going to talk about D-backs in the next segment, but we're going to spend a few minutes here talking, and then later in the show we'll talk about one of his desired locations in the Houston Rockets. But we're going to open the show with a team that he has made very clear through the reporting of Shams Charania. In fact, I saw Brian Windhorst said something like he might as well have tweeted it himself. Kevin Durant, I don't want to go to Minnesota. I do not want to do that. This is Sam Amick, who is an Athletic NBA writer, and this is on the Athletic NBA Daily Podcast, in which he says if Minnesota believes that Kevin Durant doesn't want to go there, they're not going to play ball on this.
It's up to Kevin, really, because Minnesota's not going to play ball until they get signaled that Kevin wants to play there. And sign the extension. Tim Conley in particular, the GM, personality-wise, he's a culture lifter. He's a guy that wants people to want to be there. That is something that matters to him. And so if the messaging continues that Kevin would be, coming while dragging his feet, then the Wolves are not going to put much on the table.
So that, I think, if true, and I think we've all kind of heard similar things or read similar things, if that's true, then it puts the onus on Kevin Durant to change his mind. And if he's not going to change his mind and Minnesota's not going to change theirs, that might take an offer that we've long speculated that is probably something like Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, one of their young players and a draft pick.
Yeah.
It might take that one off the table, and that might no longer be the best offer for the Kevin Durant for the Phoenix Suns if Minnesota decides they don't want to play ball because KD doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, at this point, I do believe that Minnesota has consistently had the best offer on the table, but if Durant doesn't want to go there, the Suns may still want to send him there. It's just a matter of would Minnesota take him.
Exactly.
Would Minnesota take him if he doesn't want him. So then it comes down to, okay, do you take the second best deal, or can you continue to negotiate to get one of these teams to make a better deal? Till you say, okay, we actually like this deal better than the Minnesota deal. I don't know that these deals are like head and shoulders better. One's better than another by a lot. I think there are probably some deals that are very close, and it may be a matter of just trying to go back to those teams. And, if it's not going to be the Minnesota Timberwolves, and we don't know this, but if it's not going to be the Minnesota Timberwolves, trying to extract more out of some of these other teams that you're negotiating with.
And the question then becomes with what leverage, with what power do you have to be able to do that? Because it kind of felt like Minnesota and any wild card team that he didn't want to go to that was willing to trade for him anyway. And we've talked about this a lot, you and I, over the last week or so. It felt like that was kind of the Suns' leverage in all of this was, hey, we'll send him somewhere he doesn't want to go. And as long as there's a market of 2 or 3 teams of places that he doesn't want to go that are willing to take that risk, then the Suns can use that leverage against the places that he does want to go to extract that better value that you're talking about. If the Minnesotas of the world, or I'll even use the Toronto Raptors of the world, if they dry up and they're not there anymore and the Suns can't use that as leverage, then I don't know what the motivation for Houston or San Antonio or Miami would be to up their offer if other than competing against themselves.
Against each other.
Because there's no wild card team out there for the Suns to say, hey, man, he wants to go there, but if you don't do it, we're going to send him to Minnesota whether he wants to or not. Well, Minnesota is they're kind of screwing with that, Gambo. They're kind of screwing with the Suns' plans a little bit.
The coach last night, and we were an NBA coach, and we were talking about, Kevin Durant and trade value and stuff like that, and he goes, man, this is Kevin Durant we're talking about. This is Kevin Durant. Like, he'll score 25 per game when he's 40. Like, no problem. Like one of the greatest players that's ever played that still plays a game at the high level. Like, all the metrics of Kevin Durant over the last few years have shown no signs of slowing down. No signs. As a matter of fact, some point to him being as good, if not better, in some of the metrics. And his coach was like, it's Kevin Durant we're talking about. Like, you got to go. If you're one of these teams, you got a chance to go get Kevin Durant, you go get him. Like the Phoenix Suns did. Now, it didn't work out for the Suns because they didn't have the right talent around him. But me and you have spent the last year saying it's not Kevin Durant's fault that the Suns weren't any good.
No.
It's not Kevin Durant's fault. Like, Kevin Durant is still a great player. It just wasn't a good team around him.
It can be the best made pair of jeans in the world. And if you sell them and put a price tag on them for $200 and nobody buys them, it doesn't matter whether you think the jeans are worth it or not. It doesn't matter the quality of material you put into it or the craftsmanship or anything. If no one's buying it for $200, eventually you have to lower the price. And you can sit there and say, but guys, this pair of jeans, I mean, it's just the bomb, man. You're not going to get a better, longer-lasting, better-looking, stylish pair of jeans than this right now. If nobody's buying it, nobody's buying it. And I'm Gambo, I'm scared to death we have gotten to that point in this conversation where it's just you can talk about how great the jeans are all you want. Nobody's buying that pair of jeans for $200, no matter how hard you try if you're the Suns.
So what does the store do when you can't sell a pair of jeans for $200?
They lower the price.
Okay.
They lower the price.
I mean, I've seen a whole lot of lowering the price things. I don't think that's how. I think that these teams have made offers. I think all of these teams have made offers,
but I don't think what the Suns want. They're just not what the Suns are asking for.
But I don't think that these teams are saying, okay, I'm going to take this guy off the table because obviously you're not getting anything you want. So I'm going to give you less than what I offered. I think it's just a matter of like.
And I'm not suggesting that. I hope I'm not suggesting that. I think it's a matter of the Suns wanting more and the team's going, yeah, no, we're not giving you more. We're not giving you more. This is it. This is our offer for the pair of jeans. You're either going to take it or you're not. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not worried. Worried they're taking things off. I'm just worried they're not going to put things on, and the Suns might want them to put things on the offer.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, I truly believe that this is all negotiating, trying to get teams to give up more, not less. And if there is a team out there that says, okay, I'm going to give up a little bit more, then maybe that team gets over the finish line.
Yeah. It's funny, Bill Simmons on the BS pod said this about the Timberwolves and Kevin Durant.
I don't think he needed help. I think he needed a point guard. That's what they need. I wouldn't, if I'm going to make trades, I'm not trading for Kevin Durant. I want to get like somebody who can actually handle the ball and take pressure off Edwards and get fast breaks. Fox. Conley was in that OKC series. Conley looked like he was 50 years old. That was why they lost. They couldn't bring the ball up.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Arizona Sports app. First, let me say about the Arizona Sports app. If you don't have it downloaded yet, do so now. You'll get instant access to On the Go with our shows, videos, and news. The Diamondbacks losing to the Blue Jays last night once again has us questioning this pitching staff. We'll do it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Archer 1 for 4 with a double. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on. That's a high, deep drive to right field, and that's your ball game. 2 batters, 2 homers. The Blue Jays erase a 1-run deficit, and they walk it off in the series opener. Your final score is 5-4.
D-backs at the Blue Jays. Game 2 coverage begins today at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here to tell you about the law firm of Berg Simpson, the lawyers at Berg Simpson, and the mistake my wife and I made many, many years ago when we did not call Berg Simpson. And I'll tell you right now, you can bear witness to this. If we're ever in the same spot, we will not make that mistake again. Now, I hope we're not in that spot. I hope you're not in that spot. But if we're ever in an accident again, I am calling Berg Simpson. It's the first call I'm making after I make sure everybody's safe and everybody's healthy and everybody's okay. We didn't, and the accident wasn't our fault. And because it wasn't our fault, we thought everything would come easy to us. Nothing came easy to us at all. Everything was a fight. Everything was a battle. It felt like, way more work than we deserved, given that we were the victims in all of it. We'll call Berg Simpson the next time. So if you're in a position, and I hope you're not, but if you are, where you feel like you need help, you want the best team to represent you, and that is Berg Simpson. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Summer is a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, Corolla, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. And right now, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center has a great deal for you. You can get 2 years of interest-free financing on a LASIK surgery procedure. Nobody has performed more LASIK surgery procedures in the Valley than the team eye doctor of your Sons and D-backs, Dr. Jay Schwartz. I had LASIK surgery done 15 years ago. You see me? I don't wear glasses. I don't wear contact lenses, nothing. I'll be 59 later this year. The LASIK surgery worked terrific for me. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, having astigmatism, or you just notice that your eyesight's starting to change. That usually happens when you are in your 40s. Your eyesight usually starts to change for the worst. There are 3 locations for the Schwartz Laser Eye Center: Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. You can call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Blue Jays hit back-to-back home runs to walk off Shelby Miller and the Diamondbacks. Eugenio Suarez says the D-backs' mentality is to win, not to give the front office a chance to make trades. And the Arizona State Senate could vote soon on a revised Chase Field bill. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Archer 1 for 4 with a double. The 2-2 pitch swung on. That's a high deep drive to right field, and that's your ball game. 2 batters, 2 homers. The Blue Jays erase a 1-run deficit, and they walk it off in the series opener. Your final score is 5-4.
I was actually in the car listening to Chris at that moment when that went down.
I was watching it live.
Yeah, I was
watching the whole game live.
I was listening to it live, and there was a curse word or two. There was an expletive, Gambo. There was a not safe for work word or two that came out of my mouth in my car when I was.
Well, put it on the list.
Yeah, you know what?
Put it on the list.
It's okay. It's.
You're up in the 9th inning.
I know.
You got to win the baseball game.
I know. It's just, there's
no debate here.
Here's the thing. I agree. It's on the list. It's not one of my prominent games on the list, but it's going to be on the list because you're up in the 9th. You should have won. I feel bad for Shelby Miller, man, because he deserves better than to be on this list. He's been so good for them.
Oh, you don't want to put him on a list because you like Shelby Miller?
Well, no, because I just don't think Shelby Miller deserves this black mark against him. I don't. Yeah. Shelby Miller has went from a guy in 3 months who barely made the team, was barely on the roster in time for spring training, was just thought to be kind of a long guy, innings eater, rapidly moving up the list to a high leverage guy, to a closer. He's not supposed to be the closer on this team. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows the injuries have just decimated them. He has been terrific for them this year. He's been so good for them this year that I feel like putting this game on the list is like saying, shame on you, Shelby. You went and done a bad thing, Shelby. Bad Shelby. Bad Shelby. And he deserves better than that. He deserves better than being.
Not last night he didn't. He gave up 2 solo home runs.
I know, but Gamble, they were like he's given up, what, 1 home run all year? He's given up in his career on that pitch?
I think Jack Summers had a note that Miller has thrown 461 splitters in his career and allowed 4 total home runs off of them. Today he threw 5 of them and got blasted twice.
There you go. So I'm gonna put it on the list. Man, just Shelby Miller deserves better than it being on the list.
He's been right, really but
does.
But why did they lose the baseball game last night? Because Shelby Miller couldn't get the 3 outs in the 9th inning to protect the lead.
100%.
That's it. That's why they lost.
That's it. That is why
they had a lead going into the 9th inning. You're supposed to win those games. This team has now lost 23 games in which they've had the lead. 23 games in which they've had the lead. I was reading a story in Toronto, out of the Toronto paper, and they said a team known for its comeback wins versus a team renowned for blowing leads. So the Blue Jays have made a habit out of coming back and winning baseball games. And as we know, the Diamondbacks have made a habit out of blowing games in which they had the lead. So this was a tough one. 36 losses. They have lost the lead going into this 6th inning or later 12 times. That's a third of their losses this season. That's stat by Arizona Diamondbacks Stats and Info.
Yeah, and
we both had a third of their losses.
Yeah, and let's slow down and ponder that for a minute. Okay, they've lost 36 baseball games this year. They have lost the lead going into the 6th inning or later 12 times. So that's, like you say, 1/3 of their losses. If they win even half of those games that they had a lead going into the 6th inning or later, so just 6 of the 12. Gambo, they've just take 6 losses away and give them 6 wins. They're second in the National League West. They're 3 games behind the LA Dodgers.
Right.
Like just half of those. And so once again, we're forced to kind of confront this issue, especially on a night where, other than Jalen Beeks and Ryan Thompson kind of giving them some iffy outings there in the 7th when they gave up a run and they made a 4-2 game, a 4-3 game. Well, Juan Murillo was great. The bullpen was great. Tory was aggressive in how he used them.
Got Brandon Pfaadt out, I thought, at the right time.
I thought at the right time, too. And they brought Boone's Farm Backus in, and Boone's Farm Backus got the job done. He was really good. Like, Backus has been good for them. Murillo, it's been a little bit of a wild ride, but he's had good success for them. Like overall, you want to celebrate the bullpen because they were asked to do a lot, and right up until those 2 splitters at the bottom of the zone, they were doing exactly what had been asked of them until Shelby Miller did what he did. And so, yeah, it's on the list. I just don't. It's probably my least favorite one on the list because he's just been so good for them. But they got to figure it out. And doesn't sound like they're going to go away from him. Here's Tory after the game talking about Shelby Miller bouncing back from this.
I was walking right in front of him coming up here into the clubhouse, and I could tell he was really unhappy. And, I like that. I like that when guys flush it. I know they're unhappy. He's going to evaluate it, and he'll get the ball again tomorrow. I'm not worried about Shelby.
There you go. Here's more Tory.
That's how unforgiving this game is, and it can turn in a second. Shelby just made a couple of bad pitches, and they took advantage of it, and that's what they're capable of doing. They slug and take advantage of those moments. But yeah, you're right. It was we were 2 outs away from winning a baseball game. I thought we played a really good baseball game. We just couldn't close the deal.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon Pfaadt threw 81 pitches. He was a little bit better at not giving up all the hard hit balls. They eventually got him out of the game in that 6th, and Boone's Farm came in, Backus, and did a good job of retiring, 3 straight guys. 5 innings for Brandon Pfaadt, 4 hits, 2 runs. I'll take it. I think he's still a work in progress. So to me, that's a pretty good stat line. Right now, they're just trying to build up his confidence, and they're not trying to get him to go the 6 or 7 innings. And they're saying, okay, I'll take 5 if I can get it. But when you take 5 innings out of a starter, you go to and this is the tough part. We've said, okay, the problem's going to be how do you get to Shelby Miller? We didn't think Shelby Miller would be the problem.
No.
The problem was how do you get to Shelby Miller? Well, they got to Shelby Miller. They gave up 1 run in 3 innings of relief, 6th, 7th, 8th inning. 1 run. They still had the lead. They got it to Shelby Miller, and then Shelby Miller gave up 2 bombs.
Yeah.
He just gave up 2 bombs.
Mike Hazen was on the Wolf and Luke show today, making his semi-weekly appearance, and said, obviously at the deadline, assuming they're in a position to still go for it, they would certainly look to address pitching at the deadline.
We're going to look at addressing our pitching for sure. come deadline season, because I think that's probably the area we're going to have to look at the hardest.
But obviously, even though we've seen some trades, Gambo, so this season, the Rafael Devers one stands out the most. It's just tough to trade right now.
Right now, I said this in the past, like the competitive landscape in baseball is probably as good, if not better, than it's ever been. If you look across both the American and National League, look at the teams that are out of it. It's not a lot. And so maybe that results in more teams that are sort of in the middle buying and selling to create some supply on the market. I don't know. But right now there's only a couple teams that you would think might sell. And if we're down to that few of teams, there's not going to be a ton out there for everyone to go after with all those teams that would be looking to buy.
So bottom line translation for me is that there's, for right now, given the injury situation with Martinez and A.J. Puck's meeting with Dr. Elatrash in L.A. coming up on Thursday, I don't think there are very many options for now other than Shelby Miller in the ninth. Now, if this is a trend for him personally, they might have to reevaluate that and figure out somebody else they want in the ninth. But for now, it does not sound like that's on the agenda for them.
I don't know. I don't think you could just keep – I don't think you could mix and match as much. You're just going to have to stay with him. Stay with Shelby. If you like Murillo in the eighth, stay with you can't keep mixing and matching this. And one guy has a bad outing, you bench him. Has a good outing, you keep him. It's just pick a guy, the guy you have the most confidence in, and make him your closer and be done with it.
I'm going to say it again. Score more runs, Gambo. It's the only path. It's the only hope for the 2025 Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yep.
Score as many damn runs as you possibly can to give yourself a little bit more margin for error when these games get late and close.
Well,
it's the only option you've got, I think, if you're the Diamondbacks.
Score more runs.
Yep.
There it is.
Score more runs. You were going to say something?
Yeah, I know we got a break, but what I was going to say is that Hazen cut was fascinating to me because there's not that many buyers. You could end up, if you end up being one of those teams in the middle that's right on the bubble and you say, you know what, screw it, we're going to sell, you might get a lot.
Oh, yeah.
You might get a lot. Hey, there's 4 teams that are selling. Yeah, you know what, we'll sell too.
Yeah.
Well, you're only 5 games out. We're going to sell too. We don't believe in our team. You're going to get a boatload.
Should the Houston Rockets just wait out the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant until they're the final team standing? We'll talk about that next, right here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lovullo. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team where they are available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley to help you with your mortgage needs. Is it a refinance, a new home loan? Do you want to get pre-approved for a mortgage? People are doing that left and right. The Lund Mortgage team is very busy right now with people calling them to get pre-approved for a mortgage because there's a lot of houses on the market right now. A lot of houses are sitting on the market even longer because there's so much inventory. House prices have come down. So it's a buyer's market right now. So if you're renting, let's make that phone call to the Lund Mortgage team and get pre-approved for a mortgage. You're saying, well, why do I have to do that? Well, it's free. It doesn't cost you anything to get pre-approved. And secondly, it's really hard to buy a house without it. You're going to go make an offer on a house, and the seller wants to know that you can come through with the money. Wants to know that you got the backing of the bank to do it. And if you don't, they're going to take the next offer they get instead of yours. So call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130. Very simple, 623-889-0130, or go online at lundmortgage.com.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
Entrepreneurship, that was always the dream, right? The American dream. I guess I instilled that in my boys.
My name is Gary Lee. I'm one of the owners at Moving Team 6. I would say my dad taught us dedication and discipline. If you have these attributes, you're going to be successful at no matter what you do.
I'm JT Lee. I'm owner of Moving Team 6 too. We want to make you successful. I heard this ad about Moving Team 6. They take care of our vets. That's what we want.
MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carol will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carol delivers. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's CarolHasTheBuyers.com. Caroline seller must agree on price and possession.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All right, back here to say about Global Credit Union. I am a very proud member of Global Credit Union, and more Arizonans by the day are becoming members at Global because Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a higher interest rate than they can get at the bank. And as a result of that, Global Credit Union members collectively saved about $195 million last year. It makes a difference going with Global Credit Union. 10 branches throughout the valley, the very easy to use mobile app. You're always in control of your finances, and you're always one phone call away from talking to a live, real person about your money 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Global Credit Union, very proudly serving Arizona for over a decade, and you can become a member today. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. This just in, according to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Buss family is selling a majority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers to Dodgers owner Mark Walter. Jeannie Buss will remain the Lakers' governor. The Arizona Diamondbacks try to even their series with the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. First pitch is at 4:07 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball for the Snakes. And former Arizona State running back Cam Scatterbo has officially signed his rookie deal with the New York Giants. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money, so when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you. Online at ReadyServices.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Well, if you haven't caught on yet, we're going to be a little bit of a short show again today with the Diamondbacks. And yeah, what? No, you didn't get the memo? You didn't know? Man. Why else are you working from home today?
Yeah, because it's a short show. Like I'm coming in. Work from home.
Screw that. I ain't coming in with all the rest of the suckers.
Yeah, but you got ice cream today.
Not yet, but I heard about it.
I got
like
ice cream.
Lauren, you got ice cream?
I got ice cream.
What kind?
Watermelon?
Watermelon.
I had watermelon, like, sorbet.
Our boss's boss's boss, like the GM, the bald eagle, as we call him, has been wandering around like 2 or 3 times today with an ice cream cart. With ice. So the cart has not passed by my way yet, Gambo. So when it does, I'll partake. Sorry you're missing it out. But I think you're okay with that. What's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball, they'll try again, taking on the Toronto Blue Jays at 4:07. That's your first pitch time. We'll preview the game coming up at 3:15. We're also scheduled to have Chris Garagiola, on at 3 o'clock, talk a little Diamondbacks baseball. We've also got the Mercury. They're on the road at the Sun. That game tips off at 4 o'clock.
The Sun? Isn't that the team that kind of knocked the crap out of Caitlyn Clark yesterday?
I believe it is.
Some girl just body slammed her to the ground. Man, what is going on?
Protect your assets, WNBA. Don't let
Oh
the
my
rest of the
God,
league-
how stupid. Let me tell you something. The WNBA must be so stupid. Like, they didn't kick anybody out of the game?
No.
That girl body slammed her to the ground?
I know. It was
Like, you better be careful that Caitlyn Clark doesn't say, you know what, screw this. I'm just going to go play overseas somewhere. I don't need this. Like, I mean, it's obviously a lot of people hate, a lot of the girls are jealous of her and hate her because she's so good. But my God, I saw Sophie Cunningham just have a hard, like, she's on Caitlyn Clark's team. I saw her, she threw some girl to the ground too. I think it was in retaliation, like, you're going to hit our player, we're going to get you. So she actually like grabbed somebody and like threw him to the ground as they were going in for a layup.
No players, no players will face suspensions after a pair of scuffles broke out in the Connecticut Sun Indiana Fever game.
Like, you're going to have to protect Caitlyn Clark, man. You can't keep having to get the hell beat out of her every night.
Wow. It was our old friend Sophie Cunningham who was handed
Sophie Cunningham.
flagrant foul to and immediately disqualified for
grabbed her around the neck and threw her down to the ground. She should have been. She had to be kicked out of the game.
She was ejected. Yeah, but
she should have been ejected.
suspension,
But again,
no
like, you're sticking up for your teammate there because Caitlyn keeps getting her brains beat in every night.
I'm sure the Mercury will be fine because they don't have Caitlyn Clark on their team, so they don't have to worry about any physicality tonight. That game starts at 4 o'clock, and that's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening or this afternoon, as the case may be. Brian Windhorst, as part of the Hoop Collective podcast, so when it comes to the Kevin Durant trade, if Houston indeed is the place that he's going to go, Houston should just sit back and wait for the Phoenix Suns to come to them.
If you're Houston, who's shown some interest but hasn't been willing to, put together an offer that seems to compel Phoenix, I'm not increasing my offer at all. I'm sitting there going, because this is what happened with Toronto. Toronto, when they got Kawhi, they were just the last team standing.
Yeah.
And if I'm Houston or Miami, I'm like, okay, I'll sit here and wait with this when I'm holding it.
Feels like a good old-fashioned staring contest right now.
Listen, the best young player that I think you might be able to get in any of these deals is Jabari Smith, man. He was the 3rd pick overall in the draft a few years ago out of Auburn. This kid's good. Like, Jabari Smith's a good player. He's a power forward. The Suns could use a power forward. They really could. I mean, if you could get Jabari Smith and you get Jalen Green, and you could trade Jalen Green somewhere else for something, to me, now what else can I get? I don't want Cam Whitmore. I'll take Reed Shepherd. I would love Tari Eason. They're not going to give you Tari Eason. Contrary to what Wolf thinks, they're not getting Amen Thompson. They're not.
No, they're not. They're not.
Can I get Shepherd? Can I get Shepherd in that deal? I mean, here's a kid who's, he's a terrific shooter. He was the 3rd pick overall in the draft, and he didn't play a whole lot because they got no room for him. So I would, he's an asset.
Well, okay, your question kind of begs another question. Like, are we, is that what's currently being offered from Houston? And if that is what's being offered, why is that not enough for the Phoenix Suns? Like who, because
you really don't want Jalen Green. So you don't want Jalen Green. So, but I think I believe it would be Green and Jabari.
But to Windhorst's point, the Houston Rockets are surveying the landscape and probably saying, okay, this Minnesota thing looks like it's not going to happen. KD is kind of scuffling that. You sent a great story about Anthony Edwards, who's like, yeah, man, I'm not going to fly to go find Kevin Durant and try to talk him into this. Right. If he doesn't want to be here, he doesn't want to be here. Right. If he doesn't want to come, he doesn't want to come. So if that's not leverage for the Suns, if that's off the table, I guess they could do the Toronto thing if they wanted. But again, that's another team that I'm sure he doesn't want to go to. Houston, what compels Houston to offer more than what they're offering right now? And to answer your question, the one thing you didn't mention that, and you're the information guy on the show, not me, but I can't help but to wonder the draft picks. Yes, yeah. You have our draft. You have our draft in 25. You have our draft in 27. You have our draft in 29. Give us some of that back, and Houston might be like, yeah, no, we're not going to do it. We're not.
Okay, then go get beat in the first round of the playoffs every year.
Well, I mean,
really, go get beat in go get beat in the first round of the playoffs.
And this is where Gambo, and I'm glad we're talking about this. This is where having a first-time general manager who doesn't really have a lot of experience dealing with things like this makes me nervous. Makes me nervous that this is Brian Gregory's second big decision. The head coaching one, I'll give you. His second big decision is this, and this is the ultimate staring contest, the ultimate leverage game, the ultimate fine. Go lose in the first round every year if you want. Houston, they're, from their perspective, they might look at it and go, okay, fine, we don't need Kevin Durant. We'll just save all these great assets for the next superstar that becomes available a year from now or 2 years from now. Like Kevin Durant's the only one who's going to be available?
I mean, you could do that. You could do that if you're Houston. You know what? We got a lot of draft picks. We got a lot of ammunition. We like our team. It's a good team. Yep. It's a good team. I like their roster. They could sit there. We're going to develop. Thompson's only going to get better. They could sit there and say, you know, we got Shepard and Whitmore. We could develop those guys. I think Eason's terrific. I really like him. They could sit there and say that. But I mean, you know, when watching them play in that playoff series, sure. they could not get a basket. When they needed a basket against Golden State, they could not get a basket. In their losses, they scored 85 points, 93 points, 106, and 89. Twice they scored under 90 points in a loss to Golden State. They need Kevin Durant. I think they need him. Now, does he get him over the hump? It depends on what you give up. Right? If you just take Jabari Smith out and you put Kevin Durant there instead, you still got Van Vliet, you still got Brooks, you've got your heart and soul guys, you still got Şengün, you still got Thompson. You're still loaded. So I think that they could easily give up Green, Jabari Smith, and one of the younger players and a draft pick and get Kevin Durant, then we could be done with this whole thing.
Potentially. And maybe they could. But they could also go back to the Suns and say, no, this is our offer, and if you don't like it, keep him. Keep him. We dare you. We dare you to keep him. You know? And there's been some noise about that, too, the last couple of days. Like, hey, you know, what if the Suns don't get an offer they like and they just have to keep him?
I don't think they're going to have to, though.
And then, see, that's where, again, the leverage volley back and forth. I think the leverage of the Suns saying to the Houston Rockets, fine, go get bounced in the first round of the playoffs, compared to the leverage of the Rockets saying, fine, keep him. I think in that game, I'd rather be the Rockets and say, fine, keep him. Keep him. We dare you. Because you can't keep him. Everybody knows you can't keep him.
Okay, then they trade him somewhere else.
Where?
They trade him to the Spurs, or they trade him to Miami, or they trade him somewhere else, and then you don't get him.
Yeah.
And then but then you're playing a little bit more of a longer game if you're Houston. Because the way you're constructed right now, you're not getting over the hump. You're going to have to wait until, like what you said, until they could go get another star. And maybe that's the play. Like, we're willing to give up some of these draft picks and some of the younger players, but it's got to be for somebody that can help us over the next 5 years because we have a young basketball team.
Exactly. It's just I don't know, man. I'm just with every passing day, Gambo, I'm just getting a worse and worse feeling about how this is going to go down for the Suns, and that the deal is just going to be, okay, you did the best you could, but it's not going to be that great because it's just, I don't know how much leverage they've got in this situation unless they're really serious about keeping them. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, just how much is Kevin Durant worth on that trade market right now? That's next on Arizona Sports.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
All right, so one of my favorite things about V's Barbershop, in addition to the fact they've got the best barbers in the city, in the state, and in some cases, actually the country, they've got some very good barbers who work for them, is that they've taken this original concept of V's. There was this one store that opened 25 years ago in Arcadia, and they've expanded, and they're all over the valley now. Now, I haven't been to the new location yet, V's Barbershop Cadence Eastmark, right off of Ray Road near Ellsworth, and I haven't been to the new one on the west side of the valley just yet. That's V's Barbershop Verrado in Buckeye, right off the I-10. But I know, having been to many of the V's across the valley here in Phoenix, that they all have that same charm that the first one had. And they all have the best barbers in town. And that you walk into any V's, you're going to get great barbers, a great haircut, a great old-fashioned vibe, a great experience for you. You're going to love it. I'm a loyal customer. Gambo's back. He's getting his hair cut at V's. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your hair cut, do not think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
If your AC unit goes kaput, you need a new one. Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units, and they offer 18 months of interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Christian Brothers has been doing this for a long time. Matter of fact, if you need a second opinion, they give free second opinions, because you may get somebody saying you need a new AC unit when all you need is a repair. So that's why they give free second opinions, because a lot of people realize when they call Christian Brothers that they can repair their AC unit instead of having to buy a new one. So call Christian Brothers for any and all of your AC needs. That's 602-222-3535. Stay cool this summer with Christian Brothers. Call 602-222-3535.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here. She's got today's Twitter poll question of the day. You can find it on social media on X at Burns and Gambo is where it's at. But, of course, you can watch the show on YouTube if you want. We're on Facebook. We're on Instagram. We're on all the things right now.
MySpace.
I'm sorry? Oh, MySpace, yeah. Snapface, is that what Bill Belichick used to call it, right? Snapface.
AOL. We're on AOL.
Yeah, the old dial-up. Yeah, we're everywhere, Gambo. We are everywhere. Lauren is here right now. She's got the poll question. What are we asking the folks today?
Well, we're pivoting from our Kevin Durant sweepstakes, and we're moving to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Okay.
And we're asking, if the D-backs sell big at the deadline, who would you rather have them keep? Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly?
I mean, you know where I'm going to answer.
Yeah, I do, but I'm.
You know what I'm going to say.
I'm gonna zag while you zig, or zig while you zag, however the phrase is. I would rather they keep Zach Gallen, because I think they can reacquire Merrill Kelly when he's a free agent. I think they could trade him and sign him right back 2 months later. I've always believed, you know that. I've always believed that. So yeah. I don't think whereas Zach Gallen, I'd almost rather keep him, because if he keeps having an season, I might be able to get him back too on a 1-year deal where he's trying to make up for what happened this year. So
okay, fair. It's a good point.
Merrill Kelly.
I'd
rather keep Zach Gallen. I'd rather move Merrill Kelly. Yeah. Okay. I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, I'm the opposite.
You're keeping Merrill. Merrill's your guy.
Yeah. Okay. Merrill's my guy. Yep. I have a lot of faith in Merrill Kelly. He didn't pitch that well the last time out, though.
No, he didn't. He's had some kind of wild variance, like in the times where he hasn't pitched well, they haven't done well. But he's, for the most part, he's been very, very good for them this year. What's our audience say on this one?
This is one of those poll questions where I think you assume most of the audience is going to go with one of the answers, but it's just by how much are they going with that answer? 82% are going with Merrill Kelly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been that kind of a season for Zach, and it's been that kind of a season for Merrill. And so it's on its surface, it's a fairly obvious answer. I really do believe that even if they were to move Merrill Kelly, they could get him back if they wanted to. I don't think that's he's gone, he's
I'm
not
good
coming
with that.
back. Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
I think they got to. I think they have to have him
at this
back
point with
next year.
no Corbin Burns next year. Yeah, you would
Right.
think so. You would think so. That's a poll question. Thank you, Lauren. You can find it on our X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at.
Durant is the only player ever to put together 3 straight seasons averaging 25 points on 50-40 shooting. Take one guess when he did that. The answer is he's done it the last 3 years. That streak is active. In fact, in the 5 seasons since he tore his Achilles, KD has averaged 28 points on 53% shooting, 42% from 3. He remains what he has always been, a bucket, maybe the best pure scorer that ever lived.
Suns might want to consider sending Mike Greenberg like some gear or something, or some tickets to some games for going on national TV on a big platform like Get Up and extolling the virtues of Kevin Durant and how good he still is. Because I look, all joking aside, and we can go back and forth about his value or what this trade is going to end up looking like. I saw a tweet from a guy that you and I both, we've had on the show. His name is Sam Quinn. He covers the NBA for CBS Sports. He's like, at what point does Kevin Durant feel like disrespected by Houston's offer or the Spurs offer or the Miami Heat's offer?
I've thought about that.
And just said, really? You think that's all I'm worth? Screw you all. I'm going to go to Minnesota and play with Anthony Edwards. If you really think that's all I am to you, screw you. I'm going to go somewhere else where they actually like me.
I know Kevin has said the amount of players it takes to get me, it takes a lot to get me. You have to give up a lot to get me.
He has said that in the past, yeah.
Yeah, and in some of my private conversations with Kevin Durant, I know, that's come up. I think that Kevin, he's always been right about that. It's taken a lot to get him. But for some reason, this version of Kevin Durant, because you're basing it on, okay, I'm going to have Kevin Durant at 37, 38, and 39. Not 34, 35, and 36. There's a difference. There just is. Mm-hmm. Because the expiration date is coming a lot closer. So what you paid for Kevin Durant for 34, 35, and 36 is not what you're going to pay for him at 37, 38, and 39, despite the fact that he still is a great player playing at such a high level.
Yeah, he is a great player, and he is playing at a high level. I think what is really working against the Suns here is that 2 of the teams that he wants to go to are both teams that are so stocked with assets and so stocked with young players that they can both afford to be conservative in their pursuit of him, knowing that okay, if this one passes, there'll be another one a year from now. There'll be another one 2 years from now. The urgency that those teams feel because their cores are so young, Minnesota's got more baked-in urgency. I think Miami's got more baked-in urgency. I think Toronto certainly has more baked-in urgency. I think that's what's working against the Suns here a little bit too, is Houston and the Spurs. Man, they're so young, and they're so talented with the young players that they have that if they don't get him this year, they can kind of shrug their shoulders and go, oh, okay, that's fine. Well, there'll be other players, and there'll be other guys we can spend our picks on. Greenberg wasn't the only one speaking highly of KD. This is Tim Legler on Kornheiser's show.
I think in a particular setting at this stage of his career, I think it probably still would be worth it to the organization that brings him in, because I still think he's like that talented of a scorer. He's got to have a certain infrastructure around him, and it can be mostly his show, and have a great defensive team around him. And I think it can work.
I think so too. I think it could work in the right scenario. I think that's why I think the Houston thing is so good, because they're good defensively. They've got a veteran leader. They got a veteran leader in Van Vliet, tough as nails. They've got that dog in Brooks. They've got a skilled center in Şengün. They've got young, talented players like Eason. They got Thompson, who's going to be on his way to being one of the great two-way players of the game. I think he might get Houston over the hump, Because listen, you put Kevin Durant on that team, take Jabari Smith and Jalen Green out, they get by Golden State, no problem.
They do, and they're probably the one team that gets that much closer to a championship. That might be a championship contender with him. But boy, they are. It just seems like if they were that convinced, they would have done it by now. Which suggests, as you said, the leverage game is still very much being played here. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, I'm going to go get some ice cream, Gambo. But when we come back after that, we'll talk with Diamondbacks radio broadcaster Chris Garagiola, who's on the road with the Diamondbacks. That's coming up next. So go get some ice cream if you have some at home. Okay, we'll be back with Chris right after this here on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
We're about 5-6 weeks away from training camp for the Arizona Cardinals. Can't get here soon enough. This sports year in Arizona has been very trying for a number of reasons.
I know.
Especially since football season.
Isn't it crazy that the Cardinals and ASU football, two programs awash in dysfunction just a couple of years ago, are like our shining lights now, our beacons of hope.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's been a great run the past couple of months for real employee pricing at Sanderson Ford. However, it is coming to an end. Ford Motor Company has announced it positively ends July 7th. Now is the time to save thousands on new Ford vehicles during the final days. Not only will you receive employee pricing, you'll also get additional Ford rebates, Sanderson Ford discounts, and special finance offers also. Get Bronco Sports for $27,900, Escapes for $28,700, and the F-150 STX Super Crew truck for just $41,700. Plus, get an additional $1,000 military recognition discount for all active and retired military personnel. Shop the final days of employee pricing at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Stop by and pick up a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in. No test drive or purchase is required. Sanderson Ford's on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online at sandersonford.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, back here to tell you about Liberty GMC, where one thing I know to be true, there is nowhere you can buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. So whether you're thinking the Sierra, whether you're thinking the Yukon, whether you're thinking the Hummer, whether you're thinking any of their great trucks and SUVs that they have there, you're not going to find one for less than you're going to find at Liberty GMC. In Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Summer is here. Road tripping is here. You're taking the family to the mountains. You're taking the family to the beach. You are not going to find a better truck to get you there than the GMC Sierra 1500. Whether it's hauling or towing or cruising, the Sierra brings it. It's powerful, packed with tech. It's ready for any job, any adventure. Right now, $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra, or 4.9% financing for 84 months at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. This just in, according to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Buss family is selling a majority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers to Dodgers owner Mark Walter. Jeannie Buss will remain the Lakers' governor. The Arizona Diamondbacks try to even their series with the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. First pitch is at 4:07 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball for the Snakes. And former Arizona State running back Cam Scattaboo has officially signed his rookie deal with the New York Giants. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
The home of the D-backs. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's D-backs on the road with Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks in Toronto. Game 2 of their 3-game series is coming up about an hour from right now here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. And the gentleman who will be handling the play-by-play duties, who is the play-by-play voice on the radio side for the Diamondbacks, joins us right now to talk a little D-backs baseball. Chris Garagiola joining us live from Toronto. Chris, how you doing today, sir?
I'm good. I'm still trying to process that Jeannie Buss news. 10 big ones, fellas. That's get you a couple nice things at the store.
Yeah, and she still gets to be the governor, right? Like she's still kind of calling the
still in
shots.
charge.
Yeah, still in charge. That's the way to do it. Get your money and still be the boss. That's impressive right there. Very
That's
impressive.
A sweet life for the Busses.
Yeah.
All right, that's like you said, it's a pretty good gig.
How do you like Toronto as a baseball city? I know it's got a lot of Italians. It's very cultural, Toronto. How do you like it?
Always about the Italians with Gambo.
Well,
Chris,
they do have
always.
a lot of Italians in Toronto.
Burns, show some respect, all right, please.
Exactly. You tell him. You tell him. Put him in his place.
Show some respect. Let's go. Come
there
on.
might have been some hand gesturing. You can't see it, but it comes through on the radio. I mean, it really feels like the New York City of Canada here in Ontario. It's a great city, a little bit smaller, but it's amazing the different diversities, restaurants, communities, and I was so surprised to see just how fervently a lot of people in Toronto celebrate and root for the Blue Jays. I mean, you're talking midweek game. I know they had the roof open, but, I mean, it was almost a capacity crowd, 39,000. I think it was 35,000, but it was loud. They got behind their team. They do a good job supporting this group. I think baseball in Canada is no fluke.
Weren't they selling the hot dogs for $1 too last night? Wasn't that a thing?
Yeah, loony is the currency in Canada, so get a dog for a loony.
It's like Loony Dog Night or something like that is what they were calling it.
The
yeah.
loony and the toonie, I think, are their actual currency. It makes me think of a Robin Williams stand-up bit on New York. And it's hard to take an economic crisis seriously.
The way this baseball team plays in the ninth innings, what's your go-to? You get an energy drink somewhere around the seventh? You get a cup of coffee? What do you do to make sure you're on top of your game in the ninth inning? Because that's when all the action usually happens.
Well, I'm definitely not putting in my final box score regardless of what the score is in pen. I'm just going to wait until the actual third out is recorded. But, I mean, ninth innings have highlighted the Diamondbacks' absolute best and their absolute worst, which is a completely dynamic offense that is capable of inflicting major damage at any time, even at the very, very end of ball games. And then, obviously, the worst for the D-backs and D-backs fans has kind of been some late-game meltdowns, some of it the byproduct of injuries, certainly, and guys maybe being thrust into roles that you weren't expecting. But Look, as much as last night's game stung in the column of defeat, I didn't think the game was all that bad, right? Sometimes you watch the Suns and a guy hits a shot as time expires, and sometimes it hits back iron, sometimes it goes in, and you win and you lose. So give credit to the Jays. They put 2 good swings on 2 good splitters. Shelby didn't hang them, didn't walk anybody. There were no errors. That's how it goes sometimes.
Chris Garagiola, our guest from the Burns here on the Burns and Gambo show from the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're in the road taking on Toronto coming up later today. In terms of, we'll talk about Shelby in a minute. I want to get a little more into that in a minute. But getting to Shelby, do you think, I mean, it was a very aggressive deployment of the bullpen from Tory last night and how he used his guys. Do you think in terms of who we saw win, is that your best guess on how it looks in the optimal world for Tory Lovullo on how to get to Shelby in the ninth?
Burns, I want to say yes, but I honestly think right now with the way things have gone, you've just got to look at who's got the hot hand in certain situations. And I'm not going to be surprised if we see Kyle Backus, if there's a couple lefties coming up, being deployed in the 8th inning, despite obviously the lack of big league pedigree, the fact that he's a rookie. I think that's going to have to be how it goes until you get some bodies back or until you get to a point in the season where you can add at the deadline. So clearly if Murillo can kind of land that slider and limit the walks, he is a perfect guy to go in the 8th inning. It's plus velocity. It's a good enough secondary pitch. Ryan Thompson, as bad as it was at certain points, he's been just as good. I mean, he's been excellent. The sinker, throwing that for strikes. In certain matchups, he's getting great swing and miss with that sweeper, so you feel more confident being able to use him. And I think with Beeks, it was just a usage issue, right? I mean, when you're down to one lefty, it felt like they had to use him 2 out of every 3, and then you wouldn't have an off day, and so he was kind of breaking down a little bit. But now that you slow his usage rate, I think he started to stabilize his season. It's a long-winded way of kind of ending how I started. Guys who throw the ball well get the ball in the big moments, and the guys who don't, watch from the side.
Burnsy's brought this up a lot, and with the struggles and the amount of games, 23 games that they've had the lead, that they've ended up losing baseball games, the amount of blown saves. I mean, it really may come down to just, and I know we're trusting all these guys that we didn't even know in the beginning of the season. It really may just come down to the offense has to be better. The offense has to be elite almost night in and night out, score some more runs. If they could have put a couple more runs on the board yesterday, then you're not so worried about the 9th inning.
Certainly, right? And I think every team, regardless of what you're looking at, you have to identify their strengths, and then they have to lean on it and try and, instead of trying to, shore up the things that maybe they don't do so well. This team doesn't strike out a lot. It draws a great number of walks. It hits really well. It could be a little bit better with runners in scoring position. That's like the one thing I kind of underlined offensively. Carroll, even though the hits, it just in terms of average, haven't been there for him the last 6 weeks. The triples, the slug, the walks have. So I think you're exactly right. People are asking me how worried are you about the Diamondbacks, and maybe it's a foolish, naive answer, but I'm not super worried yet because typically great offenses can carry you through the regular season. It's great pitching that carries you in the post, and I just don't believe that the bullpen, the numbers that they've had, can be that bad for a sustainable 162. I just think the law of averages, they are going to be better. They are going to put better results. And I would have said that about the offense, but fellas, they scored the most runs in baseball last year. They're top 5 again this year. So we're kind of looking at a trend. We're looking at a feature and not a fluke with that group. So if they keep scoring, I think they're going to keep winning. And I look to see them do it, especially in the rest of this series, and then certainly with the Rockies and the White Sox.
Back to Shelby for just a second, if we could. And I know you chat pregame with Tory when they're on the road, and that's part of the pregame coverage. You get any impression at all, and I'm not saying I'm advocating for this, I'm just asking, that Shelby isn't going to be the guy in the 9th inning? I mean, especially given where the state of the things are with the bullpen right now. Is that Shelby's job, even regardless of what happened last night?
Yeah, unless you have J. Martyr Puck, I just don't see how. And I guess unless you are adding a significant name via the trade market, it's Shelby's role. And I think we all know historically from watching Tory, he's got his guys. There might be a slip up. He's going to give second and third opportunities. Now, if this becomes a trend, then like I said earlier, you're just going to have to swap someone in there who's throwing the ball well until that guy isn't throwing the ball well. Then you just keep changing pieces, and you keep looking at the waiver wire or any place you can get some pitching, because they've been devastated by injury. I mean, it's hard to fathom how they're even able to have a hot stretch coming into Toronto where they won 5 of 6 and had a sweep of the Braves. So I think it's Shelby's job to have. He's been throwing the ball really well. Again, Bichette and Barger, Diamondback fans, he might not know as much about him. Good prospect. A lot of pop from the right side. He's got a tremendous arm. Bichette's entering free agency at the end of this year. They can swing it. They put 2 A+ swings on maybe A- splitters, and that was the difference in the game.
You get that home run Guerrero hit yesterday was just an absolute bomb, and you get a feeling how much they appreciate him staying with the Blue Jays, signing that big contract. I mean, he's a big name. He could have played this out a little bit. He decided to stay in Toronto.
100%, Gambo, 100%. And I think it was a bridge, almost a sign of good faith from the front office, ownership to the fans, because fans were going, look, when are you going to go get somebody? I mean, their big knock was they were making competitive offers to free agents, but if you want to land the free agent, you got to overpay. And they were unwilling to do that year after year. And so finally, instead of going out in the market, they just stayed within their own home. And to reward a player that they drafted, developed, saw him rise to stardom in your colors, that's a huge signal to your fans. The Diamondbacks try to do that with a lot of their pieces. It started with Carroll. Obviously, it's kind of followed with Perdomo and Fott, and then obviously Cattell second time through. But no better way to say to your fans, we're serious about winning, we care about our players, we want to contend, than taking care of the guys that produce for you. And, I mean, you can see the reaction when he gets in the on-deck circle, when he comes into the box. People stop here at Rogers Center. They watch Vladdy. They care about Vladdy, and he's going to be the anchor of this team for 15 years.
Chris, appreciate the time as always. Really enjoy the work. Keep up the good work. Stay safe on the long road trip. I know it's going to be a while until you guys are back. We'll catch up when you get back, all right?
I appreciate it, fellas. Take care.
You got it.
Hi, Chris.
Garagiola, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. If you don't have the Arizona Sports app downloaded, what are you waiting for? Do so now, and you will get instant access on the go with our shows, videos, and news. That's the Arizona Sports app. Download that, baby. Can the Diamondbacks bounce back following the Blue Jays' walk-off win last night? We'll preview Game 2 of the series next on Burns and Gambo.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade,
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There is no shortage of suitors for Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
You'd be amazed at how many things can create leaks in your roof. That's right. On your roof, in your roof. Big overgrown trees, they could create leaks. Plugged up debris, that could create leaks. Buildups in the valleys, that could create leaks. That's why it's good to have a roofer come out and inspect your roof. JLC Roofing offers free estimates. That's right. They'll never sell you what you don't need, but they can patch leaks. They can help repair a roof. Look, your roof needs maintenance. JLC Roofing has been around for well over 30 years. They're 3 generations of roofers, from the grandfather to the father to the son. Not a big company that sold out to another big company that sold out to another big company. They are a terrific local company, and it's been in business for a long time right here in Arizona. It's in their blood. They service the entire valley. Tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing, they do it all. All you have to do is give them a call if you want a free estimate, and that number is 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING. You can also go online at jlcroof.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Sonic Radio. CIO coming to you live from the red carpet, and here comes the star of the summer, sweet topped lemonade from Sonic. Wow, looking delicious as always. Tell us, what are you wearing?
Oh, this? Just a little blueberry lavender number. I was going for something tart and sweet.
Incredible. And is that cold foam on top? So chic. I wouldn't mind taking a sip of that.
Dude.
Wait, that came out wrong.
Try Sweet Top Lemonades from Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, summer savings are underway. What can customers expect this June?
What's up, Dave? We're kicking off summer with some serious deals. Drive into summer in style with limited time offers on our full lineup. All month long, save $12,500 on the new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $7,000 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra HT Pro, SLE, or SLT.
Sounds like everyone wins at Liberty GMC in Peoria or online, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Well, after another frustrating performance last night out of the bullpen, the Arizona Diamondbacks try it again north of the border. Game 2 of their 3-game series against the Toronto Blue Jays. It's coming up here in less than an hour. First pitch is at 4:07 as the Diamondbacks will try to even up this series and set up a meaningful rubber match tomorrow. The pitching matchup for tonight's Game 2 is brought to you by the Window Depot, more than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel project. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, Gambo, it's going to be Eduardo Rodriguez getting the start. He's been pretty good his last 2 times out on the season. The lefty is 2-3 with a 6.27 ERA. Eric Lauer is going to get the start for Toronto. The fellow lefty, 2-1 with a sterling 2.37 ERA so far this year.
Yeah, 4th start of the season, but 10th appearance. So he's only had 3 starts. The last time out was June 11th against St. Louis. Only went 4 1/3 in a starting role. Gave up 2 runs in that game. This will be his 10th career start against the D-backs. The last time he started against them, he was a member of the Milwaukee Brewers. He tossed 6 hitless innings, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts.
For Eduardo Rodriguez, he's coming off 2 pretty good starts since coming back from that injured list, giving up 2 runs in each of the starts while throwing 11 innings, 11 1/3 innings in those starts. The last 2 times he was on the mound came against the Mariners. 6 1/3. He gave up 6 hits, 2 earned runs, and the time before that was that rain-shortened game against Cincinnati in which he went 5 gave up 6 hits and 2 earned runs. Him pitching well is obviously a very nice development for the Diamondbacks, given what they've lost in their rotation the last few weeks.
There's no question. There was no question when he came back. There was a lot of us that felt that when he went out, that Ryan Nelson had 3 starts to win the job, and Ryan Nelson had pitched really good after the first 2 starts, but then Lovullo made the move to the bullpen with Ryan Nelson, but then Burns gets hurt, so Ryan Nelson's back in the rotation, and Erod gets to have his spot in the rotation. Look, it's important for him, I think, especially after pitching after Brandon Pfaadt, to give them some length. I do. I mean, I don't think you want to keep having to go 4 innings with your bullpen. Brandon Pfaadt, last couple times out, I mean, it looks like he's a 5-inning pitcher right now. I don't think Tory wants to go any further with him. So I think it's imperative for Eduardo Rodriguez to try to pitch a little bit deeper into these games.
Yeah, and I think you're right in terms of the big picture and the short term as well. And the big picture, of course, even in the short term, though, given how much bullpen usage there was last night and how many different guys, I know they were coming off an off day, so they were fresh arms, but I would imagine more innings tonight, deeper in the game, to allow Tory, to give some guys a night off, or at least be able to manage it with that in mind, certainly would be very helpful. Now, because it's a lefty tonight for Toronto, you're seeing a little bit of a different starting lineup for the Arizona Diamondbacks that includes Tim Tawa in center. Randall Grichuk is going to be handling the designated hitter duties tonight. And I'm just going to jump right ahead to the injury report for today's game. And today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. This is from Steve Gilbert's Twitter account. He tweeted out about 10 minutes ago that Tory Lovullo said catcher Gabriel Moreno's right hand once again was too sore tonight for him to play. They will continue to play it day by day right now, but, and these are Steve's words, not mine, they may have to make a move here at some point because obviously Jose Herrera can't play every single day. So no Gabby Moreno tonight because of the hand, and you do wonder how many more games they'd be able to go without him before that felt like they had to make some sort of move. A day game after a night game tomorrow, so it's going to be asking a lot of Jose Herrera to play again in tomorrow's game.
Yeah, they called up a catcher, was it last week for 1 day, just in case. So they had. I can't imagine Mike Hazen wouldn't call up a catcher. You have to have another one. You have to have a guy available if Marino's going to miss a couple games or they're worried about his status. And can't remember the guy's name, but they did call up somebody.
It was when Gabby got hit in the hand in Cincinnati, and I can't remember who it was either, but then they DFA'd him like 2 days later after that.
A day later. It was Aramis Garcia.
Thank you. There you go. Look at you pulling that one out.
He got called up, just emergency catches just in case you needed one.
I think I had read, too, that Adrian Del Castillo was scratched last minute from the Reno game, maybe like to keep him available in case he needed to get on a plane. So, I don't want to go planting seeds where I shouldn't be, but I thought I read that somewhere where he was like a last-minute scratch and they pulled him in case they wanted to keep him available, but I could be wrong on that. The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Starting the day today, the Diamondbacks are back to 500, 36-36, 8 games back of the LA Dodgers in the National League West. In the wild card, standings we're keeping a closer eye on. The Arizona Diamondbacks are 3 back of the San Diego Padres. They still have the Reds, Cardinals, and Brewers in front of them. The Phillies are the first-place wild card team. The Giants are the second wild card team. The San Diego Padres are the third. Meanwhile, the Toronto Blue Jays holding steady, 39-33. They are the second wild card team right now in the American League. So those are your standings going into tonight's game. Diamondbacks would love to even this one up and give themselves a chance to win this series because the rest of the road trip, it's 9 games in 9 days. They'll head to Colorado, which don't look now, by the way. The Rockies are 7-7 in their last 14 games, for what it's worth.
Yeah, they clobbered somebody yesterday.
They did. I can't remember who it was, but they did. They're actually playing decent ball as of late. You go to Colorado, and then you go to Chicago on the south side to take the White Sox next week. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
I was going to go with the opponents are batting just .087 against the four-seam fastball of Lauer, but I'm going to go with this one. With runners in scoring position, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is one of the top players in all of baseball. .339 average, 5 doubles, 3 home runs, 30 runs batted in, and an OPS of 1.022. He is one of the best in the business when it comes to hitting with runners in scoring position. Over his last 17 games, he's got 8 extra base hits and is still batting over 300 with runners in scoring position. So that'll be the key to the game today, Bernsey, is when guys get on base, be very, very careful with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And if you want to lay off that four-seam fastball that Lauer has, yeah, he's got a 34% strikeout rate with it, and opponents are batting just .087 against it.
All right, that's going to do it for us. Good key to the game. We will see you tomorrow after the Diamondbacks' third game of this series. We'll see you tomorrow here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.